The celestial continent. In the eastern region, there lies the ancient path sect. Yi Lingfeng, clad in a blue robe, wore an expression of profound frustration as he gazed at the desolate and dilapidated sect before him. It seems my arrival in this world is ill-timed. Only moments ago, he had succumbed to a sudden death due to overwork. Upon awakening, he found himself transmigrated into this fantastical realm, the celestial continent. To make matters worse, the corporeal form he now inhabited had little time left to live. Memories flooded his mind, revealing that he was the sect leader of the ancient path sect, sharing the same name, Yi Lingfeng. He was considered one of the paragons of the eastern region, having recently ascended to the position of sect leader. Once, a millennium ago, the ancient path sect had enjoyed a modicum of glory. But as the continent's resources dwindled and with no successors to carry on its legacy, it gradually approached the brink of extinction, much like numerous other sects. As if misfortune were not enough, in the past 2 years, the sect had become the target of the nearby Xianjian sect, coveting its remaining spiritual veins and launching repeated assaults. Even he, the sect leader, had recently fallen into an ambush. Though he managed to escape, his meridians were completely destroyed, leaving him with barely a fraction of his former cultivation. To add to his woes, he bore the lethal mark of the Xianjian sect's deadly palm strike, renowned for its certainty in delivering death one strike, and there would be no chance of survival. His body now resembled a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any given moment. Without a healing elixir of at least the 7th rank, his demise was virtually assured. Yet, such 7th rank elixirs were exceedingly precious even at the peak of the ancient path sect's glory. They were scarce, let alone in its current state of decline. Alas, I find myself truly bereft of options. Even if he were to acquire an elixir, the Xianjian sect could strike again at any moment, leaving him no escape from death. Contemplating the dire predicament he faced upon his transmigration, he could not help but feel disheartened. Surely, in this era, a transmigrator ought to be equipped with a system. No? Perhaps sensing his lament, an ethereal voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, you have bound the disciple cultivation system. Overview. By accepting disciples and completing designated cultivation tasks, you shall receive generous rewards to aid you in reaching the pinnacle of greatness. Note, you have activated the novice protection period. Within the sect's gates, you may annihilate individuals of the emperor rank and below. Warning, the protection period lasts for 1,000 days. Current number of disciples, 01. You have initiated the novice task. Accept your first disciple. Task reward. Unlock feature 10-fold cultivation return. Random return of up to 3 times. The term cultivation return signifies that for every enhancement in a disciple's cultivation, he would receive 10-fold the amount in return. As for the random return, its effect was straightforward. By bestowing a disciple with elixirs, treasures, or techniques, he could obtain a randomly multiplied return up to a staggering 10,000 times. For instance, gifting a disciple a treasure would yield a return of 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold, relative to its value. This reward is intriguing. Yi Lingfeng's spirit sword. Astute as he was, he quickly devised a plan for his salvation. In his possession lay a 4th-rank supreme healing elixir if he could find a disciple to bestow it upon. Fortune might favor him with a return of a 7th-rank elixir. In that moment, Yi Lingfeng glimpsed a flicker of hope, albeit fleeting. As he was suddenly engulfed in melancholy, Yi Lingfeng recalled the recent upheaval that had left the ancient Tao sect in disarray, with elders and disciples either dead or fled, leaving him as the sole remnant of the once thriving sect. Where on earth am I supposed to find disciples in such a short time? He sighed. Nestled deep within the mountains, the ancient Tao sect rarely encountered outsiders, making it unrealistic for him to casually recruit a disciple. Just as he pondered his predicament, a sudden explosion drew his attention, prompting him to gaze towards the direction of the mountain gate. Could it be that the Xianyuan sword sect has come for us? He mused, but quickly dismissed the thought. If it were those individuals, they would likely descend upon him directly with swords drawn. In a flash, Yi Lingfeng sped towards the source of the sound, only to discover several figures clad in black had infiltrated the ancient Tao sect, their malevolent intent almost emblazoned upon their faces. At that moment, They were surrounding a bloodied girl in a white dress, her expression fraught with despair, while mockery danced upon their lips. "Run, little girl, keep running. What's the matter? Why have you stopped?" Yi Lingfeng, witnessing this scene, was initially taken aback, but soon found amusement in the irony. "Ah, disciples, it seems they have arrived after all." In stark contrast to Yi Lingfeng's amusement, the mood of the girl in white was utterly dismal. Her name was Bai Qingqing, the daughter of the Bai family in Yuntian City of the Eastern Continent, a figure of some prominence in her local society. However, not long ago, her family had fallen victim to the sinister Yumei sect, and she had escaped under the protection of her relatives, only to be relentlessly pursued by their cultivators. Had it not been for her unique constitution, which drew the Yumei sect's attention for capture, she would have perished countless times over. Now, however, she found herself with no avenue of escape. "Father, mother, I am an unfilial daughter. I fear I will not be able to avenge you." Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together, her expression somber. She had resolved that even if it meant taking her own life, she would not allow the Yumei sect's leader to defile her. Just as she prepared to end her own life, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. "I must say it's rather unbecoming for so many to bully a single young lady, don't you think?" At the sound of the voice, both Bai Qingqing and the black-clad assailants instinctively looked up to find a man in a green robe, seemingly a cultivator. Hope surged within Bai Qingqing, but she quickly noticed the man's aura was rather weak, indicating he bore serious injuries. At this moment, she did not wish to involve him in her plight and called out, "Sir, you must flee. These individuals are from the Yumei sect." The Yumei sect was no righteous order. Its members were predominantly wicked cultivators, known for their bloodthirsty nature. If they set their sights on someone, that person's life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. However, to her surprise, the man in the green robe, upon hearing her warning, responded with a warm, reassuring smile. "Do not be afraid, little sister. With my sect here, no one can harm you." Without a doubt, this was Yi Lingfeng, who, having encountered a potential disciple, was determined to ensure her safety. As for the Yumei sect, he recalled from his memories that it was a notorious faction in the Eastern Continent, rumored to be backed by a formidable tyrant. Upon witnessing his intervention, the group of black-clad figures exhibited a degree of caution, with their leader regarding Yi Lingfeng with a frigid inquiry. "Who might you be, sir? This matter does not concern you, does it?" "I am Yi Lingfeng, the sect master of the Ancient Path sect," he replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards a colossal rock wall nearby, upon which were inscribed 3 imposing characters: Ancient Path sect. "You have intruded upon my Ancient Path sect, thus this matter is indeed my concern." At this juncture, his tone shifted to a chilling severity as he surveyed the black-clad individuals, stating slowly, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on her shall die." This fierce declaration momentarily stunned the leading figure, who was unfamiliar with this sect, prompting him to glance at his companions. Swiftly, one of them stepped forward and whispered an explanation. "Do not be alarmed, this Ancient Path sect." Upon hearing the elucidation, the leader's expression turned icy, and he snorted derisively. "I expected something formidable, yet you are merely a dying waste. How dare you meddle in the affairs of our netherworld sect?" In response to his mockery, Yi Lingfeng maintained his composure and replied calmly, "You may attempt to test that." "Still pretending?" The leader of the black-clad figures scoffed, immediately commanding his comrades, "You too, seize that girl." "Understood." 2 of the black-clad men, fueled by the order, surged towards Bai Qingqing, disregarding Yi Lingfeng's words entirely. For the leader, capturing Bai Qingqing was paramount. As for this meddlesome individual, he could easily dispose of him later. Little did he realize that this command would seal their fate. In an instant, 2 anguished cries resounded, drawing the leader's attention to a shocking sight. He beheld his 2 subordinates who had rushed forward, their bodies inflating as if filled with air, only to explode moments later, showering the surroundings in a crimson mist. The leader's expression froze, and as he turned, he was met with Yi Lingfeng's icy gaze. "I warned you, those who dare to harm her shall die." Chapter 2. Borrowing a rooster to lay eggs, card system. Yi Lingfeng himself could hardly believe the voice that emerged from him, so imbued with a murderous intent. The methods he employed momentarily stunned everyone present. On Bai Qingqing's blood-stained delicate face, disbelief was evident. How formidable! In the Tianqiong continent, The cultivation realms are divided into 9 stages: body refinement, qi gathering, innate, xian dan, golden core, yuan spirit, Tao establishment, Tao mastery, and xian emperor. Although ancient legends speak of a 10th realm, the divine realm, such tales remain but whispers of the past, with no one having ever witnessed or even heard of it. The members of the Yuming sect present, whose cultivation levels generally resided in the innate realm and were considered the elite of their sect, were inexplicably annihilated with such ease. The leader among them, a figure clad in black and a formidable Xian Dan realm cultivator, was equally taken aback by Yi Lingfeng's prowess, immediately changing his demeanor as he shouted to the remaining few, "This isn't right, retreat." Upon self-reflection, she knew she could never casually eliminate several innate cultivators. The seemingly frail individual before her possessed terrifying strength, marking him as exceedingly dangerous. In an instant, the black-clad figures, who had just been clamoring for blood, turned tail and fled in panic. Now you wish to escape? It's too late. Yi Lingfeng cast a glance at the remaining black-clad figures. Had they chosen to retreat earlier, he might have spared their lives, considering it his first visit to this place. Yet, since they sought to take his life, he felt no obligation to show them mercy. With a cold snort, he activated the powers of the system. With a series of anguish cries echoing, blossoms of blood erupted in the air, and the fleeing members of the Yuming sect met their demise, including the Xian Dan realm stronghold, who had no chance to resist. Bai Qingqing, witnessing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. Just what is this senior's cultivation level? As Yi Lingfeng gazed upon the carnage, he, a first-time killer, discovered he felt no revulsion. Perhaps because they were not virtuous beings, his conscience bore no weight. He regarded it as a righteous act. He then turned to Bai Qingqing, a gentle smile illuminating his face like a spring breeze. "Little girl, are you all right?" Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's voice, Bai Qingqing snapped back to reality from her shock and instinctively shook her head. Then, realizing her oversight, she hurriedly bowed. "I am unscathed. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed senior." Before she could finish her words, her injuries caused her to nearly collapse. Fortunately, Yi Lingfeng was quick to support her. Bai Qingqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I deeply apologize. Junior has been rude." As she spoke, her tone grew weaker, yet she stubbornly maintained her posture. Yi Lingfeng furrowed his brow, clearly perceiving that Bai Qingqing's condition was dire, akin to his own, and she might succumb at any moment. Not daring to delay, he swiftly inquired, "What is your name, little girl?" "I am Bai Qingqing," she replied. "A name as pure as Qingqing is indeed a beautiful one." Yi Lingfeng nodded slightly, then inquired, "Why were those individuals pursuing you?" This question undoubtedly struck a chord deep within Bai Qingqing, casting a shadow over her expression. Nevertheless, she recounted her tale. It is a long story, primarily revolving around her family's offense to the Netherworld sect, which led to her being targeted by its leader and ultimately resulted in the ruin of her family. Upon concluding her narrative, Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Observing the young girl before him, resembling a solitary leaf adrift in the wind, Yi Lingfeng could not help but let out a soft sigh. "That is indeed unfortunate." He then continued, "My dear, what are your plans moving forward?" I do not know," Bai Qingqing replied, shaking her head. With her family destroyed and herself being hunted, despite the vastness of the continent, there was no place for her to take refuge. As for plans, surviving seemed to be a fortunate outcome. "Then, how about I offer you a choice?" Yi Lingfeng's voice caused Bai Qingqing to pause, perplexed. "What choice?" He smiled and extended his hand toward her. "I am Yi Lingfeng, the leader of the Ancient Path sect. Since you have arrived here, it seems you are destined to be with us. Would you be willing to join the Ancient Path sect and become one of our disciples?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing was initially taken aback, as if she had plummeted into an endless abyss only to glimpse a ray of light. However, she hesitated and replied, "As a junior, I have been gravely injured and am being pursued by the Netherworld sect. Remaining here would only bring trouble to your esteemed sect." Yet, for Yi Lingfeng, the notion of trouble was trivial. The real issue was if this girl chose to leave. However, he could not voice this directly and merely replied with a calm demeanor, "Your injuries can be resolved by our sect. As for the Netherworld sect, should they dare to cause trouble, we can ensure they do not return." His bold yet gentle words left Bai Qingqing momentarily dazed, recalling the earlier display of prowess from her senior, and she began to believe that perhaps it was indeed achievable. Yi Lingfeng's words finally moved her, and in her excitement, she knelt down with a thud. "Thank you, senior. I am willing." She had never anticipated that, having reached the nadir of her life, she would encounter a new dawn. rekindling hope for the future. Certainly, Yi Lingfeng was not the only one igniting hope. At the moment she agreed, a system notification echoed in his ears. Prompt: Disciple by Qingqing has been bound. Current number of disciples, 11. Congratulations on completing the novice task. Congratulations on unlocking the tenfold cultivation return feature. Randomly returning 3. Prompt: The cultivation task for disciple by Qingqing has been activated. Please refer to the details for specifics. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Lingfeng felt an exhilarating surge within. He had finally completed the task. He then looked at the kneeling by Qingqing and cleared his throat. Disciple, please rise. I have something to bestow upon you. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing struggled to rise and looked at Yi Lingfeng in confusion. Master, what are you giving me? Then she noticed Yi Lingfeng extending his hand, revealing that emanated a rich aura of mysterious energy. You are gravely injured. Here, take this 4th grade Qingyuan pill first. Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. This Qingyuan pill was a 4th grade supreme elixir, its value rivaling that of typical 5th grade pills. In a powerful sect like the Yuming sect, it would be considered an exceedingly precious item. She had only seen it before, never having the opportunity to consume it. Yet, such a valuable treasure. Her master was casually offering it. Master, this elixir is far too precious. She began to protest, but before Bai Qingqing could finish, Yi Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a Qingyuan pill. I do not place much importance on it. Besides, it pales in comparison to your health. The truth, however, was that this was one of his most treasured pills, but in front of his disciple, he could not afford to lose face. His words, infused with both authority and concern, undoubtedly deepened Bai Qingqing's gratitude, making her feel that having such a master was worth even her life. Ultimately, she accepted the pill with a face full of appreciation. Thank you, master. Without hesitation, she consumed the elixir, and within moments, a faint glow enveloped her. Both her internal and external injuries were healing at an astonishing pace, and she quickly emerged from danger. Such was the potency of a 4th grade supreme elixir. It was truly remarkable. Bai Qingqing was astounded, while Yi Lingfeng before her also bore a smile, though it was due to the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Notification: You have granted your disciple a recovery pill. Would you like to receive a return? Without a second thought, Yi Lingfeng quietly replied, Of course, a return. Instantly, the system's voice resounded again. Congratulations. You have activated an 888-fold return. Receiving a 7th grade supreme breakthrough pill. Yi Lingfeng was overjoyed. A 7th grade supreme breakthrough pill? To put it bluntly, this level of elixir was an exceedingly rare treasure across the entire Eastern continent, possessing extraordinarily potent effects. Not only could it aid the user in healing, but it could also transform their injuries into opportunities, making it more than sufficient to deal with a life-threatening strike. The return effect was indeed terrifying, and it sparked an interesting notion in Yi Lingfeng's mind. What if he were to give this breakthrough pill to Bai Qingqing? Could he not continue the cycle of returns? Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing had already bowed to Yi Lingfeng. Thank you for your generous gift, master. My injuries are no longer severe. As for the damage to her foundation, it would require a higher grade elixir, and she dared not wish for that just yet. However, as her words fell, she saw her master smile gently at her. It is good to hear you are well. Since you have become my disciple, I should also present you with a token of our meeting. Ah? Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned and could not help but ask, wasn't the elixir just now the token? How could a mere Qingyuan pill be considered a gift? Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he extended his hand once more, instantly enveloped in a golden radiance, rich profound energy surging forth. When Bai Qingqing focused her gaze, she realized that it was a pill interwoven with gold and silver, and Yi Lingfeng introduced it to her with a smile. This is a 7th tier supreme breaking life pill. I imagine it is precisely what you require at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing's mind was jolted, and she stammered, a 7th tier supreme pill? This is far too precious. Such a high-grade pill is exceedingly rare even among various sacred lands. If were got out, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce competition akin to a bloodbath. To receive such a precious item as a greeting gift from her master, Yi Lingfeng, however, remained unfazed and calmly remarked, Since you are my disciple, what is a mere 7th tier pill? Just accept it. I shall protect you as you absorb it later. Bai Qingqing swallowed hard, pondering the true identity of this esteemed elder. Could it be that he possesses even higher tier pills? Ultimately, she chose to accept it, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, master. This kindness will be remembered for eternity. She attempted to kneel in gratitude, but was halted by Yi Lingfeng. Hu waved his hand dismissively. Enough. There is no need to kneel so readily. I do not favor such gestures. To Yilingfeng. Seeing others kneel before him felt rather peculiar. Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback but nodded in understanding. I comprehend, master. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yilingfeng's mind. Notification, you have granted your disciple a breaking life pill. Would you like to retrieve it? Yilingfeng's heart leapt with joy. Could it truly be possible? He promptly replied, retrieve. As soon as the words left his lips, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations. You have activated a 2,333-fold return, obtaining a 9th-tier Supreme Shk pill. Hearing this, Yilingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. Was the drop rate truly this high? A 9th-tier Supreme pill is a rarity that could be deemed unparalleled across the entire continent. Yet just then, a sharp electrical sound pierced his ears as the system's voice returned. Duplicate return detected. The system has automatically corrected the error and condemns the host for this cheating behavior. Yilingfeng silently scoffed, letting them condemn him as they wished. He had already secured the item and felt an exhilarating thrill akin to successfully pulling off a heist. Oh, how exhilarating this is. The reason for his excitement lay in the description of the pill. Zuke pill, crafted from a drop of Zhuchue's vital blood. Consuming it allows one to be reborn through fire, gaining the amplification of Zhuke blood and significantly enhancing one's recovery capabilities. Notification, consuming the Zhuke pill carries a minuscule chance of mastering the special divine ability Zhuke flame. Yilingfeng had heard of Zhuke flame. Rumored to be the most yang fire in existence, a nemesis to all malevolent arts, and one of the finest flames for alchemy. It was stated that the likelihood of acquiring it was exceedingly low, thus he did not harbor too many extravagant hopes, especially since he had always been the epitome of misfortune in drawing cards. Yilingfeng, brimming with anticipation, turned to Bai Qingqing with a smile. Disciple. Let us ascend the mountain to take a look. Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up. Yes. I am quite curious about this ancient Tao sect. Although she had not heard of it before, the grandeur and strength of her master suggested it must be a powerful, hidden sect. Filled with expectation, she followed Yilingfeng up the mountain, only to be taken aback by the desolate and dilapidated scenery that unfolded before her. Master, are we in the right place? This appears to be a nameless sect on the verge of extinction. At this moment, Yilingfeng coughed lightly and replied, we are indeed in the right place. The specifics are lengthy to explain, but you will come to understand in due time. In any case, you are to become the chief disciple of our ancient Tao sect. He refrained from elaborating further on the topic and glanced at Bai Qingqing. All right, let us find a suitable location for you to absorb the elixir. With a heart full of questions about the sect, Bai Qingqing nodded absently. Before long, she was led by Yilingfeng to a cave dwelling, which was his usual place of practice. This will do. Let me assist you in restoring your foundation. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's words, Bai Qingqing nodded in response. Then I shall trouble you to guard me, master. The 7th-tier elixir was exceedingly potent for lower-tier cultivators, posing considerable risks. Hence it was customary for someone to provide protection during the process. As Bai Qingqing sat cross-legged and took out the elixir, swallowing it whole, an overwhelming surge of medicinal power erupted within her stomach, swiftly coursing through her meridians and blood to every part of her body. The injuries that had not yet fully healed began to mend at a visible pace, followed by a process of rebirth. In mere moments, not only was Bai Qingqing's foundation restored, but she also experienced additional transformations. A golden sword silhouette materialized in her dantian, startling Yilingfeng profoundly. She has actually awakened the Xianling sword body? This physique is considered exceptionally formidable among sword cultivators in the eastern continent, and combined with her apparent innate special constitution, this young girl possesses boundless potential. He then recalled something important and hurriedly opened the system panel, discovering a new page had appeared. Name, Bai Qingqing. Cultivation level, Qi gathering first stage. Physique, spirit charm body, Xianling sword body. Development stage, primary. Primary training 1. Swing the sword in the wind 10,000 times. Primary training 2. Chop down 1,000 trees with an iron sword. Primary training 3. Randomly learn a sword technique, with a minimum requirement of high-grade Xian level. Upon completion, you can receive a return of 3 attempts and unlock advanced training tasks. Is this what they refer to as disciple cultivation? Swinging a sword 100,000 times. Chopping down 1,000 trees. Casually acquiring a sword technique. It seems rather effortless, especially since he possesses an exceptional and profound sword art. The crucial question remains. Can this truly cultivate her into a formidable warrior? After much contemplation, it appears that the only course of action is to proceed and test it. Not long after, when Bai Qingqing completed her transformation and opened her eyes, she acutely sensed the changes within her, her expression brimming with excitement. Master, it seems I have awakened a second constitution. Indeed. It appears that you have turned misfortune into fortune this time. Yi Lingfeng smiled, acknowledging that possessing dual constitutions undoubtedly marks one as an extraordinary talent in the Eastern continent. Bai Qingqing shared in the joy, realizing that this newfound strength might provide her the opportunity to exact revenge on the Yuming sect. Nonetheless, she did not forget who had granted her all of this. With fervor, she gazed at Yi Lingfeng and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the elixir, which has granted me another chance for vengeance on behalf of my family. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, Master. Yi Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently. As master and disciple, it is only natural for me to assist you. Just ensure that you do not act contrary to your role as my disciple in the future. Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, but her expression soon solidified with determination. Rest assured, Master. That is well, he replied. Afterward, observing her still stained with blood, he pondered for a moment and said, I have suddenly gained some insight and must enter seclusion for a while. You should go wash up and change your clothes first, then return here to await my presence. Chapter 4. Has Master consumed an immortal pill? Shortly thereafter, within the cave abode, Yi Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the pill in his hand, which emanated a scorching aura. He took a deep breath. Let me see just how formidable this legendary 9th-grade pill truly is. He placed the Zhuke pill into his mouth and swallowed it like a capsule. In an instant, the pill dissolved in his throat, and the tumultuous medicinal power surged forth, flooding every corner of Yi Lingfeng's body. The Zhuke pill contained the essence of the Zhuke, a being of the utmost yangth, and its potency was as fierce as fire, enveloping Yi Lingfeng in a cocoon of searing warmth. However, amidst this intense heat, he felt no pain. Instead, there was a comforting sensation akin to being cradled in a gentle embrace. During this time, the injuries within Yi Lingfeng, as well as the adverse effects caused by the deadly palm strike, were entirely resolved by the surging medicinal power within. The effect was indeed quite overwhelming. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng felt as if he were reborn from the flames, his shattered dantian restored, bringing him back to his peak state prior to injury. Previously, he had been at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, and now, all of that had returned. Remarkably, up to this point, only a minuscule portion of the Zhuke pill's power had been consumed. The remaining surging medicinal energy continued to merge and consistently enhance Yi Lingfeng's constitution, even contributing to his cultivation advancement. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed a surge of warmth emanating from his dantian, by the tranquil hot springs of the ancient Dao sect. A collection of blood-stained garments lay strewn about. Bai Qingqing was immersed in the pool, her gaze fixed upon a pendant in her hand, a piece of ancient crimson jade. This was the most significant possession she had carried with her after fleeing her family, and one could argue that the downfall of the Bai clan was largely attributed to this very pendant. Should I conceal this from my master? Bai Qingqing bit her lip, realizing that she had withheld numerous crucial truths about herself from him. However, having only recently joined the sect, she remained unfamiliar with her master's character and disposition. A deep-seated fear gripped her heart. She worried that if her master learned of the pendant's significance, he might develop a greed akin to that of the Netherworld sect. She doubted anyone could resist the allure it possessed. After much contemplation, Bai Qingqing resolved to observe her master for the time being. If he proved worthy of her trust, she would then divulge everything to him. Yes, that would be her course of action. With this determination set, she found herself troubled by another concern. Could her master truly protect himself from the clutches of the Netherworld sect alone? In her initial moments of apprenticeship, she had believed the ancient Dao sect to be a reclusive and formidable entity, only to discover that it seemed her master was the sole member of the entire sect. Could one individual truly stand against an entire sect? As Bai Qingqing pondered these thoughts, she suddenly noticed a brilliant column of light shooting skyward beneath the setting sun. What? She gasped, realizing that this phenomenon appeared to emanate from her master's secluded retreat. Such pure spiritual energy. Was her master breaking through? Having come from a family of cultivators, Bai Qingqing recognized this as a manifestation accompanying a practitioner's breakthrough. From the fluctuations of energy within the light, it appeared her master surpassed her father, a 3rd-level Golden Core cultivator, and was now at the 5th level of Golden Core. Her initial thought was one of alarm. Was her master truly only at the 5th level of golden core? If so, her very existence might pose a significant danger to him. But then, to her astonishment, a tidal wave of spiritual energy erupted from the column. The once radiant beam of light suddenly expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering pillar that pierced the sunset sky. Simultaneously, a sacred and intense sense of pressure enveloped the world around her. This unexpected turn of events left Bai Qingqing momentarily stunned. What had her master done? Was it common for a golden core cultivator's breakthrough to create such a commotion? She had witnessed her father's breakthrough. Yet the celestial phenomena unfolding before her now seemed at least tenfold greater. Even the previous leader of the Netherworld sect, a formidable Yuan spirit cultivator, could not compare to the overwhelming pressure emanating from her master at this moment. However, what transpired next left her even more astounded. Within that column of light, her master's spiritual energy surged dramatically. First, it reached the 6th level of golden core, continuing through the 7 layers of the golden core, the 8th layer, the 9th layer, the pinnacle of the golden core. At last, when the elevation of his cultivation came to a halt, Yi Lingfeng had astonishingly broken through 5 realms. Aware of her master's transformation, Bai Qingqing's delicate lips parted in astonishment, and her graceful figure rose from the water's surface. Could it be that her master had consumed some celestial elixir? It is well known that in this era, where the essence of the world is increasingly scarce, attaining the golden core realm makes each incremental advancement exceedingly arduous. Take her father, for instance. Even with remarkable talent, he took nearly a decade to progress from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of the golden core. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed such a feat to be true. Even the most exceptional prodigies from the sacred lands have not been heard of achieving such an extraordinary breakthrough. The celestial phenomenon emanating from the ancient path sect was so immense that it captivated attention from 1,000 miles around, even from a great distance. Onlookers could still sense the faint pressure in the air, though they remained oblivious to the cause. Shortly thereafter, within the grand hall of the Xianjin sect, the sect leader Duan Wu Yuan sat solemnly in his seat, his expression grave as he surveyed the assembly of elders before him. Esteemed elders, he began. According to reports from our outer disciples, the recent celestial phenomenon has been confirmed to originate from the direction of the ancient path sect. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged bewildered glances, engaging in hushed discussions. How could that be possible? Wasn't the ancient path sect on the verge of collapse? Could it be that a treasure has emerged? In this day and age, how could any treasures manifest? I suspect someone has made a breakthrough among them. The second elder raised his brow. That phenomenon seems indicative of a cultivator breaking through. Could it possibly be Yi Lingfeng? Absolutely impossible, interjected a nearby figure with a cold snort, dismissing the notion. This individual, appearing as a gaunt elder, was seen to be toying with a captivating woman as if she were a mere plaything. His expression darkened, suggesting his displeasure. Others were not surprised by his rejection, given that this elder, Yuan Kuan, had recently led an ambush against Yi Lingfeng and had severely injured him with a lethal strike. Yuan Kuan cast a sidelong glance at the second elder, his voice icy. Now that the ancient path sect has been decimated, and Yi Lingfeng is on the brink of death, are you suggesting that I doubt the potency of my lethal strike? In his view, having already claimed the reward for severely wounding Yi Lingfeng, any assertion that Yi Lingfeng had miraculously survived and made a breakthrough was nothing short of a slap in his face. As the elder of the sect and a formidable cultivator of the 7th layer of the golden core, Yuan Kuan stood second only to the sect leader and the grand elder in the Xianjin sect. The second elder, not wishing to offend him further, chose to remain silent. Ultimately, it was the sect leader Duan Wu Yuan who, after a moment's contemplation, addressed him earnestly. While we trust in Elder Yuan's capabilities, this matter cannot afford any missteps. One cannot dismiss the possibility that the master of the ancient path sect has concealed further tricks. For precaution, I advise you to lead a party to the ancient path sect at once. Yuan Kuan furrowed his brow slightly. After finally securing a rare moment of respite to leisurely indulge in the pleasures of life within the sect, he found himself summoned once again. Despite his reluctance, he could not refuse the direct request from the sect leader. With a chilling smile, he set aside the woman in his arms. Very well. I shall take my leave ahead of schedule and return with the head of Yi Lingfeng. Chapter 5. The opportunity to ascend to greatness within the cavern of the ancient path sect. Yi Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Truly, the effects of a 9th grade elixir are nothing short of remarkable. Sensing the changes within him, Yi Lingfeng felt a surge of exhilaration, Fortune was indeed on his side. The vermilion bird pill possessed the power of rebirth, and after his previous severe injuries, it allowed the elixir's effects to manifest fully. Now, not only had his foundation been restored, but he had also assimilated a portion of the blood of the vermilion bird. In the event of future injuries, his recovery would surpass that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, his cultivation level had surged from the 5th stage of the golden core to the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Such an elevation was astonishing. With this newfound power, he possessed a measure of self-defense. Yi Lingfeng felt quite satisfied, even without the protection of a novice. He need not overly concern himself with the threats posed by the Xinjiang sect. After all, among the entirety of the Xinjiang sect, only their venerable elders had surpassed the golden core realm, reaching the Yuan spirit stage. However, that old fellow was nearing the end of his lifespan, remaining in seclusion. As long as Yi Lingfeng did not provoke him, there was little to fear. As for the sect leader of the Xinjiang sect, he too stood at the pinnacle of the golden core realm, and in a confrontation, Yi Lingfeng was not necessarily intimidated. Moreover, this time, he had gained a significant boon, vermilion bird fire. Yi Lingfeng opened his palm, and a golden flame ignited, radiating intense heat that distorted the surrounding space. Indeed, the consumption of the vermilion bird pill bore a minuscule chance of granting the divine ability of vermilion bird fire, and he had miraculously stumbled upon it. This fire proved to be exceptionally effective for alchemy, artifact forging, and even in battle. It seems fortune is truly smiling upon me. A slight smile graced Yi Lingfeng's lips as he enveloped the vermilion bird fire. Rising slowly, he surveyed the familiar yet foreign cavern, grinning broadly. Since I have borrowed this body for my rebirth, I shall ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. One day, the ancient path sect shall be renowned across the continent. With this declaration of ambition, Yi Lingfeng departed the cavern, pondering whether his dear disciple had finished her bath. Remembering the nurturing task he had seen earlier, he intended to have a thorough discussion with her. Just as he emerged, he heard Bai Qingqing's voice nearby. "Congratulations, master, on breaking through several realms." "It's nothing." "My dear disciple," Yi Lingfeng instinctively turned towards the voice, only to be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Bai Qingqing, seemingly just finished with her bath. Her face radiant and cleansed of worldly dust, her piercing gaze softened with a hint of warmth. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she was merely wrapped in a single white bath towel, which undeniably showcased her exquisitely developed curves. Her skin, cleansed of any trace of blood, resembled pristine snow and fine jade, while her damp, long hair cascaded down her back, the tips still imbued with the lingering warmth of the hot springs. Moreover, the exposed fair shoulders evoked a sense of tantalizing allure, prompting one's imagination to wander. "Master, what troubles you?" Bai Qingqing tilted her head, gazing curiously at the bewildered Yi Lingfeng. The latter, despite being a mortal at heart, could not help but swallow hard at the sight before him, nearly succumbing to his own impulses. Clearing his throat, Yi Lingfeng bit his tongue and regained his composure. Then feigned nonchalance, inquiring with a light cough, "Disciple, what is this attire you have donned?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qingqing explained. "I just finished bathing and realized I had not brought a change of clothes, so I wrapped myself in this towel." "And thus, you made your way here in such a manner?" he questioned. "Indeed, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to come here completely unclothed, would it?" she replied. At that moment, she glanced at Yi Lingfeng, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. "Wait a moment, could it be that master feels shy upon seeing me like this?" Cough. How could that be? Yi Lingfeng, caught off guard by the revelation of his inner thoughts, cleared his throat and asserted with utmost seriousness, as the leader of a sect, "How could I ever feel shy about a mere child like you?" "Oh, is that truly the case?" Bai Qingqing tilted her head, blinking her eyes in a manner that suggested skepticism as she scrutinized him. "Indeed, it is true," Yi Lingfeng affirmed with a nod, then turned away, gesturing for her to follow. "All right, come with me. Let us fetch you some proper clothing." "Yes, thank you, master." Bai Qingqing nodded, choosing not to linger on the previous matter. However, she secretly noted the hint of shyness that had briefly crossed Yi Lingfeng's countenance. How delightful it was to discover such an endearing side to her master. In contrast, Yi Lingfeng felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Bai Qingqing, being the daughter of a prestigious family, ought to have been merely bashful, the kind of girl whose cheeks would flush with a simple tease. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. He found himself the one blushing. In no time, Yi Lingfeng led Bai Qingqing to the attire department, where she donned the distinctive white disciple robes of the Gu Dao sect. The fitted white garments enveloped the young maiden's delicate form, while the cinched waist accentuated her slender figure, exuding an aura of elegance and competence. Once clad in her new attire, Bai Qingqing twirled before Yilingfeng, smiling as she asked, "Master, do I look suitable in this?" "Absolutely, it suits you perfectly." Yilingfeng nodded in approval. Indeed, one's appearance can greatly enhance their presence. He had previously overlooked how remarkably Bai Qingqing had blossomed into a figure of such striking charisma. With her current ensemble, if she were to wield a sword, she would undoubtedly resemble a celestial sword maiden from the pages of an immortal novel. Subsequently, he chuckled and said, "Since there's no one else to use them, feel free to take a few more sets for your convenience in the future." Then I shall not be polite." With Yilingfeng's words, Bai Qingqing readily accepted 4 or 5 sets of disciple robes. Afterward, she recalled something and tentatively inquired, "Master, has something happened in our ancient path sect? Otherwise, why would you be the only one here?" This was the matter she cared about most in her heart. Upon mentioning this subject, Yilingfeng pondered for a moment before responding, "Regarding this matter, I shall not conceal it from you." In fact, he then recounted the circumstances surrounding the ancient path sect and his previous experiences to Bai Qingqing. Finally, with a helpless shake of his head, he remarked, in this manner, "They all feared being implicated, so each fled for their lives. It is rather ironic that what is deemed as sect allegiance and the bonds of mentorship become meaningless when faced with life and death." After hearing his account, Bai Qingqing felt even more puzzled. "But according to what you said, Master, you are not at death's door. Why then?" Naturally, Yilingfeng could not disclose the matters concerning the system to her, so he merely smiled mysteriously and said, "You need not inquire further. It is merely a stroke of good fortune that has granted me some small opportunities." "I see," Bai Qingqing said thoughtfully, though her face still bore an evident expression of worry. Observing this, Yilingfeng smiled and reassured her, "My disciple, you need not be concerned about the Xinjian sect. My current strength no longer requires me to fear them." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing fell silent for a moment. It seemed she was burdened with thoughts. And ultimately she looked up to say, "No, what I worry about is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yilingfeng interrupted her with a smile. "You need not worry about the Yuming sect either. Should they dare to trouble you, I will ensure they return empty-handed. You can trust in your master on this matter." Bai Qingqing was a kind-hearted girl. Her thoughts were quite transparent, and Yilingfeng could see through her concerns. After speaking, he gently ruffled her hair and asked, "So, are you at ease now?" This reassurance was akin to a balm for Bai Qingqing, who had recently endured much turmoil. In that instant, tears nearly welled in her eyes. But she ultimately held them back and turned to Yilingfeng with a determined smile. "Yes, thank you, Master." After a brief pause, as if struck by an idea, she turned serious and declared, "One day, I will surely assist you in restoring the glory of our ancient path sect." Hearing this, Yilingfeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Bai Qingqing's earnest face, and he couldn't help but smile. "In that case, let us strive together." Thus, within the desolate ruins of the ancient path sect, the master and disciple made a pact with each other. Meanwhile, in another location, as the pursuit team lost contact, this news swiftly reached the Yuming sect. Within the confines of the Dark Realm Master's secluded chamber, the master, engrossed in meditation, was abruptly disturbed by a report from his subordinate, which darkened his countenance. A veritable assembly of ineptitude. How could so many fail to capture a mere girl in the Qi-gathering realm, and at such a cost? Not long ago, he had personally led a mission to obliterate the Bai family, only to discover that the girl had eluded capture. Subsequent efforts dispatched multiple teams on a search. And at last, a small contingent sent word that they had located the target and would soon bring her back. Just as he believed success was assured, he received news instead of the demise of those very men. Their last reported position was in a locale known as Tianhe City. The figure cloaked in black before him pondered briefly before speaking, suggesting that external interference might have caused this misfortune. The Dark Realm Master concurred, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid as he slowly articulated his orders. Inform all available disciples and elders to deploy, centering their efforts around the last known location of that group. And conduct a thorough investigation in the vicinity of Tianhe City. That girl likely possesses what we seek. Whatever means necessary, she must be retrieved. It was essential to remember that the mission to annihilate the Bai family stemmed not only from his desire for Bai Qingqing's unique constitution, but also because the Bai family harbored items of great importance to them. After turning the Bai residence upside down, it was highly probable that those items had been taken away by Bai Qingqing. Given the circumstances, regardless of the cost, they must locate her first. Understood, the black-clad figure affirmed with a nod. Yet before departing, he could not resist asking, "Master, what precisely is this item we seek?" At this, the Dark Realm Master shot him a cold glance, causing his subordinate to flinch and hastily lower his head. "Forgive my indiscretion. I hope for your leniency, Master." The Master merely snorted in response, yet ultimately replied nonchalantly, "All I can divulge is that it represents an opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle, to reign supreme as an emperor." Chapter 6. The Celestial Grade Intermediate Sun-Moon Sword Technique. Beneath a starry night sky, the kitchen of the Ancient Path sect was alive with the warmth of flames and enticing aromas. On this first evening, Bai Qingqing took it upon herself to showcase her remarkable culinary skills for Yi Lingfeng. Under the flickering candlelight, Yi Lingfeng gazed at the sumptuous dishes laid before him. Utterly captivated, each plate was a feast for the senses. Who would have imagined that a young lady of such noble birth would possess culinary talents? My mother always said that if one were to find a partner, one should capture their heart through their stomach, hence she taught me to cook from an early age. Bai Qingqing replied, donning an apron and turning to him with a radiant smile. She then served the final dish, placing it before Yi Lingfeng. "However, this is my first time cooking for someone. I might be a bit inexperienced." Yi Lingfeng, not one to hesitate, took a bite and was immediately dazzled, exclaiming, "For a first attempt, this is remarkably good. It seems whoever is fortunate enough to marry you in the future will truly be blessed." Feeling somewhat bashful under Yi Lingfeng's praise, Bai Qingqing's delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson. Noticing her momentary daze, Yi Lingfeng waved his hand and urged, "What are you lingering for? Come and eat before it gets cold." Bai Qingqing came to her senses and removed her apron to join the meal. Once both had nearly finished, Yi Lingfeng recalled the matter at hand and, observing Bai Qingqing engrossed in her food, inquired, "By the way, Qingqing, you have attained the Gathering Qi realm. Have you practiced any weapon styles before?" Typically, practitioners at the Gathering Qi stage focus primarily on refining their mystical energy. Yet many also dabble in various weapon styles. Upon reaching this realm, they usually select the one that suits them best or resonates with their preferences for further cultivation. Bai Qingqing pondered briefly before responding, "Well, I haven't tried yet, but I plan to pursue the path of sword cultivation in the future." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Oh, may I inquire why?" Bai Qingqing answered promptly, her face lighting up with a smile. "Because it looks incredibly cool, especially the image of flying with a sword. It's simply the vision of my dreams. Moreover, since I have awakened the mystic spirit sword body, it would be a pity not to follow the sword path." Her words were quite sincere. Among all types of practitioners, sword cultivators were undoubtedly the most striking. Consequently, Yi Lingfeng felt relieved and replied with a grin, "In that case, let me teach you swordsmanship from now on." "Really? I didn't know you were also a sword cultivator," she exclaimed. Naturally, Yi Lingfeng nodded, not uttering a falsehood, as the original self was indeed a sword cultivator. The only issue was that despite inheriting the mastery of the sword path, he was a complete novice in teaching. Therefore, Yi Lingfeng preemptively issued a caution, saying, however, "My dear disciple, I must inform you that my teaching methods may be rather unconventional. I hope you won't question too much, just follow my lead." I trust you, Master." Bai Qingqing obediently nodded, yet at that moment, she seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. After her assurance, Yi Lingfeng contemplated for a moment before presenting her with a jade slip inscribed with a mystical technique. "Since you wish to learn swordsmanship from me, I would like to present you with a token of our acquaintance." Observing the object in his hand, Bai Qingqing asked curiously, "Master, what is this?" Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a smile as he explained, "This is the supreme mystical technique of the wind breath sword art." Upon hearing the significance of the technique, Bai Qingqing's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Supreme? Are you truly going to impart such a precious sword art to me?" Yi Lingfeng was not surprised by her reaction. This sword art was regarded as a treasure of the ancient Tao sect. In the realm, mystical techniques serve as a crucial measure of a practitioner's strength, often surpassing the influence of weaponry on individuals. In the realm of profound techniques, there exists a clear distinction between strengths and weaknesses, typically categorized into the levels of mortal, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, and the highest echelon, the sacred techniques. Although the mysterious grade may appear to hold a lower status in today's continent, aside from the nearly extinct sacred techniques, a severe Matthew effect has led to the monopolization and sequestering of nearly all heavenly methods and even formidable earthly techniques by the major sacred grounds. The lesser factions struggle even to possess a few earthly techniques, often resembling their own ancient sect, which can only boast one or two exquisite mysterious techniques. The reason why the mysterious sword sect has outshone them in recent years largely rests upon the serendipitous fortune of its leader, who acquired a low-grade earthly technique a few years prior. Conversely, for mid-tier factions like the Bai family, where Bai Qingqing resides, even the finest mysterious techniques are a distant dream. Consequently, many believe that contemporary cultivators lack the combat prowess of their ancient counterparts during the zenith of their era. Observing Bai Qingqing, Yilingfeng smiled lightly and remarked, "What significance do mysterious techniques hold? Focus on your cultivation for now, and in due time I shall impart to you even more formidable sword techniques." Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Her master possessed a low-grade earthly sword technique? As for heavenly sword techniques, such aspirations were beyond her imagination, for they were treasures fiercely guarded by the major sacred grounds. Many would never even lay eyes on them in their lifetime. Given the gravity of the conversation, she had no reason to refuse and gratefully accepted. At that moment, a prompt echoed in Yilingfeng's ear. "Notification. You have granted your disciple an exquisite mysterious sword technique. Would you like to return it?" Yilingfeng's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he responded eagerly, "Of course. Return it swiftly. This is my last opportunity for a return. O system, please grant me some favor." As anticipation swelled within him, the system's voice resonated again. "Congratulations. You have activated an 1888-fold return, obtaining the medium-grade heavenly technique, Sunmoon Sword technique." Almost simultaneously, Yilingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to spring to his feet. Goodness! How remarkable! If not for the presence of his disciple and the awe from the Zhurong pill's impact, he would have likely leaped with excitement. A medium-grade heavenly sword technique is indeed among the most elite in the eyes of the continent's dominant forces. Moreover, with his peak golden core cultivation, if he were to incorporate this medium-grade heavenly technique, he could potentially defeat cultivators of the Yuan spirit realm. How exhilarating! Bai Qingqing, observing her master's awe and delight, curiously inquired, "Master, what brings you such joy?" Yilingfeng's thoughts were pulled back to the present, and he coughed lightly, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just some happy thoughts." He then swiftly shifted the conversation, addressing Bai Qingqing, "Let us return to the matter at hand. You expressed a desire to learn the sword, did you not? As your master, I shall now assign you a cultivation task, which I expect you to undertake with utmost seriousness." "Yes, master, please proceed." Upon hearing the mention of cultivation, Bai Qingqing's gaze became instantly focused. After a moment of contemplation regarding the system's developmental tasks, Yilingfeng spoke thoughtfully. "First, you shall swing your sword against the wind 3,000 times each day." "Swinging my sword against the wind?" Bai Qingqing paused momentarily, then nodded affirmatively. "Understood, master. Furthermore, you are to use your sword to fell 30 trees daily." "Very well, what comes next?" In Bai Qingqing's perspective, these two tasks seemed rather simple and did not require much thought. She presumed they were merely supplementary to her cultivation. However, Yilingfeng shook his head and stated, "There is no further instruction. Those are the only two tasks." "What, master? Am I not to practice anything else?" "No, you must first complete these two tasks." Bai Qingqing felt somewhat bewildered. She had seen others practice swordsmanship, and initially, there were always numerous techniques to master. Now, she began to comprehend why her master had prescribed such a unique training regimen. Yet, despite her curiosity, she trusted her master and agreed. "I understand, master." Thus, beginning the following day, she earnestly commenced her practice. The entire process was quite enjoyable. Her master first located a cliff within the sect where the winds were strongest, and during the day, she would swing her sword repeatedly against the wind. As evening approached, her master would accompany her to a nearby forest to chop down trees. For the remainder of her time, she engaged in cultivating her profound energy. Initially, Yilingfeng assisted her in refining her sword techniques, but later allowed her to practice independently. On the cliff, as the cold wind blew against her, Bai Qingqing glanced down at the iron sword in her hand, her emotions somewhat conflicted. Can this practice truly yield results? Despite professing her belief in her master, the simplicity of swinging a sword and chopping trees felt exceedingly mundane. After several days of executing tens of thousands of sword swings and felling a few hundred trees, she felt no tangible effect. Thus, amidst her frustration, Bai Qingqing swung her sword against the cold wind once more. Suddenly, she paused, pondering the sensation she had just experienced. Following that feeling, she executed the sword swing again. As one of the simplest movements in swordsmanship, it was something anyone with hands could easily perform. Previously, she had not paid much attention, focusing solely on the act of swinging. Yet just moments ago, she distinctly sensed a breakthrough. her swordplay had subtly transformed. It was as if she had discovered the proper way to wield the sword, and within that seemingly simple motion lay boundless possibilities. Indeed, these myriad possibilities encapsulated the essence of sword techniques. With this realization, Bai Qingqing felt enlightened, and the blade of her sword suddenly became sharp and fierce, cleaving through the falling leaves before her with remarkable precision. In this moment, it seemed as though the doubts within Bai Qingqing were simultaneously severed. So that is it. Bai Qingqing felt invigorated, realizing that her master's instruction to wield the sword without teaching her any other techniques was, in fact, a direct impartation of the essence of swordsmanship. Truly, her master was remarkable. Such vision was unparalleled. It even led her to question whether her master truly was limited to the Golden Core realm. Nevertheless, her enthusiasm was piqued, and she earnestly resumed her practice, swinging her sword against the wind. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng, who was deep in his cultivation, suddenly sneezed and instinctively touched his nose. How peculiar! Was someone thinking of him? He then cast his gaze towards a distant cliff, unable to suppress a sigh. Could that young girl truly achieve something with such rigorous training? Chapter 7. Is Yi Lingfeng running out of breath? Several days had passed since Bai Qingqing had become her master's disciple, and their time together had significantly deepened their relationship. Although they were master and apprentice, Bai Qingqing discovered that her master had no airs about him and was not strict at all. He often made her feel as though she were basking in the warmth of spring, perhaps due to her own experiences. Bai Qingqing found herself unwittingly developing a sense of dependence on her master, occasionally displaying a touch of playfulness in his presence. It was as if she truly felt that she was not alone in this world. On one particular afternoon, as Bai Qingqing practiced her swordplay against the wind, she suddenly sensed the ground tremble violently, akin to an earthquake, followed by a fierce explosion resonating in her ears. Bai Qingqing abruptly halted her movements, perplexed as she turned her gaze toward the source of the explosion, which emanated from the peak where her master resided. At that moment, she could see a flickering golden light accompanied by tumultuous gusts of wind sweeping through the area. Could it be that her master was practicing swordsmanship? Judging by the residual aura of profound energy emanating from that direction, it must have been some sort of arcane technique. The question was, what level of power must one possess to achieve such might? Surely, only a technique of earth grade or higher could create such a commotion at the Golden Core realm. With this thought, Bai Qingqing resolutely vowed to exert herself even more, striving to catch up to her master as soon as possible. Yes, back to swinging her sword. Simultaneously, on a cliff within the ancient path sect, Yi Lingfeng stood suspended in midair, grasping a cerulean longsword, its blade enveloped in golden radiance. Before him, a mountain that had once stood tall was now reduced to flat ground, leaving behind a deep chasm in its wake. Gazing at this terrifying mark, Yi Lingfeng himself was taken aback. The power of the sky-level sword technique was indeed formidable. Since acquiring the sun and moon sword technique, he had been tirelessly attempting to master it, and today, he finally succeeded. The sheer impact of his first attempt was truly astonishing. No wonder the level of arcane techniques wielded by cultivators significantly influences their combat strength. The ramifications were indeed monumental. It appears that my previous judgment was somewhat conservative. Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment. He had previously believed that with his cultivation level, he could contend against the Xianjian sect, excluding the presence of that esteemed elder. However, it now seemed that even if that old fellow were to intervene, he might still possess the strength to engage in battle. Subsequently, Yi Lingfeng accessed the system panel to review Bai Qingqing's development progress. Over the past few days, she had completed 1/5 of her training tasks. This little girl seemed to be overexerting herself, didn't she? Initially, asking her to swing her sword 3,000 times and fell 30 trees each day was to ensure she could keep up with the physical demands, planning for her to complete it within a month. Yet, to his astonishment, she accomplished double the tasks daily, likely finishing in half the anticipated time. It seemed that her deep-seated hatred for the Yuming sect was driving her relentless diligence. While this was good news for him, indicating that he would soon have another opportunity for random returns, as a master, he did not wish for her to live solely in the realm of hatred. A life enriched with other pursuits would be far more beneficial. Alas, poor girl. Yi Lingfeng sighed softly, contemplating that he ought to show her more concern in the future. However, was it merely his illusion, or did he sometimes sense a hint of something beyond mere respect in her gaze towards him? Surely, it must be his imagination. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly became aware of something and turned his attention to a particular direction, his brow furrowing. What is that commotion? He faintly heard a distant roar, accompanied by a waft of ethereal energy carried by the breeze. This energy was exceedingly pure and formidable. Clearly belonging to cultivators above the Xindan realm, it could not possibly be emitted by Bai Qingqing. Clearly, an outsider had stealthily entered the ancient path sect. Suddenly, Yilingfeng's expression darkened. This was not good. The intruding cultivator would not have entered without cause, and the current use of ethereal energy suggested only one possibility. Instantly, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, at the location where Bai Qingqing was practicing her swordsmanship, 5 cultivators were gathered. The leader donned in a gray robe, maintaining a posture as if reaching out. From his palm surged a crimson light, coalescing into a cage ahead, within which was the sullen-faced Bai Qingqing. This crimson cage was extraordinarily resilient. No matter how she attacked, she could not inflict a scratch upon it. The gray-robed cultivator gazed at her with a broad smile. It was said that all the disciples of the ancient path sect had fled. Who would have expected such an unexpected gain during this visit? At this moment, another person nearby chimed in with a laugh. Indeed. Such a delightful little girl will surely please Elder Yuan Kuan when presented to him. Within the Xianjian sect, Elder Yuan Kuan's notorious lust was well known. Indeed. This charming alchemist would undoubtedly delight Elder Yuan Kuan immensely. The man in the gray robe slightly raised the corners of his mouth. As a trusted aide to the Grand Elder Yuan Kuan, he had frequently sought targets for his superior and was well aware of the latter's preferences. This time, he was assigned to investigate the situation at the ancient path sect, and if the opportunity arose, he intended to eliminate the sect leader as well. Little did he expect a pleasant surprise. He then turned his gaze to Bai Qingqing, smiling as he spoke. Little girl, the ancient path sect will soon belong to our Xinjiang sect. I advise you to submit willingly. If you serve Elder Yuan Kuan well, you might even become an official disciple of our ancient path sect. Listening to their brazen discussion, Bai Qingqing's small face turned icy, as she seemed to grasp their identities. Are you the villains my master spoke of? Master? Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man was momentarily taken aback. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. How amusing. I never thought that a dying, worthless sect leader would still take on disciples. At this, Bai Qingqing's anger flared, and she retorted coldly, my master is not worthless. Unbeknownst to her, it had become more infuriating to hear her master insulted than to hear insults directed at herself. However, the gray-robed man paid her outburst no mind. Rather, he teased, if he weren't worthless, how could Elder Yuan Kuan have so easily ambushed and severely injured him? If I'm not mistaken, he must be on the verge of death by now. This mockery left Bai Qingqing seething with anger, yearning to prove her master's prowess. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the atmosphere, reaching the ears of everyone present. On the verge of death? Are you speaking of me? The unexpected voice drew everyone's attention, revealing a white figure that had appeared near them without their notice. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Master, you have finally arrived. You're a bit late. Are you injured? Concern for Yilingfeng made Bai Qingqing shake her head repeatedly. I'm fine. But these guys are the villains of the Xianjian sect. Yes, I know, Yilingfeng replied, casting a glance at the gray-robed man. With the memories in his mind, he recognized the individual instantly. This man was a deacon elder of the Xianjian sect, possessing a cultivation level of the second stage of Golden Core, and was a capable subordinate of Yuan Kuan. The other 4 appeared to be disciples assisting him, albeit all at the innate level of cultivation. Upon seeing Yilingfeng's arrival, the Xianjian sect disciples were initially stunned but then took a cautious step back. Although Yilingfeng, as the sect leader, seemed weak, he was still a 5th-stage Golden Core cultivator, capable of easily dispatching them. In response, the gray-robed man scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. You need not fear him. The man had long been gravely injured and had also fallen victim to Elder Yuan Kuan's deadly palm strike. Leaving his strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former self, he was now merely a dying ember. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xianjian sect breathed a sigh of relief, emboldened by the notion. Yet, one among them murmured quietly, a dying ember? This man looks quite radiant. He hardly seems like a mere shadow of his former self. Another companion scoffed, you wouldn't understand. Sometimes, those who appear most vibrant are on the brink of departure. Their confidence stemmed primarily from the infamous deadly palm strike. To date, no cultivator who had been struck by it had survived, fostering an inexplicable faith in its lethality. Yilingfeng shook his head at their naivety, opting not to engage in further banter. Instead, he addressed the man in gray robes directly. I say, if the Xianjian sect has come to deal with our sect, have they truly sent only you? What of Elder Yuan? Has he not accompanied you? After all, he was a sect leader, Given the Xianjian sect's cautious nature, it was improbable they would send just one individual. The gray-robed man scoffed dismissively. Elder Yuan is indeed present. Yiling Feng raised an eyebrow, scanning the vicinity but noting the absence of any other presence. He then mockingly retorted, could it be that he is hiding behind, indulging in pleasures, while you are left to toil as his laborer? It was unclear whether his words struck a nerve, but the gray-robed man coldly shot back. The elder has matters of importance to attend to. Besides, dealing with a mere waste of a sect leader like you doesn't require his intervention. I alone am sufficient to end you. Without further ado, he unleashed a torrent of pure profound energy, akin to a tidal wave. The oppressive aura of his second-tier golden core cultivation surged forth, far surpassing the strength of those who had once pursued by Qingqing. Yet, as long as they remained within the confines of the ancient path sect, it mattered little to Yiling Feng. In fact, he found the opportunity to jest, it seems you're rather eager. Chapter 8. Is this what you call near death? Yiling Feng's jest infuriated the gray-robed man, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to meet your end. With that declaration, a crimson glow enveloped the man, particularly intensifying around his palms, which transformed into a massive blood-red claw. With a thunderous impact, the ground trembled beneath him as he surged forward like a blood comet, aimed directly at Yiling Feng. Blood Shadow Claw, perish? The speed of the gray-robed man was such that the surrounding disciples of the Xianjin sect and by Qingqing could scarcely perceive more than a fleeting shadow in the air. Although he outwardly dismissed Yiling Feng, he did not underestimate him in battle, launching his most formidable attack right from the outset, a reaction fueled, in part, by Yiling Feng's provocation. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red claw, slicing through the air, approached Yiling Feng, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the man in the gray robe couldn't help but silently mock him. It seemed he had truly become a cripple, unable to react to such an imminent danger. Given their current proximity, even in peak condition, Yiling Feng would likely be unable to fend off this strike, let alone in his severely injured state. The task entrusted to him by Elder Yuan Kuan appeared to be an effortless endeavor. However, to his astonishment, just as he believed the outcome was sealed, Yiling Feng's lips suddenly curved into a smile reminiscent of a dragon king, and in that fleeting moment before impact, he moved. A golden radiance enveloped his right hand. And with a speed that far surpassed the gray-robed man's expectations, he met the oncoming blood-red claw head-on. A tremendous explosion resonated as crimson and golden energy surged between them. The speed was impressive, yet, alas, I am swifter still. With his palm aglow in golden light, Yiling Feng precisely deflected the blood-red claw before him. You. The gray-robed man stood transfixed, gazing incredulously at Yiling Feng. As a cultivator of the golden core stage, if he failed to perceive the shift in dynamics after their initial clash, it would signify a complete failure on his part. From their very first engagement, he sensed that Yiling Feng was far from injured. In fact, he seemed even stronger than before. What are you stammering about? Now it is my turn. Yiling Feng narrowed his eyes, and the golden light in his palms surged dramatically, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. This golden energy, akin to a tempest, swept towards the gray-robed man, enveloping him in an instant and sending him hurtling away. The sheer force and overwhelming pressure rendered the gray-robed man incapable of resisting. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself propelled like a cannonball, ultimately crashing heavily against a nearby rock. No, more accurately, his body was nearly embedded within the rock itself, a testament to the tremendous force behind Yiling Feng's strike. So this is the sensation of overwhelming strength prevailing over skill. It is indeed quite exhilarating. Yiling Feng glanced at his palm, then at the gray-robed man embedded in the rock, nodding in satisfaction. The recent strike, executed without any particular technique, merely utilizing his enhanced energy, had been sufficient to nearly incapacitate him. Equally astonished were several disciples of the Xianjin sect, who took a moment to process the scene before rushing towards the gray-robed man, calling out frantically, "Elder! Elder!" They nearly pried him from the crevice of the stone. Fortunately, as a cultivator of the golden core realm, his physical body was extraordinarily resilient. Otherwise, that strike would have rendered him to mere pulp. Yet, even so, he had sustained grievous injuries. Although his life was not in imminent danger, he had completely lost his ability to fight. The disciples of the Xianjin sect were utterly stunned. Surely, this cannot be what you call nearing death? The gray-robed man's complexion was as pale as parchment as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Yiling Feng with a mixture of fear and disbelief. You, how could your cultivation reach such heights? Quite astonishing, isn't it? The current me is a far cry from my former self. Yilingfeng smiled faintly and strode towards him, exuding an overwhelming aura that instinctively caused several disciples of the Xianjian sect to retreat. In an instant, only the gray-robed male cultivator remained to confront Yilingfeng. Yet he was devoid of any inclination to engage in battle. As he gazed at Yilingfeng, the gray-robed cultivator swallowed hard. What have you done? After the previous assault, he was certain that Yilingfeng had sustained no injuries. In fact, his cultivation seemed to surpass his previous self by several folds, almost on par with that of the sect leader. However, Yilingfeng had no intention of explaining himself and merely stated, "That is something you need not know." With that, he stepped forward and seized the man's neck, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Yet, you might as well tell me where that old lecher is now." Since the other party had come this way, he certainly could not allow that individual to return alive. After all, a confrontation with the Xianjian sect was inevitable. Eliminating that elder could be seen as a means to sever one of their arms first. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed male cultivator regained his composure and coldly turned his face away. "Even if you kill me, do not expect me to betray Elder Yuan." As an esteemed aide to Yuan Kuan, he had reaped numerous benefits over the years, and it would be unthinkable to betray someone who had shown him such favor. "Oh." Yilingfeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "Has our sect ever claimed it would kill you?" The gray-robed man was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "It means that if you cooperate and speak honestly, I, Yilingfeng, guarantee by the name of the ancient Tao sect that I shall not kill you." Elder Yuan Kuan is currently in Qianhua City. The gray-robed man's swift confession left Yilingfeng momentarily stunned. With an unusual expression, he asked, "Did you not just say you would not speak even if killed?" "Indeed, I would not speak even if killed. But if I am not killed, what is the problem with speaking?" Yilingfeng inhaled sharply, finding the man's reasoning so compelling that he was left speechless. "Very well, I shall consider you sensible." He then continued to inquire, "You mentioned he is in Qianhua City. What is that fellow doing in the city?" Qianhua City, as he referred to, was the closest city to the ancient Tao sect, requiring nearly half a day's journey to reach. According to his memories, Qianhua City was indeed bustling with activity, offering a plethora of cultivation resources. Even the ancient Tao sect, along with several other sects, procured their necessary supplies from Qianhua City. Yet, Yilingfeng could not comprehend why that individual would linger there instead of coming to confront him. In truth, this was also the reason he had not eliminated his opponent outright but had chosen to severely injure him instead. It seems that no one is more familiar with Yuan Kuan's itinerary than the individual before me. As anticipated, the man in the gray robe promptly provided an explanation. "Elder Yuan Kuan is currently in the city, awaiting the commencement of the Nightfall auction." Yilingfeng raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name, as it referred to the underground auction held monthly in Qianhua City. It is indeed a renowned event in Qianhua City. The reason lies in the fact that at the Nightfall auction, regardless of the origin of any item, as long as one is bold enough to consign it, they will certainly sell it. Conversely, anything one dares to purchase will also be available for sale. Yilingfeng pondered for a moment, realizing that the old fellow had likely gone to indulge himself. He then inquired further, asking whether Yuan Kuan had found something appealing at the Nightfall auction. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man hesitated briefly, only to be met with Yilingfeng's piercing gaze and voice. "You would do well to be forthright and not attempt to deceive me." At this, the gray-robed man became compliant. Of course, it was not that he was afraid to speak, but rather he felt embarrassed to admit, ahem. "Elder Yuan Kuan has taken a liking to a young girl who is a special auction item." "Excuse me? A young girl?" Yilingfeng was taken aback. This revelation surprised him. The gray-robed man nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is said that the girl possesses a unique constitution, making her particularly suitable as a cultivation furnace. And she is also quite charming and beautiful." "Oh, you mean to say she is a lovely maiden?" "Yes, indeed, she is quite stunning." This piqued Yilingfeng's interest. Although the Nightfall auction is reputed to sell anything, the direct sale of children, such a morally reprehensible act, is still quite rare. Moreover, the fact that she is categorized as a special auction item indicates that she possesses a value that is exceedingly rare, akin to a treasure of immense worth. It is important to note that the Nightfall auction caters to cultivators. If something is merely aesthetically pleasing without practical value, it cannot be deemed particularly precious. Hearing this made me curious enough to want to see it for myself. Yilingfeng was lost in thought and failed to notice that Bai Qingqing, who had just emerged from the crimson cage, was gazing at him with a look of suspicion. Could it be that Master desires a cultivation furnace? At that moment, The gray-robed man awkwardly addressed Yi Lingfeng. Sect Master Yi, I have shared everything I know. May I take my leave now? Of course. You are free to go whenever you wish, Yi Lingfeng replied, glancing sideways before offering a smile to the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man was overjoyed to hear this. He could hardly believe that he was indeed being allowed to leave. To his surprise, Yi Lingfeng turned out to be a man of mercy. As for feelings of gratitude, he could hardly contain his resentment towards the individual who had left him in such a state. The gray-robed man secretly resolved to inform Elder Yuan Kuan as soon as he departed, and then alert the sect master to lead an army here. Regardless of how Yi Lingfeng reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, he found it hard to believe that he alone could stand against the entire Xianjian sect. At that moment, I must repay today's humiliation tenfold. Thank you, Master Yi. I shall not disturb you any longer. The man in the gray robe smiled awkwardly and turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, an instant of relaxation followed. A flash of sword light suddenly surged from behind, mercilessly piercing through his body, the bloodied blade emerging from his chest. The gray-robed man froze in place, casting a downward glance at the sword that had impaled him, struggling to turn his face. What met his gaze was the icy stare of Bai Qingqing. Blood poured from the corners of his mouth, and his breath waned rapidly as his gaze fixed intently on Yi Lingfeng. Despicable. In response to his fury, Yi Lingfeng shook his head. I have stated before that I, Yi Lingfeng, shall not kill you. If others do, what concern is that of mine? You, the gray-robed man widened his eyes in rage, yet he could only glare, lacking the strength to utter another word. At that moment, Bai Qingqing withdrew her sword from behind and kicked him to the ground, coldly huffing at the blood-soaked gray-robed man. Those who dare insult my master must perish. Chapter 9. Prepare a surprise for him. With the gray-robed man having breathed his last, the disciples of the Xianjian sect who witnessed the scene turned pale with fright and scattered in all directions. However, even as disciples, those who dared to follow him from the ancient Dao sect would not escape alive. Did this sect permit your escape? Yi Lingfeng cast a glance at the fleeing individuals, withholding no mercy as he unleashed the instant kill effect of a novice. Moments later, the sky erupted with several blossoms of crimson, signaling the annihilation of the Xianjian sect disciples. Only then did Yi Lingfeng withdraw his gaze, turning it toward Bai Qingqing, who stood before him with her sword drawn, and sincerely praised her. Little girl, in just a few days, your swordsmanship has advanced remarkably. Just before Bai Qingqing made her move, he had been concerned about her ability to precisely eliminate the gray-robed man. Yet, when she struck, the ferocity of her sword was vastly superior to her initial attempts. Indeed, Bai Qingqing's rate of improvement had far exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing her master's commendation, the frost and killing intent on Bai Qingqing's charming face melted away swiftly, replaced by a radiant smile. It is all thanks to you, master. Your teachings are so exceptional that my progress comes naturally. That strike just now was a summary of my recent experiences swinging the sword and chopping wood. Undoubtedly, she had successfully integrated her insights from these past few days. This momentarily left Yi Lingfeng taken aback, prompting him to question, Did you say it was my teaching? It seems I have not directly imparted sword skills to you, have I? You indeed did not directly teach me swordsmanship, Bai Qingqing nodded before playfully continuing. But you imparted to me something far more profound, allowing me to wield my sword against the wind, thus enabling me to grasp the essence of the sword path. Allowing my disciple to chop wood is, in fact, an exercise in honing my mastery over the sword, which is undeniably of greater significance than mere swordsmanship. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's explanation, Yi Lingfeng found himself momentarily bewildered. Was this truly how he perceived it? By the heavens! His intention had merely been to have her complete a cultivation task. Yet, she managed to derive such profound insights from it? Observing the admiration in Bai Qingqing's gaze, Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. This girl, could she be gradually becoming infatuated? However, given the context, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of dignity as her mentor. After all, a semblance of respect was due. Moreover, this was beneficial for him, as it would undoubtedly enhance Bai Qingqing's trust in him. Should future cultivation tasks arise, she would likely comply without hesitation. Ultimately, Yi Lingfeng cleared his throat, adopting an earnest demeanor. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. I did not expect you to grasp it so swiftly. Your understanding brings me great satisfaction. Of course. Qingqing is quite intelligent, Bai Qingqing replied with a radiant smile, feeling a swell of pride in her own cleverness. She had indeed guessed correctly. Her master had intentionally set her on this path. In that moment, her admiration for Yi Lingfeng deepened. Having such a remarkable mentor was truly a stroke of fortune. Then, as if struck by a thought, she glanced at the corpses on the ground and inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Contemplating the future, Yi Lingfeng pondered briefly. If they took no action, Elder Yuan Kuan might become concerned upon realizing his subordinates had not returned. He might even suspect their demise and take immediate action, a scenario he wished to avoid. After a moment of reflection, he resolved that this time, he must deal with Elder Yuan Kuan decisively. With narrowed eyes, he gazed toward the distant sky and smirked. "Next, I plan to pay a visit to Qianwei City and deliver a little surprise to that old fellow. I imagine he remains blissfully unaware of his subordinate's demise, likely indulging himself in leisure at Qianwei City. If I act swiftly, I can certainly catch him off guard." In addition, Yi Lingfeng felt a spark of curiosity regarding the upcoming Nightfall auction and intended to join in the festivities. Upon hearing the mention of Qianwei City, Bai Qingqing eagerly exclaimed, "Master, I wish to accompany you." "Ah, you wish to come too?" Yi Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering within him. However, he was soon met with Bai Qingqing's pleading gaze, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. In truth, the earnestness of such a beautiful maiden's eyes was akin to a fatal technique for Yi Lingfeng. He pondered briefly before nodding with a smile. "Very well. I shall take you along. We can also explore the auction for a protective talisman suitable for you, and I shall procure one for you." After much contemplation, he found it hard to leave Bai Qingqing alone at the Ancient Path sect. What if the practitioners from the Underworld sect came knocking? That would indeed pose a problem. Furthermore, his previous thoughts regarding Bai Qingqing's protective talisman were just that, thoughts. For cultivators, talismans hold significance second only to profound techniques, categorized into 5 levels: mortal, profound, earth, heaven, and saint. The original body had managed to escape the ambush by Yuan Kuan thanks to the most treasured Earth-grade defensive talisman of the Ancient Path sect. Regrettably, that talisman had been destroyed, otherwise, he would have gifted it to Bai Qingqing for her use. Today's encounter had solidified his resolve to prepare her with protective means as soon as possible. Given the precarious situation of the Ancient Path sect and the blood feud that Bai Qingqing bore, they could face unforeseen troubles in the future. He could not always arrive with such swiftness. Should anything happen to her, it would be disastrous. "I knew you cared for me the most, Master." Upon hearing her master's agreement and the promise of a gift, Bai Qingqing was filled with joy, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. "So, when shall we set off?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng glanced at the sky. There was still time. "We must not delay. Let us depart immediately. We aim to reach Qianwei City by nightfall. And after concluding our business, we shall return by tomorrow morning." If he recalled correctly, today marked the night auction day in Qianwei City, held once a month. The auction typically commenced late at night, hence the name night auction. Yi Lingfeng planned to attend the auction first, and then seek an opportunity to eliminate Yuan Kuan. If all went smoothly, they might return before dawn. Bai Qingqing had no objections, and promptly nodded with a smile. "Yes, let us hurry." Before long, a golden shooting star burst forth from the Ancient Path sect, racing towards a distant direction. Qianwei City, due to its superb geographical location, had flourished as the most prosperous city nearby for over a century. Here, if one possessed wealth, one could procure an array of rare treasures for cultivation and even enjoy regal treatment. At this moment, within the grandest flower house in Qianwei City, adorned in resplendent decor, intoxicating melodies filled the air, tempting all who entered to indulgent fantasies. In one of the luxurious private rooms, Yuan Kuan, the esteemed elder of the Shenzhen sect, reclined leisurely upon an enormous bed. Surrounding him were over a dozen stunning courtesans, some feeding him fruit, others providing massages, while a few were wholly devoted to his service. "Master, do you find the pressure comfortable?" "Indeed, quite delightful." Yuan Kuan lay nestled in the embrace of one courtesan, eyes closed, letting out a deep sigh of contentment. As he opened his eyes, he playfully caressed the delicate face of the woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was comfortable to linger here. In times of idleness, he often frequented this establishment, earning the title of a distinguished guest among the elite of this flower house. As for the task assigned by the sect leader, merely his presence was a gesture of respect. The specifics could be left to his subordinates. After all, Yi Lingfeng had fallen victim to his deadly palm strike. Unless he possessed a top-tier healing elixir of the 7th rank or higher, survival would be a formidable challenge, let alone stirring up any significant trouble. And as for such rare healing potions, he had yet to encounter one. So how could a fallen sect leader like Yi Lingfeng possibly have access to them? Speaking of which, Yiling Feng should have already been dealt with, right? Yuan Kuan smiled, confident in the capabilities of his subordinates. He casually picked up a piece of paper beside him, which contained a list of items for the upcoming Nightfall auction. His gaze settling on the last entry with a lewd grin. As for the old man, he would strive to acquire this exquisite furnace cauldron. The presence of this special item had indeed drawn many lecherous individuals like himself to the Nightfall auction. Through the gaps in the window, he observed the bustling streets outside, where two figures clad in black were slowly passing beneath the window. They concealed their presence, blending into the crowd while murmuring their grievances. What kind of ridiculous task has the sect leader assigned us? Searching for Bai Qingqing's whereabouts centered around Qianwei City. Where on earth are we supposed to find her? Honestly, searching for someone in such a vast place is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I'd say it's better to lounge around in the city and later claim we've searched, one remarked. Agreed. How could two esteemed elders of the Yuming sect stoop to such menial labor? The decision was made. They would seek out some leisure instead. Clearly, these two were the Yuming sect cultivators tasked with hunting down Bai Qingqing. Ever since the sect leader issued the order for all members to spare no effort in locating her, even the elders who typically enjoyed a leisurely existence had been dispatched. However, they were reluctant to partake in such aimless drudgery. Speaking of entertainment in Qianwei City, there seemed to be only one intriguing matter at hand. After a moment's contemplation, one of them produced an auction list, stating, "This is the list I received a couple of days ago for the Nightfall auction. Look at this special item." The other glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Interesting, a top-notch cultivation furnace cauldron? Why not acquire it and later engage in a delightful duel? Sounds entertaining. Let us go purchase it. Chapter 10. With a master present, no one can harm you. As night fell, the streets of Qianwei City lit up with lanterns, maintaining their lively atmosphere. At the entrance of the city, two figures, one tall and one short, descended from the sky and made their way directly into the street. Gazing upon the bustling Qianwei City, the young girl could not help but exclaim, "This place is truly lively, far surpassing our Yutian city." "Indeed," replied the tall man with a faint smile, offering her a brief explanation. The prosperity of Qianwei City is attributed not only to its prime location but also to its lord. Rumor has it that the lord is a peak-level Yuanling expert, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the Dao Foundation stage, and he resides here permanently. Consequently, regardless of their sex, cultivators in this city behave themselves, while those who do not tend to vanish without a trace. Over time, this has fostered a well-ordered environment, attracting more merchants and ultimately driving the city's development. Is that so? Master, you possess such extensive knowledge. The petite girl beamed, while the man beside her sighed in exasperation. All right, no need to flatter me. After all, this is merely a recollection from another's memory. Without a doubt, the tall and short figures were the arriving Yiling Feng and Bai Qingqing. To avoid trouble on their way to Qianwei City, they had subtly altered their appearances, employing such skill that even acquaintances might fail to recognize them. At that moment, Bai Qingqing glanced around, her small face brimming with curiosity. "Master, this Qianwei City is so vast. Where shall we search for that elder?" "That is quite simple," Yiling Feng replied with a calm smile, pointing to a towering structure at the city center. "Since they are participating in the auction, we need only to await them there." "That makes sense." Bai Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration for her master's cleverness. "Let us proceed to the auction house," Yiling Feng said with a light chuckle. Though the Nightfall auction featured numerous items that were inappropriate for public display, such as stolen goods, artifacts of malevolent cultivators, and even human trafficking, it remained firmly established in the city's most prosperous area for many years. Some claimed that the auction's backing came from the Lord of Qianwei City. Yet the truth remained elusive. Upon arriving at the auction house, the first requirement for participation in the Nightfall auction was a verification of assets. Despite being a fallen sect leader, Yiling Feng had once held considerable wealth and still retained a fair amount of assets. After a thorough examination, the attendant promptly assigned them to the private room number 18, a privilege reserved for those with substantial wealth, while others were relegated to the ordinary seating in the hall, highlighting a significant disparity in treatment. Of course, some affluent individuals preferred to remain low-key or enjoy the bustling atmosphere, choosing to mingle among the common seats instead. The private room number 18 is situated on the second floor of the hall, offering a splendid view that encompasses the entire venue as well as the ordinary seating area, and even allows for a glimpse of the locations of other private rooms. However, due to a protective barrier, unless those within the room actively deactivate it, outsiders cannot perceive the happenings inside. Yiling Feng surveyed the scene below. Having arrived later, the ordinary seating was nearly filled to capacity, bustling with voices, creating a vibrant atmosphere that suggested several thousand cultivators were present. Most of them were at the Qi gathering and innate stages, with only a scant few at the profound Dan level, while those at the Golden Dan stage were exceedingly rare, predominantly seated in private rooms. After all, despite the slight difference in terminology, the disparity between the Profound Dan and Golden Dan realms is monumental. In the continent, a Profound Dan cultivator might dominate in smaller locales. But to be truly recognized as powerful in larger regions, one must ascend to the Golden Dan stage. As for cultivators like Yiling Feng, who have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Dan stage, they could be regarded as top-tier experts even among the great sacred lands. This evening's auction was indeed replete with numerous valuable items. Yiling Feng settled comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs while leisurely examining the auction catalog in his hands. The list contained many high-grade spiritual herbs, elixirs, and even magical artifacts, among which he quickly identified a particular treasure. The premium defensive artifact, the triumvirate shield, caught his attention. He thought it would be an exquisite gift for Bai Qingqing. "Look at this artifact, Qingqing," he began, but as he lifted his gaze, he noticed Bai Qingqing staring intently at a particular spot in the ordinary seating area, her expression revealing signs of fear. Curious, Yiling Feng inquired, "Qingqing, what is troubling you?" At the sound of her master's voice, Bai Qingqing returned to herself, her face pale as she pointed towards the auction hall. "Over there. There are cultivators from the underworld sect." Yiling Feng furrowed his brow, following her gaze to see two Golden Dan cultivators seated together, both clad in black, resembling the underworld sect members he had previously encountered during the conflict with the Gu Dao sect. Cautiously, he asked, "How can you tell they are members of the underworld sect?" Bai Qingqing pressed her lips together, fists clenched tightly as she responded. "These two individuals are the elders from the underworld sect who invaded our Bai family." Her tone was laced with deep-seated hatred, and having witnessed them firsthand, it was indeed a compelling piece of evidence. "Indeed, it truly is them," Yiling Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, filled with indignation, could not conceal her worry. "Master, could it be that they have detected my whereabouts and have followed me here?" Contemplating her words, Yiling Feng quickly shook his head in denial. "I don't believe that to be the case. If they were truly tracking you, they would not choose such a conspicuous location in the ordinary seating area." "That is a valid point. But then, what could be their purpose for being here? It is uncertain. Perhaps they merely happened to attend the auction. So let us observe for now. After all, if they were to reveal themselves, it would be far too late for them to escape. It is wiser to remain vigilant." Bai Qingqing gently nodded in agreement. "That seems reasonable," she replied, though her mind was clearly elsewhere, her face nearly etched with worry. Indeed, the shadows of that fateful day weighed heavily on her heart. Upon seeing the perpetrator from that day, she could not help but feel a tumult of hatred and fear within her. As Bai Qingqing drifted into her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warm hand resting upon her head. Looking up, she found it was her master's hand. "Master," she exclaimed softly, as Yiling Feng smiled gently, stroking her head while soothingly saying, "Little girl, you need not fear them. I am here, and no one can harm you." It was truly remarkable. Bai Qingqing found solace in her master's voice, as if it contained a comforting power. Coupled with his gentle caress, she gradually relaxed, leaning against him and nodding slightly. Just as the two were conversing, the lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only the stage illuminated. Clearly, the auction was about to commence. Both Yiling Feng and Bai Qingqing's gazes were drawn to the stage. Soon, a woman ascended, her figure graceful, clad in a red garment reminiscent of a Qi Pao, instantly capturing the attention of all present. With a slight smile, the woman surveyed the auction hall, saying, "I, Hong Lian, sincerely welcome all esteemed guests to this month's Nightfall auction. I hope each of you can acquire your desired items." As the host of the auction, she wasted no time on pleasantries and cheerfully announced, "Without further ado, let us present the first item for bidding, the blood-drinking twin blades." These daggers were forged by a malevolent cultivator, infused with the blood essence of thousands of souls, making them formidable weapons. Moreover, with each act of bloodshed, they can grow even more powerful. Now, who among our esteemed guests is interested in these blood-drinking twin blades? The starting bid is 500 Xian crystals, with increments of no less than 50 Xian crystals. Her voice was alluring, her every gesture imbued with an enchanting quality that compelled many to bid. Eager to elicit a smile from her, the effect was immediate. Bids began to emerge from the ordinary seating. "For Miss Hong Lian, I'll bid 550 Xian crystals." Humph. I bid 600 Xian crystals. What a slowpoke. 700 Xian crystals. Before long, the price had doubled, reaching 1,000 Xian crystals. Yi Lingfeng marveled inwardly. Indeed, this was the nightfall auction, starting with such sinister items. In other places, one would likely be criticized mercilessly for auctioning such heinous weapons. Moreover, the price is indeed substantial. As a hard currency among cultivators on the continent, the value of Xianjing is exceedingly high. For instance, the elders of the ancient Dao sect, even at the golden core stage, earn merely a meager few hundred Xianjing as their annual salary. Yi Lingfeng glanced at his Xianjing card, which contained nearly 1 million Xianjing in deposits. At first glance, this seemed like a fortune, yet it represented the entire wealth of the once illustrious ancient Dao sect. However, it must be noted that if Yi Lingfeng so desired, based on the total transaction amounts from previous nightfall auctions, this sum of Xianjing could easily cover an entire auction. Yet, he would subsequently find himself in glorious bankruptcy. Sigh. It is imperative to spend wisely. Yi Lingfeng sighed softly, recognizing that there might be future expenses, and he must refrain from extravagance. His gaze shifted from the blood-drinking twin blades to the other private rooms in the auction hall. The auction had commenced, and the esteemed elder from the Xianjian sect should also be present. He wondered which room he might be occupying. Chapter 11. Xianjing is no match for the safety of disciples. Next, the nightfall auction would present its 45th item. An hour later, the atmosphere in the hall remained fervently charged. Upon the elevated platform of the auction hall, Hong Lian continued to wear a captivating smile as she introduced new items to the guests. Typically, each auction features around 50 items, with prices escalating as the event progresses. Now nearing its conclusion, this nightfall auction indicated that the most precious items were about to be unveiled. For instance, the current item was one that Yi Lingfeng had previously set his sights on, the Triad Protective Shield. Hong Lian raised her delicate hand and lifted a small, golden shield, displaying it to the crowd with a smile. This is a defensive artifact, classified as a top-tier Xian grade, which offers commendable defensive capabilities under normal conditions. In its ultimate state, the Triad Protective Shield can even withstand a strike from a peak Golden Core expert. Undoubtedly, this item is exceptionally suitable for cultivators at the Xiandan level or below. As she concluded, she gently caressed the surface of the shield, smiling brightly. The starting bid for this item was set at 5,000 Xianjing, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 500 Xianjing. In the context of the nightfall auction, this could undoubtedly be regarded as solid merchandise. Frankly speaking, it was akin to granting a second life to lower-tier cultivators. As expected, just as Hong Lian finished her remarks, bidding commenced from one of the private rooms. 5,500 Xianjing. 6,000 Xianjing. I bid 6,500 Xianjing. I offer 7,000. The thousands of Xianjing being bid were scarce among the cultivators in the general seating area, with the competition primarily arising from those in the private rooms. Furthermore, the escalation in price showed no signs of abating. After all, such defensive treasures are highly valuable even if they themselves may not need them. Who doesn't have a few promising juniors with lower cultivation levels? Purchasing this for their use would be an excellent choice. Among them, Yuan Kuan from private booth number 12 was notably included, and he immediately set a high bid. This old man offers 25,000 spirit crystals. As the grand elder of the profound sword sect, he naturally had numerous disciples and descendants under his guidance, some of whom were prodigies he held in high regard. Upon seeing the Tri-Shield Guardian, he intended to acquire it as a reward for one of his favored juniors. Meanwhile, in another private booth, Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing the bid. So he is here after all. Finally found him. His gaze lingered on booth number 12, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. The only thing that surprised him was that Yuan Kuan actually desired the Tri-Shield Guardian as well. The bid had leapt from several thousand directly to 25,000, causing many to hesitate momentarily. Yet, the pause was brief before another voice from booth number 6 countered, I offer 25,500 spirit crystals. But before the words had fully settled, Yuan Kuan responded indifferently, 35,000. From his decisive bid, it was clear that Yuan Kuan was determined to secure the Tri-Shield Guardian. Soon after, he even declared aloud, esteemed fellow cultivators, this old man holds a particular fondness for this item. I hope you will grant me this courtesy. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from his booth, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. The display caused many in the hall to pale. After all, a 7th level Golden Core cultivator was among the most formidable experts in Qianyu City. Most attendees were either locals or from nearby regions, and upon recognizing his voice, the occupants of the other booths largely withdrew from contention. The Profound Sword sect was one of the more influential factions in the vicinity of Qianyu City, and few wished to provoke them unnecessarily. As for his blatant intimidation, Hong Lian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, though she maintained her composure. What a shameless old man. She suppressed her disdain and instead smiled gracefully at the assembly. Well then, does anyone wish to raise the bid? Though 35,000 was enough to cover costs, it still fell short of the anticipated final price. Miss Hong Lian need not trouble herself. In this old man's opinion, no one dares to contend with me now. Yuan Kuan, secretly reveling in the weight of his reputation, couldn't resist adding a taunting remark. Yet the moment his words faded, a deep, deliberately disguised voice emerged from another booth. Who says so? I bid 40,000 spirit crystals. The new offer was nothing short of a slap to Yuan Kuan's face, and his expression darkened instantly. Those who took pleasure in his humiliation, along with Hong Lian on the auction stage, couldn't help but glance toward the second-floor booth with amusement. In room 18, a bid of 40,000 Xianjing was placed. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Yuan Kuan's face darkened. 41,000 Xianjing, 42,000 Xianjing, 43,000, 44,000. The person seemed to be in direct competition with him, and the price continued to rise, nearing the ultimate value of the Sanha protective shield. Their rivalry elicited chuckles from many in the auction hall. TSK, Yuan Kuan, usually so arrogant, never expected to hit a brick wall this time. Indeed. I bet the old lecher is imagining all sorts of gruesome fates for his opponent right now. I find this challenger quite bold, daring to compete with that old rascal. He must not fear for his life. Indeed, that old rogue has never been known for his scruples. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the auction price for the Sanha protective shield ultimately settled at 60,000 Xianjing, called out from room 18. Yuan Kuan in room 6 fell silent, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Although he possessed 200,000 to 300,000 Xianjing, it constituted his entire fortune, and he deemed it unnecessary and unworthy to squander it on such a standard magical artifact. Meanwhile, the nearby disciples of the Xianjian sect fell into an uneasy silence, fully aware that their acquaintance was incensed. At that moment, Hong Ling, noticing Yuan Kuan's cessation of bidding, still called out symbolically, 60,000 Xianjing, once. 60,000 Xianjing, twice. 60,000 Xianjing, thrice, sold. She looked up towards room 18, her smile radiant. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room 18 for securing the Sanha protective shield. She felt quite pleased. This price had exceeded auction expectations. In stark contrast, Yuan Kuan was visibly enraged. Rising from his seat, he directed a cold gaze towards room 18. May I inquire which sect you belong to? Surely you must have heard of my reputation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the cultivator from the room scoffed. What does it matter to you which sect I hail from? If you lack the funds to buy, just say so. Your words are tiresome. It was clear that he had no intention of revealing his identity, and this taunt prompted laughter from many present. Yuan Kuan seethed with anger, grinding his teeth. You scoundrel! Yet, mindful of his surroundings, he restrained himself. Some matters were best addressed after the auction concluded. After this brief interlude, the auction continued uninterrupted. It was evident that the one who had just competed with and mocked Yuan Kuan was none other than Yi Lingfeng from room 18. To avoid immediate recognition, he had disguised his voice. Nevertheless, his motivations were not merely to flaunt wealth. Like Yuan Kuan, he was determined to acquire the Sanha protective shield, willing to invest additional Xianjing to secure it. Master, do you think spending 60,000 Xianjing on a supreme-grade artifact is too extravagant? Beside him, Bai Qingqing appeared somewhat conflicted. In terms of value, treasures of the same rank are significantly inferior to profound techniques. Generally, the worth of an exquisite artifact at the profound grade reaches a limit of 50,000 profound crystals. Purchasing it for 60,000 would incur considerable losses. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng turned to him with a smile, saying, though that may be true, when weighed against your safety, 60,000 profound crystals pale in comparison. This triad shield is quite effective. With it, even if you encounter a cultivator stronger than yourself, they will find it difficult to harm you for a while. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing could not suppress her emotions, biting her lip and saying, Master, you are truly too kind to me. Such is the case. For you are my cherished disciple, he replied. Thank you, Master. Yi Lingfeng smiled gently, ruffling her hair before glancing out the window toward the location of room 6. a smirk gracing his lips. I suspect that fellow must be seething with anger right about now. Not only could he procure the necessary treasure for Bai Qingqing, but he could also vex Yuan Kuan. This endeavor could be deemed a twofold success. As for the subsequent auction items, while they were indeed rare, they were not essential for Yi Lingfeng, thus he refrained from bidding. As the auction progressed towards its conclusion, the host, Hong Lian, retrieved a weathered copper plate from an ornate jade box, introducing it to the audience. Esteemed guests, the next item is the grand finale of our auction. All eyes were drawn to the ancient copper plate, eager to discern its uniqueness. However, aside from a palpable sense of antiquity, nothing else seemed extraordinary. It appeared to be merely an ordinary copper plate aged by time. Sensing the audience's skepticism, Hong Lian smiled and explained, "Do not underestimate this object. It was perilously obtained by a predecessor of the Yuan Ling realm from the ruins of an ancient sacred site. According to ancient texts, this is a specialized artifact used to seal high-level profound techniques, crafted from a unique material that cannot even be placed within a spatial ring. I believe you all understand what this implies. Should anyone possess the capability to decipher it, they may very well unlock high-level profound techniques from ancient times. At that moment, endless wealth and glory await you. Now, I shall refrain from further ado. This item starts at a bidding price of 50,000 profound crystals, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 5,000 profound crystals. Earlier, the atmosphere had been manageable, but upon hearing this starting price, many attendees gasped in disbelief. Isn't this base price rather exaggerated? In room 18, Yi Lingfeng observed the palm-sized ancient copper plate on the stage, his expression contemplative. Has it finally arrived? He mused. From certain fantastical web novels he had previously read, such scenarios often unfolded. At the auction, a mysterious fragment appeared, unrecognized by others, yet the protagonist, possessing a discerning eye, purchased it and subsequently reaped something of immense value. Now, what of this copper piece before him? Could it possibly conceal a great treasure? As he lifted his gaze, he noticed an eerie silence enveloping the venue. There was not a single bid, nor any sign of competition. Strange, is there truly no one willing to buy? However, upon contemplation, Yi Lingfeng understood the underlying reasons. Even if this ancient copper piece were indeed a relic from a primordial sacred site, its presence at the Nightfall auction spoke volumes. It was likely that the owner of the copper piece had been unable to unlock its secrets, perhaps even having sought the aid of major sects or sacred places, only to find themselves at an impasse, ultimately resorting to selling it here. Among the attendees, anyone capable of affording this mysterious item was no fool. Most were acutely aware of the depths of this predicament. Surely, had the owner possessed even the slightest opportunity, as a formidable Yuanling realm expert, they would not have parted with such an item. Now, its appearance at auction seemed a desperate bid to find a gullible buyer. As expected, time passed with no bids forthcoming. In the 6th private room, a disciple beside Yuan Kuan could not help but inquire, "Elder, should we take a gamble?" He was met with a sharp glare from Yuan Kuan. "Gamble? Do you think I acquired my Xianjing by the wind? 50,000 Xianjing for a copper piece of unknown origin? Besides, I too ponder the convoluted implications of this situation, realizing that even if we purchased it, we would gain little." The auction hall lay in a hushed stillness, and as the item neared the brink of being unsold, Hong Lian was compelled to don her charming smile, addressing the crowd with a sweet voice. "Esteemed guests, is there no bold soul willing to take a chance? This is an opportunity that could bestow a lifetime of glory." Despite her enticing allure, many were tempted, yet remained silent. A few patrons lamented, "Miss Hong Lian, it's not that we lack the desire to gamble, but the price is simply too steep. Indeed, for a few thousand, one might not bat an eyelash. But 50,000 Xianjing, who could casually wager such a sum on a minuscule probability?" Listening to their grumbles, Hong Lian sighed softly. "Alas, this is the minimum price set by the seller. There is little I can do." At this juncture, she had resigned herself to the realization that the base price was indeed excessively high. "It appears we are destined for an unsold item." Just as she sighed in resignation, a voice suddenly rang out, "I bid 55,000 Xianjing." At this proclamation, all eyes turned in astonishment. Oh, someone intends to buy? They were curious to discern which affluent individual had decided to make a purchase. Following the sound, they discovered it was the individual from the 18th private room who had previously contended with Yuan Kuan for the Sana shield. He had taken an interest in this ancient copper piece? Upon witnessing the scene, Hong Lian was filled with exuberance, her face instantly illuminated by a radiant smile. Such generosity from the esteemed guest. Could there be a higher bid than 55,000 Xianjing? After a brief silence, A voice emerged from the second private room, seemingly intrigued by the copper piece. 60,000 xianjing. Hong Lian's joy deepened, yet unexpectedly, the 18th room swiftly followed suit with another bid. 65,000 xianjing. This increase in price rendered the second room silent, as if they hesitated to raise their bid further. Meanwhile, Yuan Kuan, observing the spectacle, felt a spark of inspiration ignite within him. After a moment, Hong Lian turned to the crowd with a smile. Is there a higher bid? 65,000 xianjing once. 65,000 xianjing twice. Before she could finish, another voice rang out. I bid 70,000 xianjing. The crowd was taken aback. And when they realized it was Yuan Kuan from the sixth private room, their astonishment grew. This man was interested in the item as well? Noticing the bid, Yi Lingfeng raised an eyebrow, pondering Yuan Kuan's intentions. Yet, he continued to call out, 75,000 xianjing. To his surprise, Yuan Kuan responded even more swiftly. 80,000 xianjing. At this, Yi Lingfeng scoffed. What is the meaning of this sudden escalation? Yuan Kuan grinned widely and declared, after some thought, I realize this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am quite eager to take a gamble. If you lack the funds, perhaps you should reconsider your participation. His words were undoubtedly a retort to Yi Lingfeng's earlier mockery. In response, Yi Lingfeng refrained from further banter and promptly stated, 85,000 xianjing. 90,000 xianjing. 95,000 xianjing. 100,000 xianjing. 105,000 xianjing. 110,000 xianjing. In mere moments, the price of the copper piece had doubled, leaving everyone astounded. Are these two mad? 100,000 xianjing for such a small copper piece? It seems Yuan Kuan is intentionally trying to irritate him. Given his typical behavior, this is certainly plausible. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Yi Lingfeng discerned Yuan Kuan's deliberate provocation through his inflated bids. Yet, he had his reasons for matching the escalating prices. Yi Lingfeng paused, then announced with determination, since you wish to compete, I am eager to see if you can surpass me. Today, this item will be mine. With that, he continued to raise his bid. 120,000 xianjing. Let us see who can outbid the other. 125,000 xianjing. 150,000 xianjing. 155,000 xianjing. 166,666 xianjing. The two engaged in a fierce bidding war, with Yuan Kuan offering an impressively unique price. Within mere seconds, the price nearly doubled again, leaving the onlookers gasping in astonishment. Contemplating the matter, Yuan Kuan's ruthlessness was indeed remarkable. Merely raising the bid by 20 or 30,000 would have sufficed, yet he had elevated it by over 100,000. Not only were the others taken aback, but even Hong Ling was left in astonishment. Had these two perhaps lost their senses? Within the private room, Yuan Kuan wore a broad smile, gazing toward room 18. Reflecting on the consequences of offending him, as anticipated by the onlookers, he was indeed disinterested in that worthless coin, merely intent on vexing his opponent. Following this round of bidding, some of his earlier displeasure had been alleviated. Once the opposing party raised the price again, he believed it would soon come to a halt. Lest they be driven to the brink and abandon the endeavor, an impending loss of nearly 200,000 was beyond his means to bear. However, as the latest bid was called, he suddenly noticed the hall had fallen into silence. At this, Yuan Kuan's heart nearly ceased its beating. Yet he feigned composure and derisively remarked, What is this? Weren't you quite audacious just a moment ago? Now you lack the courage to raise the bid? Or have you run out of funds? In response, Yi Lingfeng smiled and said, I certainly have the funds. I simply do not wish to squander my money on such a low-probability venture. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuan felt a chill in his heart, and, gritting his teeth, retorted, Oh, did you not just assert that this item was a must-have? It seems you are now afraid. Don't fabricate excuses for yourself. Yet, the words that followed from Yi Lingfeng left Yuan Kuan utterly disheartened. With a scoff, Yi Lingfeng remarked, If I hadn't said that, would you have continued to raise the bid? Yuan Kuan nearly spat blood, his voice rising in anger. Do you dare to toy with me? To this, Yi Lingfeng responded with an air of nonchalance, I'm not that bored. Initially, I did intend to wager 50,000, but seeing your firm determination, I suppose I must reluctantly concede it to you. Spending 166,666 for a mere copper piece, one must say, you truly are impressive. He even added a final, cutting remark, I wish you the best of luck in finding a lifetime of glory within that. You seek death. Yuan Kuan's fury surged, and he stormed out of the private room, a murderous aura radiating from him, as he prepared to confront Yi Lingfeng directly. At that moment, he trembled with rage. But just as he was about to act, an elderly voice resonated from deep within the hall. My dear sir, do not forget the rules of this establishment. The voice was calm and soothing, yet it sent a shiver through everyone present. Indeed, a formidable presence from the Yuan spirit realm was overseeing the Nightfall auction. Overwhelmed by anger, Yuan Kuan, upon hearing that voice, involuntarily froze in place. He had no choice. This was a force he could not provoke. Nonetheless, his earlier actions had startled those in attendance, prompting one individual to mockingly interject, "If you can't play the game, then don't." What is the point of being so arrogant? Just as Yuan Kuan had managed to rein in his fury, this comment ignited the flames of his anger anew. He turned towards the source of the voice, glaring at the black-clad figure at the ordinary seating area. "May I inquire who you are? Do you think Yuan is easy to bully?" No sooner had he spoken than he noticed that the black-clad man and his companion were enveloped in a crimson aura, revealing them to be two cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The two exchanged glances with Yuan Kuan, their fierce aura palpable, and spoke in unison. "We are from the Netherworld sect, In Luo. We are from the Netherworld sect, In Sha. Do you have any objections?" With the announcement of their identities, Yuan Kuan's previously furious demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. There was no denying that he had indeed heard of these two individuals, and he knew better than to provoke them. The two elders of the Netherworld sect, the Luo Sha duo, were exceptionally skilled in combined assault techniques. Despite being only at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, their combined combat prowess was on par with his own. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in their origin. He had no desire to offend the Netherworld sect, a formidable force within the demonic path, whose overall strength far surpassed that of his own sect, the Xinjian sect. "It appears I have been remiss in my manners regarding esteemed members of the Netherworld sect," Yuan Kuan remarked, his tone having undergone a complete transformation. In Luo and In Sha responded with a cold snort. "It is good that you understand. Let us hope there is no next time." With that, they returned to their seats, choosing not to further engage. Having sensed that their opponent was a 7th-level Golden Core cultivator, which would indeed complicate matters if a fight broke out. They were here for amusement, not for a brawl. Yuan Kuan's change in demeanor elicited quiet ridicule from many onlookers. He himself paid little mind to it, casting a fierce glance in Yilingfeng's direction. "I will remember you. We shall see." Earlier, he had committed the essence of his opponent to memory, and once the auction concluded, locating him would be effortless. At that moment, Yilingfeng scoffed at the threat, saying, "Very well, I await your trouble." This was precisely what he desired. If his adversary did not come, he would have sought him out instead. Ultimately, Yuan Kuan let out a cold snort before retreating to his private room. This brief interlude did not disrupt the auction's proceedings. Hong Lian maintained a nonchalant demeanor, smiling as she announced, "Since there are no further issues, we shall continue with the auction. The next item is one that I believe you are all familiar with." She gestured towards a special auction item, a beautiful girl possessing a unique constitution. Chapter 13, a new disciple recruitment task? In a matter of moments, a cage forged from a peculiar material slowly ascended from the auction stage. In one corner of the not overly large cage was a slightly frail black figure. The crowd's attention was swiftly drawn to the cage, all eyes fixated within. What they beheld was a girl clad in a black robe, her face bearing a chilling beauty, exuding an icy temperament. At that moment, her hands and feet were bound by chains, rendering her as immobile as a prisoner in shackles. Even her ability to speak had been sealed, though her mouth was agape. No sound escaped her lips. At this moment, the young girl in the black robe could only coldly survey the crowd below her with her dark crimson eyes. Yet, in her current state, such a gaze, infused with a hint of murderous intent, not only failed to intimidate the onlookers but instead ignited a fervent desire for conquest within many. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. The crowd appraised the girl in the cage as if she were an exquisite object, their admiration unabated. Truly, she was an unparalleled beauty. In the private room number 6, Yuan Kuan involuntarily rose to his feet. As a man who valued beauty above all, nothing could attract him more than this. Had there not been a barrier between them, he might have leaned forward to get a better look. How exquisite, he thought. She would make the perfect vessel. Yuan Kuan could envision that if he were to claim her, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Even the two individuals, In Luo and In Sha, seated at the ordinary table, exchanged glances. Though they had heard the girl was beautiful, they were unprepared for such extraordinary allure. Moreover, the aura surrounding her hinted at her unique constitution, making her an exceptional candidate for cultivation. In that moment, both men silently resolved to acquire this young girl at all costs. As the crowd fell into a hushed awe, Hong Lian smiled faintly and began her introduction. This young lady was at the third level of chi gathering and possessed the exceedingly rare blood demon spirit body. The prowess of such a constitution hardly required elaboration from her. Furthermore, she assured the guests, under the auspices of the Nightfall auction's credibility, that the girl had not been touched and bore neither hidden injuries nor ailments. For any esteemed guest wishing to purchase her, be it as a child bride, a partner, a servant, or a cultivation vessel, she was an exceptionally worthwhile choice. Following her introduction, the astonishment among the attendees deepened. This young girl possessed a blood demon spirit body. This constitution ranked among the most exceptional in the current demonic path, promising extraordinary talent in cultivation. As Hong Lian had stated, a girl with such a physique would be ideal for any purpose. It was unfathomable what circumstances had led to her appearance at this auction. Instantly, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, especially among the male cultivators, nearly half of whom were smitten. Yet, while they felt desire, they were acutely aware that this final item was beyond their financial reach. In private room 18, Yiling Feng gazed at the girl in the cage, nodding in understanding. No wonder so many were intrigued. She resembled an otherworldly fairy, a true paragon of beauty. At that moment, someone in the crowd curiously inquired, "Miss Hong Lian, where did you acquire this young lady?" This question piqued the interest of many. However, Hong Lian showed no intention of providing an explanation, merely responding with a light laugh. The origins of this girl are inconsequential. What the esteemed guests must contemplate is whether they desire her. The crowd exchanged glances, and with such a statement, it was nearly an implicit acknowledgement of her peculiar background. Consequently, the question of affordability became secondary. The real issue was whether anyone dared to purchase her. For no one wished to acquire a troublesome burden. At that moment, Bai Qingqing, seated in the private room, glanced at the girl in the black robe and, pursing her lips, remarked, "Master, this girl seems quite pitiable. Indeed, if she were to fall into the hands of some brutal individuals, her fate would likely be exceedingly grim." Yiling Feng shook his head with a soft sigh. Then, Bai Qingqing cautiously suggested, "Master, is there any way we could rescue her?" Rescue her? Yiling Feng was momentarily taken aback, turning to her with a questioning look. "You mean, you want me to purchase her?" "Yes," Bai Qingqing nodded, but quickly added, "If that's not feasible, it's all right." Perhaps seeing her own reflection in the girl, Bai Qingqing felt a strong urge to assist her. Yet, she understood that snatching her away from this auction was unrealistic. Purchasing her would likely require a considerable sum of mystic crystals. "Well, let me think about it." Yiling Feng mused, contemplating whether acquiring her would be worthwhile. On one hand, the expense of purchasing her would be substantial. On the other, he worried about the trouble that might arise from such an acquisition. Before he could reach a conclusion, a voice resonated in his mind. "Notification: you have activated a time-limited disciple recruitment mission. Mission requirements: purchase the Demon Path Saintess and take her as a disciple, with a time limit of 12 hours. Mission Reward 1. Upon purchasing the Demon Path Saintess, you will receive a double refund of the mystic crystals spent at the auction and gain 1 random refund opportunity. Mission Reward 2. By taking her as a disciple, you will receive 3 random refund opportunities." Upon hearing the system's announcement of the time-limited mission, Yiling Feng raised an eyebrow. "Well, it seems there is no need for further deliberation. The generous rewards compel me to secure her." Moreover, the designation of her as the Demon Path Saintess within the mission description piqued his interest, indicating that this young girl indeed possessed an extraordinary background. "Master?" Suddenly, Bai Qingqing's voice jolted him back from his reverie. Has the auction begun?" "Not yet." "That is good." Yiling Feng glanced back at the girl on the stage, and then smiled at Bai Qingqing. "Since our dear Qingqing is so kind-hearted, I shall not be stingy. We will purchase her shortly." In an effort to appear more natural, Yiling Feng decided to acquiesce to his disciple's sentiments. Seeing her master's enthusiastic agreement, Bai Qingqing was deeply moved, leaning in to grasp his arm and exclaiming, "Master, you truly are the best person in the world." It's not that exaggerated." Yiling Feng chuckled, feeling a twinge of guilt from the praise, for it was merely a decision made after weighing the pros and cons. As they engaged in conversation, the enchanting Hong Lian at the auction house began to announce the bidding price. This young girl, possessing the blood demon spirit body, had an opening bid set at 100,000 xianjing, with each subsequent increase not to be less than 5,000 xianjing. "Esteemed guests, if anyone wishes to bid, you may begin now." She smiled gently at the crowd, yet the initial price left many gasping in astonishment. An opening bid of 100,000 xianjing was truly beyond the contemplation of these ordinary cultivators. It was reasonable to expect the final transaction price to be even more staggering, considering the rarity of her blood demon spirit body. It would not be surprising if the price escalated to around 300,000. As Hong Lian's words fell, someone immediately placed a bid. 105,000 xianjing. 110,000 xianjing. 115,000 xianjing. Despite uncertainties regarding the origins of the girl in the black robe, her inherent allure prompted many to take a risk. At this point, the competition was solely among the guests in the various private booths vying for the black-robed maiden. For instance, Yuan Kuan in one of the booths also decided to join in. 150,000 xianjing. Previously, a few thousand xianjing might have intimidated others, but now, as soon as he called out, Yin Luo from the ordinary seating area responded. 160,000 xianjing. Yuan Kuan frowned slightly and quickly countered. 170,000 xianjing. Yin Luo remained undeterred. 180,000 xianjing. 190,000 xianjing. 200,000 xianjing. 210,000 xianjing. 220,000. The two men exchanged bids with such fervor that the price doubled in an instant, leaving no room for others to interject. This auction appeared to transform into a contest solely between them. Eventually, Yuan Kuan gritted his teeth and declared, 300,000 xianjing. Clearly, he aimed to leverage this tactic to suppress Yin Luo completely. However, while it had some effect, it was hardly significant. Yin Luo immediately countered, 301,000 xianjing. Upon hearing this price, Yuan Kuan's expression darkened, and he continued, 302,000 xianjing. Yet, just as he called out, Hong Lian gently shook her head. Esteemed guest, you no longer possess sufficient xianjing, so I regret to inform you that your bid is invalid. The current price remains at 301,000 xianjing. She had long memorized the xianjing reserves of each booth's guests. 301,000 xianjing was already the maximum Yuan Kuan could offer, and even that would require him to sell off several belongings to afford. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo could not help but tease. So, you have no xianjing left now? Then I shall claim this girl for myself. Although, as a cultivator who indulges in the present, he had about 200,000 xianjing at hand. He was fortunate to have a good partner. Together, they boasted nearly 400,000 xianjing in reserves. Facing Yin Luo's mockery, Yuan Kuan seethed with frustration. Ultimately, he could only glare fiercely in the direction of room 18. That despicable fellow. Had it not been for his treachery, this young girl would undoubtedly have been mine. At that moment, he harbored a desire to dismantle his opponent piece by piece. As Yuan Kuan ceased his bidding, the others found themselves somewhat financially strained at the lofty price of 310,000. In truth, this auction price had already met Hong Lian's expectations. It was unlikely to rise significantly higher. At the current price of 310,000, is there any esteemed guest who wishes to bid higher? A profound silence enveloped the room. Noticing this, Yin Luo and Yin Sha exchanged subtle smirks, as it seemed their victory was assured. Inside the private room, Yiling Feng, upon hearing the price of 310,000, felt the moment was ripe for action. Thus, he casually declared, 500,000 xianjing. Chapter 14. The Celestial Grade Mid-Tier Magical Treasure, the Qiankuan Shield. Upon Yiling Feng's announcement of the price, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Did they hear correctly? 500,000 xianjing. This was nearly double Yin Luo's bid. Even Hong Lian was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Her face lighting up with a smile as she exclaimed, the esteemed guest from room 18 is generous, bidding 500,000 xianjing. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The atmosphere in the room ignited with excitement alongside the new price. In the ordinary seating area, the expressions of Yin Luo and his companion were far from pleasant. Yin Luo, casting a cold glance at the private room above, remarked, are you perhaps attempting to raise the stakes maliciously? In response, the individual from the private room chuckled. I am not as shameless as some. I genuinely admire this young girl and intend to acquire her no matter what. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo furrowed his brow and exchanged a few hushed words with Yin Sha. Seemingly reaching a consensus, Yin Luo then called out, 505,000 xianjing. After stating this price, he turned his gaze toward Yiling Feng and declared, we have already revealed our identities. Our ghostly sect requires this girl, and we kindly ask you to give us face. While he appeared considerably more courteous than Yuan Kuan had been, his actions still reeked of veiled threats, albeit delivered with a softer tone. In their view, the ghostly sect had gained considerable notoriety in the Eastern Continent's demonic realm. Anyone wishing to avoid trouble would likely acquiesce to their demands. However, unexpectedly, the response was a dismissive scoff. Face? Are we well acquainted? Yiling Feng retorted with a snort. disregarding the threats he detested. Moreover, considering their identities, he was inclined to eliminate them outright, let alone show them any favor. If you lack Xianjing, kindly step aside and cease wasting time here. With that, he turned to Hong Lian and calmly stated a new figure. I bid 1 million Xianjing. It was evident that the previous price had merely astonished the others at his wealth. The announcement of such a staggering sum of 1 million mystical crystals left everyone questioning the sanity of the individual in question. Was this fellow truly out of his mind? The two individuals he was bidding against were nearly destitute, yet here he was, attempting to raise the stakes even further. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? Whispers filled the audience, and even the worldly wise Hong Lian was taken aback by the audacity of this price. My esteemed guest, are you genuinely prepared to offer such an amount? She found herself compelled to reconfirm. Indeed, Yiling Feng replied nonchalantly, did those two not desire her? Should they be able to proffer a greater sum, I would graciously yield this girl. This was not mere politeness. After all, to produce such a quantity of mystical crystals, Yiling Feng would need to part with some possessions. However, considering the promise of a double return afterward, he deemed it prudent to acquire as much as possible. This situation reminded him of a tale regarding marriage customs in a certain region, where the groom's gift would be reciprocated with double the bride's dowry, thus compelling the groom to gather an even larger offering. His bid, unsurprisingly, astonished everyone present, who in attendance could possibly muster 1 million mystical crystals. Consequently, the expressions of Yin Luo and Yin Sha were quite captivating. Yin Sha, who had remained silent, coldly regarded Yiling Feng's private room and remarked, very well. If you possess such wealth, then so be it. Despite his words, the chill in his tone was unmistakable. In room 6, Yuan Kuan observed the scene with a sneer directed at Yiling Feng's chamber. Who is this fool? Truly fearless, even if I do not pursue you. Your days are surely numbered. Ultimately, under the weight of Yiling Feng's extraordinary bid, no one else dared to surpass it. Hong Lian's announcement was swifter than ever before. 1 million mystical crystals for room 18. 1 million for the second time, 1 million for the third time, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room 18 for acquiring the beloved treasure, which will be delivered to you shortly. Her prior hesitance in calling was due to a fear of no one raising the bid, while this time she rushed to finalize the deal, anxious that Yiling Feng might reconsider. With a swift strike of the gavel, the matter was settled. The girl in the black cloak within the iron cage cast a fierce glance at the 18 room above, her eyes filled with malice. Whoever was willing to pay such a price for her must be a scion of a wealthy family, a debauched individual who squandered gold without a second thought. As the final item was sold, Hong Lian gracefully lifted her gown and bowed to the audience, announcing, esteemed guests, this evening's auction has come to an end. Guests in the general seating, please proceed to the counter for transactions. Those in private rooms, kindly await the arrival of our staff. I, Hong Lian, extend my gratitude for your support and eagerly anticipate your next visit. With her words, a curtain descended, much like the conclusion of a theatrical performance, ushering away the iron cage alongside it. Below, numerous men still shouted in excitement, Miss Hong Lian, we shall see you again next month. Hong Lian responded to everyone with a gentle smile, only exhaling a long breath once the curtain had fully descended. It felt as though she had performed in a grand play, utterly exhausted by its conclusion. Simultaneously, the smile on her face faded, replaced by a look of disdain. A throng of lecherous scoundrels, how revolting. During every auction, she was scrutinized by numerous lascivious individuals, their gazes fixated on her legs and chest, which made her feel deeply repulsed, though she could not express it. If she could, she would desire to eliminate them all. As for the guest in the private room number 18, she was somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that in such a remote place someone could squander so much profound crystal? Could it be someone from a holy land? Hong Lian pondered, just as a servant approached to drape a white robe over her delicate attire. Never mind who he is, it is of no concern to me. After donning the white robe, Hong Lian glanced at the girl in the iron cage beside her. Sensing the cold gaze directed at her, Hong Lian sighed softly and shook her head. Little sister, do not blame me. I have no familial ties to you, and thus no reason to rescue you. Blame your own origins instead. She had heard a bit about the misfortunes that befell the girl and felt some pity for her. However, as someone uninvolved, she saw no justification in risking her own safety for another's sake. Having concluded her remarks, she waved dismissively at the approaching individuals. Very well. Prepare her and send her to the esteemed guest in room 18. Upon hearing this, the others nodded respectfully. As you command, Your Highness. Hong Lian's brows furrowed slightly, her tone turning chilly. Have you forgotten what I said? The expressions of the individuals shifted, and they quickly altered their address. Yes, Miss Hong Lian. Thus, this evening's auction had reached its conclusion. The patrons in the common seating began to disperse, yet even as they left, they animatedly discussed the events that had just transpired. Undoubtedly, this auction was the most spectacular they had ever witnessed. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Yin Luo and Yin Sha cast a cold glance at the private room above. They were eager to discover just who this arrogant individual was. The two exchanged glances filled with murderous intent before departing with the throng. On the other side, within Yi Lingfeng's private room, a servant soon arrived. After a payment was made, someone entered carrying an object resembling an oversized briefcase. Puzzled, Yi Lingfeng inquired, "What is this you have brought?" In response, the servant smiled and explained, "Dear guest, do not misunderstand. This is an ecological box designed to accommodate individuals capable of storing goods. The special item you bid on is within, though she should still be unconscious and will normally awaken in 3 to 4 hours. At that time, I advise you to be cautious. Do not let this little girl harm you." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng suddenly understood. It seems there is a concern about one's ability to escort another away. After all, conventional spatial rings cannot accommodate living beings. And it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing to carry someone away directly. Yi Lingfeng activated his soul perception to inspect the contents of the box, confirming it contained the girl from earlier. "You have considered this quite thoroughly, I must say." "Naturally," replied the attendant with a faint smile, handing over a small shield. "Here is your Tri-Unity protective shield." Yi Lingfeng took it, examined it, and nodded in approval. "Yes, it appears to be in order." With that, the transaction was complete. Following the finalization, the attendant respectfully bowed and cheerfully remarked, "Esteemed guest, we look forward to your next visit." Once he departed, Yi Lingfeng surveyed the ecological box before him and couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Congratulations on completing the first phase of the task. Congratulations on receiving task reward 1, 2 million Xin crystals, with 1 random return opportunity." He had not anticipated that the task could be completed in segments. This was indeed intriguing. Subsequently, Yi Lingfeng recalled something. Speaking of which, the system seemed to have mentioned that magical artifacts were also within the realm of return opportunities, correct? Immediately, he glanced at the Tri-Unity protective shield in his hand, then at Bai Qingqing beside him, and promptly smiled as he handed it over. "Qingqing, this magical artifact is yours from now on." After all that had transpired, Bai Qingqing did not hesitate to accept, smiling and nodding. "Yes, thank you, master." At that moment, she had fully acknowledged Yi Lingfeng as her master. In fact, due to Yi Lingfeng's exceptional kindness toward her, she had been contemplating how to express her gratitude properly. With a smile gracing his lips, Yi Lingfeng's inner joy was even more profound. The reason was simple. The reward for returning had genuinely delighted him. Notification: you have granted your disciple a Xian Tier Supreme magical artifact, the Tri-Unity Protective Shield. Congratulations on activating a 1,500-fold return, obtaining a Heavenly Tier mid-grade artifact, the Qiankuan Shield. Qiankuan Shield, forged from Qiankuan iron. It embodies the forces of Yin and Yang, allowing it to withstand attacks when deployed and passively absorb 3 fatal injuries. Following the previous acquisition of a mid-grade Heavenly Tier sword technique, this marked yet another treasure of the same caliber. Observing its defensive capabilities filled Yi Lingfeng with excitement. If the prior sword technique significantly enhanced his offensive power, then the emergence of the Qiankuan Shield compensated for his defensive needs. This time, the rewards were indeed bountiful. Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Bai Qingqing and said, "Disciple, it is time for us to depart. The first half has concluded, and we must make our way to the second half, as there are still important matters to attend to." Shortly thereafter, the two exited the auction house and headed straight for the city gates. Just before leaving the city, he cast a sidelong glance behind him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The number of fish appears to be even greater than I had anticipated." Chapter 15. The astonished Yuan Kuan. As the auction concluded, the night had deepened, shrouding the world in silence. Beneath the starlit sky, a streak of azure and gold darted across the mountains, revealing the departure of Yi Lingfeng and Bai Qingqing from Qianwei City. Oh, wait. Considering the young girl nestled within the ecological box Yi Lingfeng carried, it should indeed be counted as 3. Since the ecological box could not be stored in a spatial ring, Yi Lingfeng had to bear it himself, resembling someone carrying a suitcase. The exhilaration of soaring through the night sky on a flying sword never grew tiresome, no matter how many times one experienced it. Yi Lingfeng glided above the nocturnal expanse. His spirits remarkably high. Ever since his transmigration, he had eagerly embraced the art of sword flight, and with the night breeze caressing his face and hair, he felt an immense sense of refreshment. In contrast, Bai Qingqing had grown accustomed to this sensation, yet her mind remained puzzled by another matter. Master, why did you suddenly increase the number of Xian crystals during the auction? She gazed at Yi Lingfeng with a perplexed expression, questioning if perhaps there were simply too many Xian crystals to burn. In response, Yi Lingfeng merely smiled enigmatically, concealing the truth behind his actions. Ah, my dear disciple, there are reasons for my actions, he replied, though in reality, his intent was merely to exploit the system for a bit of advantage. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Bai Qingqing felt it inappropriate to press further, genuinely believing in her master's wisdom and rationale. Soon after, her gaze fell upon the ecological box in Yi Lingfeng's grasp. And what of this young girl? What do you intend to do with her, master? Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts to Bai Qingqing. Just as he prepared to elaborate, a sudden realization struck him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. This matter, it seems, must be resolved upon our return. Initially bewildered, Bai Qingqing observed as her master lowered the flying sword and gently descended to the ground. Master, what are you? Before she could finish her question, several figures descended from the surroundings. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. My dear friend, with such a bountiful harvest, there is no need to rush away. Bai Qingqing turned sharply, only to find a gaunt elder unexpectedly materializing behind them, none other than the grand elder of the Xianjin sect, whom she had encountered at the auction. At that moment, her master had suggested that this very individual was behind the ambush. Accompanying Yuan Kuan were several Xianjin sect cultivators, their strength modest, merely at the innate level, likely serving as his aides. As they encircled Yi Lingfeng and Bai Qingqing with success, a chilling smile crept across Yuan Kuan's face, for he believed he had finally cornered his quarry. Yet, to his astonishment, upon meeting Yi Lingfeng's gaze, the latter simply chuckled lightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan Kuan inquired coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Lingfeng responded nonchalantly, "I merely did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. It seems you were eager to tear me to pieces." "You are indeed clever," Yuan Kuan retorted. "Today you have humiliated me and caused me to lose a considerable amount of Xianjing. How could I possibly allow you to leave unscathed?" After speaking, Yuan Kuan seemed to contemplate something, scrutinizing Yi Lingfeng with a contemptuous snort. "However, since you anticipated my arrival, why do you travel at such a leisurely pace?" Yi Lingfeng scoffed, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I must admit, I would be more concerned had you not come. Do you truly not realize that I am deliberately luring you here?" His words caused Yuan Kuan's brow to furrow, and he fixed his gaze on Yi Lingfeng, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" The implication in his words was clear. He recognized the other. "Who am I? Just take a closer look and you shall know," Yi Lingfeng smirked. And as he spoke, a long sword materialized in his hand, poised for action. Hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, Yuan Kuan indeed scrutinized him intently. And after a moment of careful observation, the expression on his face changed dramatically. "It's you. You're not dead." His reaction resembled that of someone who had encountered a ghost. In truth, Yuan Kuan was startled, pondering whether he had stumbled upon a vengeful spirit. At that moment, Yi Lingfeng coldly remarked, "Did you truly believe my sect to be so insignificant that a mere apprentice could eliminate me?" Yuan Kuan's face darkened as he finally comprehended why the other had targeted him. However, he was more concerned with another matter at hand. Meanwhile, not far away on a cliff, two dark figures gradually emerged, observing Yi Lingfeng and Yuan Kuan from a distance. Their identities were unmistakable. They were Yin Luo and Yin Sha, who had followed along. After Yi Lingfeng had snatched the last maiden and mocked them, they had retreated, growing increasingly irate, and thus decided to orchestrate a delightful scene of murder and treasure seizing outside the city. Yin Sha raised an eyebrow, remarking, There are already people present. It seems our timing is not ideal." "What nonsense. Our timing is perfect," Yin Luo replied with a smirk. "This scenario is perfectly suited for us to watch the clam and the snipe contend, and we shall reap the benefits." "Indeed, that makes sense," Yin Sha's eyes brightened. "Perhaps we can seize something from those two. Let us observe for now," Yin Luo suggested, but then his gaze fell upon the distant Bai Qingqing. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and his brow furrowed. "Wait, do you not find that little girl over there somewhat familiar?" Yin Luo, confident in his recognition skills, turned to Yin Sha. Upon hearing this, Yin Sha focused intently. "Familiar? Let me see." After a brief moment, he was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. No, this little girl. The more I look at her, the more she resembles the Bai family remnant our sect leader ordered us to find. As the young mistress of the Bai family, the girl specifically named by the sect leader, they still had some impression of her. And though the girl before them seemed to have used some disguise technique, traces of her true appearance were still discernible. After careful observation, both men confirmed her identity without a doubt. This was indeed Bai Qingqing, the Bai family remnant they had been searching for. In shock, couldn't he help but laugh. Aha. It seems we've stumbled upon her without even trying. While the entire sect had been searching for so long without success, they had merely attended an auction and accidentally run into their target. Overcome with excitement, he immediately turned to Yin Luo and asked, Old Luo, what do you say? Should we strike first, or? Not yet. Yin Luo shook his head, watching the confrontation ahead with a smirk. First, we'll discreetly summon the other search teams to gather here. As for us, he paused, his voice lowering. For safety's sake, let this unknown old fool test that man's strength first. Truthfully, they weren't entirely sure of Yuan Kuan's identity, only having heard in the auction hall that he was a grand elder from a nearby sect. His cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm made him a perfect candidate to test the waters for them. Insha nodded in agreement. Indeed. Best if they wear each other out. Having settled on their plan, the two concealed their auras and quietly waited, observing as the confrontation unfolded. Meanwhile, Yuan Kuan frowned after hearing Yiling Feng's earlier remark. Where is my subordinate? If the other party knew he had sent someone and even recognized them as his subordinate, they must have encountered them. In response, Yiling Feng curled his lips into a cold smile. You'll find out soon enough. I'll send you to meet him personally. The implication was clear. His subordinate was likely dead. Yuan Kuan's expression darkened. You killed him? In your condition, how could you possibly? But before he could finish, realization struck him. His eyes widened in shock as they locked onto Yiling Feng. You? How is this possible? Noticed it, have you? Yiling Feng chuckled. Then, with a sudden surge of power, his sword erupted with a brilliant cyan glow. A domineering, razor-sharp sword aura spiraled around him, the air itself trembling as gusts of wind howled. His robes billowed wildly as a faint golden-green radiance enveloped his entire body. Gripping his sword with one hand, he exuded an overwhelming pressure. His gaze turned icy as he glared at Yuan Kuan. Now, it's your turn to die. With those words, Yiling Feng's figure shot forward like a reverse-falling cyan meteor. His blade tore through the air as he lunged straight for Yuan Kuan. The astonishing speed and overwhelming sense of pressure jolted Yuan Kuan's spirit. Fortunately, his instincts for battle compelled him to conjure a defense at the very last moment. The black wind round shield. He summoned a dark shadow in his grasp, which swiftly unfurled before him, transforming into a circular shield. At that very instant, Yiling Feng's sword struck the black shield, unleashing a thunderous roar. Immediately, the black wind round shield trembled violently, as if it were enduring a force beyond its capacity. Ultimately, the shield shattered under Yiling Feng's assault, and Yuan Kuan was subsequently sent flying by the ensuing surge of profound energy. His body crashed to the ground, the immense force nearly forcing him to kneel. Blood trickled from the corner of his pale lips as he struggled to lift his head. His eyes filled with shock as he gazed at Yiling Feng. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, How could you possibly be at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage? Surprised, are we? Yiling Feng replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he advanced slowly towards him. Despite his seemingly casual banter, the sword in his hand was steadily gathering profound energy, preparing for the next strike. Yuan Kuan's expression darkened. He could not comprehend how, just a short while ago, he had ambushed him. At that time, he had led several elders from his sect to force the opponent to flee like a dog, tail between his legs. The enemy's cultivation had clearly only been at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, and after sustaining severe injuries and being struck by his deadly palm technique, how could he possibly recover and experience such a rapid surge in power in such a short time? No, this was impossible unless the opponent had been feigning all along. Indeed, that must be the case. He had deliberately suppressed his cultivation and pretended to be ambushed and injured, all to make their Xianjian sect underestimate him, only to seize the opportunity to strike back. What a cunning mind and ruthless heart. Yiling Feng was truly a terrifying individual. With all these realizations, Yuan Kuan's desire to fight had vanished. Now, his only thought was how to escape unscathed. Suddenly, he twisted his hands into a formation and called out, Crimson Demon Shadow, disperse. In an instant, Yuan Kuan's body underwent a transformation, morphing into a blood-colored shadow that froze in place. A pungent scent of blood rapidly permeated the air, while crimson rays of light began to shoot forth from this shadow. akin to fireworks soaring into the sky. Yet, it was evident that each of these rays could potentially be Yuan Kun himself. Chapter 16. You may be an idiot. But I am not. It seemed this was the sinister evasion technique he had mastered. Yilingfeng recognized this technique from his memories. It was the very evasion method that the former leader of the ancient Dao sect had almost used to kill him years ago, allowing the opponent to escape unscathed. The evasion technique indeed possessed remarkable qualities, but alas, it was a malevolent art. It is well known that many methods employed by dark practitioners are deemed to be wicked stratagems. These methods, however, are subject to the restraint of the most radiant entities. Yilingfeng narrowed his eyes, conjuring a golden fireball in his hand and casting it skyward. Fire of the vermilion bird, arise. The blazing orb surged toward the heavens, erupting in a thunderous explosion, akin to resplendent golden fireworks illuminating the night sky. Yet, in the wake of this brilliance, the scattered sparks did not extinguish immediately, but fell like a rain of fire. Each cluster of golden, vermilion bird flames resembled countless miniature suns, dispelling all malevolent entities in the vicinity. In the sky, the fleeing red streaks swiftly vanished beneath the flames. Only a shadow, enveloped in a crimson glow, remained suspended in the air, gazing in astonishment at the surrounding golden flames. How could this be? Below, Yilingfeng regarded him with a smile. Before him, a cerulean sword floated, entwined with azure sword light and golden flames, its tip pointed directly at him. Old fool, now where will you hide? Yilingfeng narrowed his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals, and declared, Wind's breath sword technique, break the wind. This was the sword technique he had previously imparted to Bai Qingqing, and it was his most formidable strike aside from the sun and moon sword technique. As the words echoed, his fingers moved, causing the cerulean sword to tremble before transforming into a streak of azure meteor slicing through the night sky. It was as if a swift stroke of azure had been painted across the canvas of the night, striking the midair Yuan Kun directly. Having just activated his escape technique, Yuan Kun was unable to defend or evade, plummeting to the ground like a fallen star, crashing heavily upon impact. Yilingfeng beckoned with his empty hand, and the cerulean sword, after circling the sky, accurately returned to his grasp. Approaching Yuan Kun, who lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life, Yilingfeng's eyes held no trace of compassion. You have lost. Yuan Kun's chest had been pierced through, his internal organs shattered. Had he not possessed the golden core, he would undoubtedly be dead. At that moment, Yuan Kun coughed incessantly, spitting blood, and, glancing at the golden flames still descending, spoke in trepidation. What kind of fire is this? The moment I was touched by that golden flame, I nearly felt my soul being scorched. Yilingfeng, of course, offered no response to his inquiry, raising his sword to his throat with an icy demeanor. No more words. Do you have any final words? Realizing his imminent demise, Yuan Kun gritted his teeth, declaring, if you kill me, it will mean an irrevocable feud with our Xianjian sect. At this juncture, he still attempted to threaten Yilingfeng, but it was futile. Yilingfeng scoffed, finding his words to be a humorous jest. You speak as though we are not already engaged in a fight to the death. With that, he raised the sword's edge, instilling complete fear in Yuan Kun. Wait, do not kill me. I will give you anything you desire, Yuan Kun pleaded, still struggling, hoping that Yilingfeng would spare him. In response, Yilingfeng let out a mocking laugh. What I desire has always been but one thing. You claim you would give me anything? Very well, then grant me your life. Yuan Kun was taken aback, only to witness the sword descending from above. Moments later, Yilingfeng's sword struck, and Yuan Kun's head was severed from his body. Observing the lifeless form lying in a pool of blood, Yilingfeng shook his head. Given the opponent's cultivation level, if they had truly dared to fight him, without employing the celestial sword technique, he might not have easily prevailed. Yet, from the very beginning, the adversary had been consumed by fear and sought to flee, presenting numerous openings that allowed Yilingfeng to effortlessly subdue him. Yilingfeng raised his hand, and the spatial ring on the corpse soared into the air. After all, he was a grand elder of a sect, and his spatial ring was worth inspecting. Perhaps it contained something valuable. Having secured his spoils, Yilingfeng did not forget to eliminate the Xianjian sect cultivators that Yuan Kun had brought with him. At this juncture, Yilingfeng's peripheral vision caught sight of something in the distance. Meanwhile, concealed on the cliff, Yin Luo and Yin Sha both felt immense relief for their earlier decision to hide. Otherwise, considering the strength Yilingfeng had just displayed, their combined efforts might not have ensured their survival. Yin Sha took a deep breath and remarked, that was close. I never anticipated that fellow would be at the peak of the golden core stage. Yin Luo, too, appeared visibly shaken. Indeed, and it seems that the flames he wields exert a special suppressive effect on us practitioners of the demonic path. The disparity in cultivation is already vast, and coupled with such unilateral suppression, should a confrontation arise, death would not be far off. Insha nodded in agreement, then inquired, "What should we do now? Should we retreat? Retreat? We cannot squander this fortuitous opportunity." Yin Luo immediately dismissed the notion of fleeing, then added with a cold smirk, "Even if he is at the peak of the golden core stage, he may not detect us. We merely need to follow discreetly and wait for reinforcements to arrive. By then, even he will not be able to leave alive." Insha found the suggestion somewhat perilous yet was intrigued. Just as he was about to consent, he suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Old Luo, beware behind you." Yin Luo's expression changed as he sensed something amiss and desperately dodged to the side. He then saw Yi Lingfeng's figure appear like a specter, poised to launch an attack against him. Insha, having sensed the danger in advance, instinctively drew his weapon as Yin Luo evaded. The crimson curved blade in his hand erupted with a surge of blood-red mist, descending upon Yi Lingfeng with tremendous force. Yet, Yi Lingfeng caught it barehanded. Damn it! The countenance of Insha shifted dramatically as he observed his opponent channeling profound energy into his palm, effortlessly restraining his blade with bare hands. In the same realm, unless one is a body cultivator, engaging in unarmed combat against a weapon is exceedingly perilous. Yet their disparity in cultivation was undeniably vast. While the speed was commendable, the strength was woefully inadequate. Yi Lingfeng shook his head, and then a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes as an immense power erupted from him, akin to a mountain. Fully aware that his adversaries operated as a duo with combined attack techniques, Yi Lingfeng was resolute in denying them any opportunity to execute their strategy. He unleashed his full strength from the very outset. A gust of wind accompanied his palm strike, and a golden radiance surged forth. With a thunderous crash, under the force of his explosion, Insha was struck squarely in the chest and sent hurtling backwards. Immediately, Yi Lingfeng formed a sword gesture with his hand, and the awaiting azure sword tip shot forth, piercing through Insha midair. Old Sha. Observing Insha plummeting from the sky, Yin Luo's expression changed dramatically. Just as he intended to approach and assess his companion's condition, Yi Lingfeng interposed himself with his sword. Seeing this, Yin Luo, with a grim demeanor, inquired, "Who on earth are you? Do you wish to oppose our Yuming sect?" In the past, they had encountered perilous situations. Yet others typically afforded them some respect upon recognizing them as elders of the Yuming sect. Over time, they had come to regard the Yuming sect as a formidable symbol of intimidation. However, this emblem held no sway over Yi Lingfeng, who even offered a mocking smile in response. "To put it simply, you have no idea who I am, do you?" Yi Lingfeng's words momentarily stunned Yin Luo. "What do you mean by that?" "It means," Yi Lingfeng shot him a disdainful glance, as if regarding a fool. "Are you so foolish as to think I would reveal my identity to you? Even if I were to slay you, no one would know who was responsible, right? You." Feeling himself mocked, Yin Luo seethed with rage, yet his reason remained intact. He glanced at the unconscious Insha nearby and could not help but let out a silent sigh. "Old Sha, do not blame me. You are truly beyond salvation." Although they frequently fought alongside one another and shared a camaraderie forged in battle, when faced with such dire adversity, one must ultimately look out for oneself. Swiftly, his gaze swept the surroundings, landing on Bai Qingqing, who was waiting not far away. An idea sparked in his mind. In a fleeting moment, he retreated rapidly, simultaneously condensing a dark aura in his palms, transforming it into a swirling mass of black mist. "Then let us perish together." A fierce gleam crossed his eyes as he bellowed, soul-snatching claw. Upon his utterance, a colossal black claw erupted from the black mist before him. Its trajectory aimed squarely at Yi Lingfeng, who was indeed ready to receive the incoming assault. Just as he was about to launch his attack, he abruptly redirected his target towards Bai Qingqing. The formidable black claw emitted a series of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. Should it strike Bai Qingqing directly, it would likely reduce her to mere pulp in an instant. "Master!" Bai Qingqing's pupils contracted. Initially, she had kept her distance to avoid disturbing her master, yet she had still been targeted. Observing the situation, Yi Lingfeng furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, raised his hand to deliver a swift strike. The azure sword light shattered the black claw in an instant, allowing him to exhale in relief as he coldly regarded Yin Luo. "I ask, what skill is there in ambushing a young girl?" Upon hearing this, Yin Luo let out a cold laugh. "If I hadn't ambushed her, how could I have had the opportunity to escape?" Yi Lingfeng then noticed that in Yin Luo's palm, taking advantage of the moment when he had drawn his sword, A sphere of pure black energy had coalesced. From a distance, it appeared akin to a small black orb, but upon closer inspection, it was evidently some form of compressed, ultimate power. At this moment, Yin Luo's lips curled into a grin as he declared, "Farewell, esteemed sir." Dark demon dissolution. With those words, he grasped the black orb, raised it high, and crushed it. Instantly, pure black energy, resembling ink, scattered from the orb, seemingly alive as it entwined around Yin Luo's body. This dark demon dissolution was a life-preserving technique imparted only to a select few elders within the sect. By harnessing the precondensed extreme Yin demonic energy, combined with a substantial amount of his own vital essence, he executed this formidable escape technique. He was quite confident in its efficacy. According to the sect leader, this was a top-tier secret method that had originated from a sacred place. As long as it was successfully executed, it was exceedingly difficult to be intercepted, even if one's cultivation was a major realm below. The sole drawback was its somewhat sluggish initiation and significant energy consumption, as each use cost nearly half of one's life force. Yet, even so, it was preferable to losing one's entire life. Thankfully, he had found the opportunity to deploy it. However, as Yi Lingfeng sensed something amiss and was about to unsheath his sword, he noticed that Yin Luo, enveloped in black energy, had already shot upwards into the sky at lightning speed. This speed was indeed beyond Yi Lingfeng's expectations, causing him to furrow his brow. What on earth was that black power? Just as he prepared to sigh at the sight of his opponent's escape, the situation underwent a subtle transformation. Suddenly, as Yin Luo soared to a height of 1,000 feet, the black energy surrounding him abruptly seemed to be drawn away, cascading downwards. A strand of that black power fell from the sky, landing upon Yuan Kuen's lifeless body. As the black energy dissipated, it appeared that Yin Luo had lost all strength, plummeting directly from the sky and crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap not far from where he had taken off. Chapter 17. Disciple. Behold the sword of your master. This unforeseen turn of events left both sides in a state of confusion. Yi Lingfeng wore a peculiar expression, teasingly remarking, "I say, have you just crash-landed? Damn it, what is happening?" Yin Luo appeared utterly perplexed. It was not his first time employing this secret technique, and he had encountered no issues previously. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the corpse of Yuan Kuen, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that the body harbored some anomaly? Yet, at this moment, such considerations seemed trivial. As doubt clouded his mind, Yi Lingfeng seized the opportunity, launching a swift strike with his sword while Yin Luo was distracted. It was too late. Yin Luo's eyes narrowed, but he could not react in time. The azure sword soared forth, piercing through his chest and pinning him against a nearby rock wall. After retracting the flying sword, Yin Luo's body crumpled to the ground, struggling desperately yet rendered immobile. The reason Yi Lingfeng refrained from severing his head was quite simple. He turned to glance at the dazed Bai Qingqing not far away. With a slight motion of his finger, the azure sword descended, its hilt hovering before her. "Qingqing, I have incapacitated these two adversaries for you. The remainder is yours to address." Bai Qingqing paused, her eyes fixating on the sword before her, instantly comprehending her master's intent. This was a gesture acknowledging her blood feud with them, allowing her the honor of exacting revenge herself. What a considerate master he was, thinking of her so thoroughly. She bit her lip and bowed deeply to Yi Lingfeng. "Disciple thanks master for this opportunity." In truth, Yi Lingfeng's rationale for this decision stemmed from his belief that any emotion, if suppressed for too long, would inevitably manifest problems. Bai Qingqing's animosity towards the Yuming sect, if not expressed, could become a stumbling block on her path to cultivation, even transforming into a heart demon. Thus, if the chance arose, it was better to let her release some of that tension early on. As Bai Qingqing accepted her master's sword, she made her way towards the nearby Insha. At that moment, owing to Yi Lingfeng's precise handling, Insha still clung to life. Fear flickered in his eyes as he beheld Bai Qingqing approach. "You dare!" But before he could finish his sentence, Bai Qingqing unleashed the sword, severing his head. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across the young girl's face and garments. Yet, she paid it no heed, turning her focus to Yin Luo, who lay nearby. Seeing her advance, Yin Luo attempted to rise but found himself unable to move. The fall had shattered his bones, and Yi Lingfeng's sword had utterly destroyed his dantian. He could only watch helplessly as the girl approached, knowing his demise was imminent. In a final, grotesque display, he shouted at her. "The Yuming sect will not let you escape. You and your master will one day meet a fate without burial." However, Bai Qingqing remained unfazed by his frantic cries, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed upon him. "One day, all members of the Yuming sect will join you below." A chilling expression crossed her bloodied face as the sword fell from her grasp. Shortly thereafter, both Yin Sha and Yin Luo met their ends beneath her blade. He cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, momentarily engulfed in a daze, questioning the authenticity of the scene before him. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Yi Lingfeng in the distance, his grip on the sword tightening instinctively. Perhaps, with my master present, it is entirely possible that I may soon avenge my grievances. At this very moment, Yi Lingfeng approached Yuan Kuan's corpse. His expression one of perplexity as he scrutinized it closely. How curious, could it be that his body absorbed something? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he promptly crouched down to rummage through the corpse's pockets. Indeed, he swiftly unearthed a familiar object. Almost forgotten, there remained this item. What he extracted from the pocket was, astonishingly, the ancient copper piece he had purchased at an exorbitant price during the auction at nightfall. Previously, the copper piece had appeared rather dull, yet now, a faint black glow emanated from its surface. Simultaneously, 3 minuscule characters emerged upon it. Shinyinju. Could it be that it absorbed the dark power from the Yin Luo? Yi Lingfeng's brow arched, judging by the current circumstances. It is highly likely that this dark power is the key to unlocking the seal on the copper piece. However, a dilemma arose. He seemed unaware of what that power was called. Turning to glance at Yin Luo, he discovered the body was already severed from its head. Well then, it appears I must place my hopes on whether his spatial ring contains any information regarding the relevant secret arts. If it proves fruitless, I might have to wait until I encounter a practitioner from the Yuming sect to glean pertinent intelligence from them. Although immediate opportunities may be scarce, at least a direction has been established, making it less daunting to unravel the mystery ahead. He then set fire to Yuan Kuan's corpse until nothing remained and approached Bai Qingqing, smiling as he inquired, "How are you feeling now? A bit more at ease?" "Yes. Thank you, master," Bai Qingqing nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for her master, she might have taken countless years to eliminate those two. "Well, it's nothing much. Just remember to wash your face when we return. You've got blood splattered all over." Yi Lingfeng gently ruffled her hair, offering a playful reminder. The chill she had exhibited during the killing faded, and she resembled a soft little rabbit, obediently nodding. Understood, master." Yi Lingfeng smiled faintly, then stored away the spatial rings of Yin Sha and Yin Luo, preparing to examine them in detail. Suddenly, he raised his head and furrowed his brow. "It seems we must depart swiftly." What is it?" "There are cultivators approaching, and in great numbers." Could they be practitioners from the Yuming sect?" "That is highly likely." Within the range of his perception, he sensed over a dozen waves of profound energy converging towards them, the strongest among them evidently reaching the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, while the remaining energies were predominantly at the levels of the Profound Core and Golden Core. The reason is quite apparent. It must be that the two individuals earlier have discerned Bai Qingqing's true identity, which has incited the pursuit from the Underworld sect. Although the current pursuers do not collectively pose a threat to him, the uncertainty of how many more may follow is troubling. Should a formidable Yuanling realm expert appear, even if he manages to escape, Bai Qingqing's safety would be in jeopardy. Subsequently, Yi Lingfeng ignited the corpses of Yin Luo and Yin Sha with flames, before swiftly taking Bai Qingqing in the ecological box, ascending upon his flying sword to make his escape. Nearly half a minute later, several figures descended, most clad in dark attire. Among them, a 6th-tier Golden Core practitioner landed first, and upon surveying the scene, his expression darkened. He immediately instructed those who followed him. "Yin Luo and Yin Sha have been slain. It must be the work of that person. I will pursue them. You all follow me." "Understood." Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, he charged ahead, pursuing Yi Lingfeng. His speed was astonishing, seemingly aided by some special means, as he gradually closed the distance between them. As time elapsed on the flying sword, Bai Qingqing gazed at the night sky behind them. From their vantage point, she could faintly discern a dozen streaks of light trailing them in the distance, one of which appeared to be steadily drawing nearer. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing expressed her concern. "Master, it seems they are catching up." Yi Lingfeng turned his head to glance back, his brow furrowing with irritation. "These fellows are like pesky shadows. Do they truly believe I am easy prey?" The situation had become precarious. If he turned to confront them, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time, and more underworld sect practitioners could arrive in waves. Conversely, if he chose not to engage and allowed them to follow, they would serve as a living beacon for the pursuers. When the Yuanling realm experts arrived, he would still face considerable trouble. He needed to devise a plan to dissuade them from their pursuit. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Lingfeng's eyes narrowed with determination. In that case, Let us unleash a grand spectacle. Resolute, he glanced at Bai Qingqing and smiled. Disciple, prepare to witness a magnificent sword demonstration. What are you planning to do? I am about to showcase a sword technique, one of great flair. Bai Qingqing looked at him with curiosity. One of great flair? To be honest, she thought the sword technique he had just employed was already quite impressive. Could he possibly possess an even more formidable technique? As her intrigue deepened, Yi Lingfeng turned away, conjuring a long sword in his hand. Simultaneously, their flying sword came to a halt. The underworld sect practitioners, upon realizing this shift, were taken aback. Particularly the leading 6th-tier golden core cultivator, whose brow furrowed slightly. What is happening? Do they feel they cannot escape and have chosen to stand their ground? Exercising caution, he reduced his speed in pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial act ultimately saved his life. As he decelerated, the cultivators trailing behind gradually caught up, questioning him with puzzled expressions. What is it, Elder Yu? Why do you not pursue further? Given that he had halted, they could easily close the distance in mere moments. In response, the individual referred to as Elder Yu raised his hand and replied, There is no rush. I have an unsettling feeling about the situation. It soon became evident that his intuition was indeed correct. Just as he finished speaking, a startled voice cried out, Look over there. What is that ahead? Upon hearing this, everyone lifted their gazes. As they beheld the sight of their quarry, astonishment washed over them. Before them, in the night sky, a radiant ring ascended as if heralding the dawn. Its searing warmth and blinding light enveloped the area for miles around. Many mortals, still awake, curiously poked their heads out of windows, scratching their heads in confusion. Strange, why is the sun rising so early today? To Elder Yu and his companions, however, it was evident that within the massive ring stood a diminutive figure. With their extraordinary vision, they discerned that it was unmistakably a human silhouette. Without a doubt, this was the person they were pursuing. At that moment, they witnessed the individual cast a frigid gaze in their direction, simultaneously raising the long sword in his hand to point at them. He seemed to utter a name, perhaps invoking a sword technique. Then, the colossal ring abruptly converged, all its energy channeling towards the sword he held. The night was once again engulfed in darkness, leaving only the luminous moon, twinkling stars, and a glimmer of white light. Ultimately, as he raised the sword overhead and swept it forward, a colossal sword light, stretching over 1,000 feet, tore through the night, hurtling directly toward them. Chapter 18. Master, you were so wicked. Scatter. Elder Yu's expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed at the others. Thanks to his warning, the rest finally reacted and desperately dispersed in all directions. Fortunately, the distance from which the attack was launched gave them a moment to react. The silver sword light did not strike immediately. Everyone scrambled away with urgency. But those of lesser cultivation who could not evade in time disintegrated upon contact with the sword light. The silver blade cleaved into the ground, visibly rending a grotesque chasm in the earth below. In the distance, Bai Qingqing beheld the devastation wrought by Yi Lingfeng's strike, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. What sword technique has Master employed? Although it seemed he had been practicing his swordsmanship of late, the power he displayed far exceeded anything previously witnessed. Of course, this perception was primarily due to Yi Lingfeng's restrained efforts within the sect. Now, unleashing his full strength was an entirely different matter. The terrifying sword strike profoundly unsettled everyone present. Among the pursuers from the underworld sect, even the most accomplished Elder Yu felt his pupils constrict. It was unmistakably a celestial tier sword technique. Only such a technique could possess such extraordinary power. Upon hearing this, the survivors around could not help but swallow hard. The opponent's evident cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, coupled with the terrifying might of a celestial tier sword technique. Who on earth was this individual? This question loomed in their minds. Suddenly, a chilling voice reached Elder Yu's ears. If you pursue any further, you shall bear the consequences. This was an unambiguous threat, and there was no doubt the speaker possessed the strength to back it up. Hearing the distant transmission, Elder Yu furrowed his brow and attempted to communicate. Friend, the girl by your side is wanted by our underworld sect. Keeping her near will only invite trouble upon yourself. In response, Yi Lingfeng scoffed. Are you threatening me? No. I merely wish to offer a warning, Elder Yu replied, taking a deep breath, his tone earnest. While I am unaware of your origins, if you were to abandon her, our underworld sect would not oppose you and would treat you with great courtesy. What do you think? Not much at all, Yi Lingfeng remarked coldly from a distance. She is now my disciple. If you wish to trouble her, you are declaring war upon me. As for who he was, Yi Lingfeng had previously chosen to remain discreet. However, after a moment of contemplation, he allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. He tilted his head slightly, exuding an air of superiority, and proclaimed, "I am Duan Wu Yuan, the master of the Xianjian sect. If your underworld sect truly desires a conflict, I shall gladly accompany you to the end." His confidence stemmed from the knowledge that there had been no prior interactions between the Xianjian sect and the underworld sect, merely a mutual awareness of each other's existence. As anticipated, upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's self-introduction, Elder Yu's expression darkened. He had indeed heard of this sect, known to possess some strength near Qianwei City. But he had not expected them to wield the celestial tier sword technique. "Master Duan, do you truly wish to oppose our underworld sect? And if I do?" Yi Lingfeng retorted with a cold snort, then turned to leave, transmitting one final message. "If you truly wish for death, come and try." With that, he swiftly departed alongside Bai Qingqing, vanishing into the night sky. This time, the members of the underworld sect displayed no intention of pursuing further. As Yi Lingfeng completely disappeared, one of the underworld sect's cultivators beside Elder Yu could not help but inquire, "Elder Yu, shall we not pursue?" As their conversation had been a private exchange. The others remained oblivious to it. Upon hearing, Elder Yu shot a glare at him and scoffed. "Chase after them? Are you intending to lead us all to our doom? Let alone the fact that if that sword strike had been unleashed in a normal battle, I would have likely been reduced to ashes on the spot. Moreover, the opponent is at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, inherently stronger than I, and it would not require much effort for them to slay me." The man, who had been glared at by Elder Yu, cleared his throat and said, "Then let us wait here for the others." For Elder Yu, valuing life was a fundamental principle. Even if it meant facing the wrath of the sect leader later, it was far better than being left in a state of confusion. In the distance, above the sea of clouds, Bai Qingqing looked at Yi Lingfeng with curiosity, her mind swirling with questions. "Master, why did you just proclaim yourself to be the sect leader of the Xianjian sect?" Seeing her puzzled expression, Yi Lingfeng chuckled and replied, "What else could it be? It was merely a grand gift for our Xianjian sect leader." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing paused, and being as astute as she was, she quickly grasped the implication. Her expression turning peculiar. "Master, you're quite mischievous." Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a smile, feeling no remorse for his actions. "The sect leader is a despicable individual. It is only fitting that I employ equally cunning tactics against him." "You have a point there." Bai Qingqing nodded, then suddenly recalled something, hastily changing the topic. "By the way, Master, the sword technique you used earlier was incredibly powerful. What grade is it?" Although she had her suspicions regarding its might, she found it hard to believe. This time, Yi Lingfeng did not keep her in suspense. He answered with a candid smile, "It goes without saying. It is a celestial grade mystic technique. Otherwise, how could it possess such tremendous power?" Of course, while the power was immense, in strict terms, that strike was more about intimidation, ensuring they would not dare to pursue further. Bai Qingqing gasped in astonishment. "Isn't it said that celestial-grade mystic techniques are predominantly monopolized by those sacred powers?" At this, Yi Lingfeng merely wore a mysterious expression. "Well, perhaps one day in the future, you shall discover the truth for yourself." Currently, his strength was still insufficient. He could not reveal the existence of the system, for doing so could lead to catastrophic consequences. Only when he became utterly invincible on the continent would it be the appropriate moment to share the truth. However, this explanation left Bai Qingqing nodding in agreement, while inwardly, she began to ponder. Could it be that Master is the reincarnation of a mystic emperor? This would indeed explain everything, including his rapid rise in cultivation and the essence of the swordsmanship he imparted to her. The more she contemplated this hypothesis, the more plausible it seemed. Indeed, it is certain that the Master is the reincarnation of the Xian Emperor, currently merely undergoing a revival. Yi Lingfeng harbored doubts in his heart, feeling an inexplicable peculiarity in Bai Qingqing's gaze upon him. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, today marked the first time he fully unleashed the sun and moon sword technique, and he never anticipated such a terrifying effect. Yi Lingfeng could scarcely fathom the cataclysmic power that would be unleashed upon his future breakthrough to the golden core stage, reaching the Yuan Ling realm. With this thought, he could not suppress his burgeoning anticipation. Following a delightful reverie, his gaze ultimately settled upon the ecological box nearby. Next, he must contemplate how to make her willingly accept him as her master. Chapter 19. Do as you wish. As Yi Lingfeng had foreseen, after his departure, more and more cultivators from the Yuming sect began to congregate. Had he not managed to escape in time, returning to confront them could have entangled him in an inextricable battle. At that juncture, a man in red robes soared down from the distant sky, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. The red-clad cultivator stood with his hands clasped behind his back, descending from the heavens with a swiftness akin to teleportation. Upon his arrival, the gathered Yuming sect disciples respectfully bowed in unison. "Welcome, Deputy Sect Master." This man in red was none other than Chi Hong, the Deputy Sect Master of the Yuming sect, colloquially known as the Red Demon Old Ghost, who was also the foremost authority on external affairs. He had come at the behest of the sect master to lead a thorough search for remnants of the Bai family. His gaze swept the surroundings before quickly landing on Elder Yu beside him, inquiring, "The subsequent message was sent by you, was it not?" Elder Yu nodded, responding with deference. "Indeed." Chi Hong's tone remained calm as he blandly inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired here?" Following this, Elder Yu recounted the prior events and the origins mentioned during the communication with the opposing party. Naturally, he embellished his account, omitting his fear of death and instead claiming concern for the safety of his companions due to the formidable strength of the adversary. He alluded to the potential for the opponent to vanish without a trace should an unforeseen mishap occur, thus concocting various justifications for himself. Fortunately, the deputy sect master did not pursue the matter further. Finally, he added, "By the way, I have heard of that Xian Sword sect master. He is indeed at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, aligning with the individual we encountered today. Moreover, judging by his ostentatious demeanor, he likely would not stoop to falsifying his background." After listening to his account, Chi Hong appeared contemplative, finding some merit in his reasoning. However, even with his suspicions, there were no other leads aside from the Xian Sword sect at present. Ultimately, he snorted coldly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. A mere Xian Sword sect indeed possesses audacity. After uttering this, he cast a cold glance at those around him. "Let us venture forth together to unveil the source of the audacity possessed by the master of the Xianzhen sect." Under his guidance, a multitude of practitioners from the Netherworld sect soared into the air, heading directly towards the location of the Xianzhen sect. Unbeknownst to Duan Weiyuan, a grand surprise from Yi Lingfeng was already en route. When Yi Lingfeng and Bai Qingqing returned to the Ancient Path sect, it was well past midnight. In a chamber of the sect, flickering candlelight cast a warm, golden hue upon the surroundings. Beside the bed, an ecological box had been opened, and the black-robed maiden, who had been curled within, was gently lifted onto the bed. Observing the frail figure before him, akin to a sleeping beauty, devoid of her former brilliance, she resembled a slumbering little wildcat, vulnerable and alone. Yi Lingfeng regarded her for a moment, unable to articulate grandiloquent praises, and could only express with a sense of wonder. This little girl remained so beautiful even in sleep. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and could not help but mutter softly, "What about me? I am quite beautiful too. My master has never praised me like that." A peculiar feeling stirred within her, as if she wished to be the one receiving such accolades. Ultimately, she interrupted Yi Lingfeng's contemplation with a question, "Master, what shall we do next? What else is there to say?" "We shall have a conversation with her." Yi Lingfeng replied with a smile, extending his hand towards the maiden. A stream of black mist wafted from her face, revealing a force that induced slumber. If left unattended, she would remain unconscious for another hour or two. As Yi Lingfeng extracted the mist, the maiden's long eyelashes fluttered gently. Subsequently, her deep, cold eyes slowly opened, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty awakening. "How do you feel?" Yi Lingfeng inquired, standing by the bedside with a smile, his voice filled with concern. The black-robed maiden, upon surveying her surroundings and experiencing a brief moment of disorientation, soon grasped what had transpired. She turned her face away, avoiding Yi Lingfeng's gaze, and spoke with an icy tone. "So, you are the one who spent 1,000,000 Xian crystals to purchase me back?" "Indeed, that was I." "Oh." After Yi Lingfeng's response, the black-robed maiden fell silent, her gaze drifting elsewhere, her thoughts unknown. Yi Lingfeng had anticipated that, based on her demeanor during the auction, she would immediately lash out at him or contemplate self-destruction upon awakening. He had even prepared to subdue her at a moment's notice. To his surprise, she remained remarkably calm, presenting a stark contrast to his expectations. Intrigued, he inquired, "I say, do you not wish to ask anything?" The black-robed maiden continued to avoid his gaze, her voice devoid of emotion, as tranquil as still water. "What is there for me to inquire?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng shrugged and began to recount. "There are many questions, such as who am I? Where is this place? Why do I wish to acquire you? Or rather, what I intend to do with you?" The girl in the black robe, exhibiting a remarkable indifference, responded with a mocking tone, "And what do you wish to do? Heh, you lot are merely consumed by your base desires. This remark was indeed a sharp critique, prompting Yi Lingfeng to nod subtly in agreement. It was confirmed. She was indeed the girl from that time. A smile crept onto Yi Lingfeng's face as he observed her with curiosity and asked, if that is truly the case. Are you not afraid? The girl in the black robe, seemingly unconcerned, turned her back to him and replied nonchalantly. Whether you wish to use force against me or have other intentions, it matters little. Her calm demeanor led Yi Lingfeng to ponder deeply. And he soon discerned her underlying thoughts. This young girl likely believed that by appearing indifferent and unconcerned about such matters, he would feel less compelled to dominate her. Perhaps she hoped to exploit his overconfidence to secure her own chance of escape in the future. Yi Lingfeng found the mind of a child not difficult to decipher. However, he chose not to expose her thoughts but instead chuckled lightly, saying, in that case, I truly wish to propose something to you. The girl in the black robe remained still and asked, what is it? I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? This proclamation left the girl momentarily speechless. Subsequently, she finally turned her face, appearing somewhat astonished. Become a disciple? Chapter 20. Yi Lingfeng's delicate strategy in response to the black-robed girl's bewildered expression. Yi Lingfeng nodded gently, smiling as he explained, indeed, to become a disciple. Much like the one beside you, Qingqing. In time, I shall protect you, ensuring you are no longer bullied by others. Upon hearing this, the girl's gaze flickered towards Bai Qingqing. Having had the precedent of Bai Qingqing, Yi Lingfeng expected the girl to express her gratitude and agree fervently. However, to his surprise, she furrowed her brows, seemingly lost in thought, and with a soft snort remarked, you truly are a man of peculiar tastes. This comment left Yi Lingfeng momentarily perplexed, prompting him to inquire, what do you mean by that? You know full well, the girl in the black robe replied, pursing her lips and slightly turning away. It remains the same. You can do as you please without needing to ask me. As if I possess any real choice in the matter. She was acutely aware of her predicament, fully under his control, with no option but to agree, whether she desired to or not. Yet, to the girl's astonishment, Yi Lingfeng shrugged nonchalantly and declared, who says you have no choice? If you're unwilling, you may leave at any time. Despite the undertone of playful entrapment in his words, they indeed reflect his genuine sentiments. The act of taking on a disciple is fundamentally a matter of mutual willingness. Coercing someone into compliance may inevitably lead to rebellion in the future. Undoubtedly, the strategy of feigned restraint has its merits. The girl in the black robe displayed a flicker of surprise and promptly inquired, is this truly the case? Upon uttering those words, she seemed to realize her own impatience and regained her icy composure, adding, I believe you are merely toying with me. To buy me with over 1 million mystic crystals and then set me free, such opportunities are rare in this world. At this juncture, Yi Lingfeng replied with a gentle smile. How could that be? A gentleman's word is his bond. Our sect never retracts its promises. The girl in the black robe bit her lip and retorted coldly. I have heard such words far too many times. Do you doubt it? Then you are free to leave at this moment. Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent for a moment, then sat up and slowly rose from the bed. If that is the case, I shall indeed take my leave. Be at your leisure, but take care not to be captured again once you step outside. Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said with a smile, otherwise, next time, you might not encounter a benefactor like me. Very well, the girl in the black robe murmured, then made her way towards the door. Throughout this time, she anticipated him to stop her and mock her naivety. However, Yi Lingfeng remained utterly still, showing no reaction even as she pushed the door open. This unexpected situation left her astonished, and at the threshold, she couldn't help but mutter, thank you. With that, she harnessed her mystical energy and vanished into the night. Yi Lingfeng said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Witnessing this exchange, Bai Qingqing inquired with curiosity, Master, is she truly leaving like this? In response, Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Well, I believe we shall find out shortly. Shortly? Bai Qingqing was increasingly perplexed, unable to grasp her master's meaning. Yi Lingfeng, confident in his understanding of the black-robed girl's intentions, felt no concern. Just as he had anticipated, a quarter of an hour later, the black-robed girl, who had only recently departed, returned. Of course, she had not encountered any obstacles that necessitated her return. On the contrary, she had not faced any troubles and could have easily distanced herself more than 10 miles from this place. Yet, ultimately, she chose to return of her own volition. Compared to her earlier indifference, her face now bore traces of hesitation and inner conflict. Ah, welcome back, Yi Lingfeng greeted her with a knowing smile. The girl in the black robe pressed her lips together, gazed at him earnestly, and asked directly, "If I were to take you as my master, would you truly protect me?" Yi Lingfeng paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Of course. Upon hearing his words, the girl in the black robe hesitated for a moment before tightly clenching her fists and adding, "I must clarify, those who wish to harm me are formidable." Yi Lingfeng, however, chuckled with a confidence that was quite palpable. "I cannot speak for other places, but in this domain of the ancient Tao sect, not even deities could inflict harm upon you." This bold assertion, perhaps bordering on arrogance, left the black-robed girl momentarily taken aback. The individual before her seemed rather presumptuous. Even those at the Tao establishment or Tao mastery realms would likely refrain from making such grandiose claims. Yet, the more assertive he appeared, the more it seemed to bode well for her. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "What must I do to become your disciple?" In her eyes, every fortune in this world was invariably accompanied by a price, and she surmised that his attentiveness towards her surely came with an expectation of some kind of recompense. In truth, she would not have been surprised if he requested her to serve him in more intimate ways as his disciple. Subsequently, Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, primarily, it entails fulfilling the cultivation tasks assigned by our sect with diligence." And then, the black-robed girl perceived that completing cultivation tasks on time was merely a matter of course and hardly constituted a condition. However, Yi Lingfeng shrugged and replied, "And then? There is nothing more." After a brief pause, he recalled something and added, "Oh, yes, do remember to eat on time." The black-robed girl was momentarily bewildered and could not help but exclaim, "Is it truly just that? Nothing else? Just that? What else did you expect?" Yi Lingfeng's words rendered the girl speechless. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked, "Can you truly teach me to grow stronger?" Before Yi Lingfeng could respond, Bai Qingqing, who stood nearby, interjected eagerly, her face beaming with pride, "Is that even a question? Master is exceptionally skilled at teaching." From her self-satisfied expression, one might think she believed herself to be an accomplished teacher. Yi Lingfeng merely cleared his throat, nodded sagely, and affirmed, "Indeed, just as Qingqing has stated." To be honest, the girl harbored a multitude of questions, yet given her current circumstances, she recognized that there was only one optimal choice, to place her trust in the man before her. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, seemingly resolving herself. With a sudden thud, the black-robed girl knelt before Yi Lingfeng, bowing her head and earnestly proclaiming, "Senior, I am willing to take you as my master." Observing her intent to perform the traditional 3 prostrations, Yi Lingfeng felt a sense of discomfort and promptly gestured for Qingqing to assist her in rising. Once the black-robed girl stood again, Yi Lingfeng smiled gently and stated with a note of seriousness, "From this day forth, you shall be known as the second disciple of Yi Lingfeng of our sect. Allow me to introduce your senior sister, Bai Qingqing." Subsequently, Bai Qingqing gestured with her hand, her charming face breaking into a smile. "Junior sister, I look forward to your guidance in the future." The girl in the black robe nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, Yi Lingfeng inquired, "Now, it is time for you to introduce yourself, my disciple, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the girl in the black robe hesitated momentarily, but soon seemed to come to a realization. She turned to Yi Lingfeng and slowly spoke, "My name is Qingyao. As for my origins, I hail from the eastern continent's heavenly demon sacred land. I am the daughter of the former sovereign and was once the sacred maiden of the heavenly demon sacred land." Chapter 21. You just mentioned the presence of malevolent entities, did you not? In the vast expanse of the eastern continent, teeming with vitality and the competition of myriad sects and clans, the most powerful among them are undoubtedly the 3 great sacred lands. They dominate their respective territories and control the pinnacle of cultivation resources across the entire eastern continent. These 3 sacred lands are known as the Dragon Rising Sacred Land, the Snowfall Sacred Land, and the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land. As the sect leader of the eastern continent, Yi Lingfeng naturally possessed considerable knowledge regarding these 3 sacred lands. Among them, the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, as mentioned by Qingyao, had reached its peak a century ago, nearly overpowering the other 2 sacred lands to become the sole sovereign. However, in recent years, there had been little information regarding it, as if it had faded into obscurity, with only occasional whispers of internal trouble surfacing. Yi Lingfeng was astonished to encounter a descendant of a sacred land's sovereign in the present moment. Yet, recalling something, he inquired with curiosity, "You mentioned once, what do you mean by that?" Upon mentioning this, a shadow fell over Qingyao's expression, as if she had touched upon a painful memory. It was evident that had no significant upheaval occurred, the daughter of a sovereign would not be reduced to the status of a slave. Ultimately, with resolve, Qing Yao recounted the events that had transpired in her life. To understand her story, one must begin with a disciple her father once took in. The tale is not overly complex. Qing Yao's father had saved an orphan who had lost his parents. Moved by the child's plight and recognizing his talent, he took him in as a personal disciple. The boy thrived, continuously ascending in cultivation. Initially, he was filled with gratitude towards her father, vowing to repay his kindness for eternity, and he indeed acted in such a manner for some time. However, he eventually changed as his status rose. He became increasingly arrogant and frequently clashed with her father. Over time, he garnered numerous supporters within the sacred land. Ultimately, during a critical breakthrough, her father was betrayed by this disciple. The betrayal was ruthless, taking advantage of her father's moment of weakness. The disciple employed a heavenly-grade artifact of unknown origin to slay him on the spot. As she recounted this, fury laced Qing Yao's voice. Yet she continued to narrate through clenched teeth. Subsequently, he conspired with his cohorts to seize control of the heavenly demon's sacred land, ruthlessly eliminating the practitioners of my father's lineage. As my father's daughter, I was not spared either. Fortunately, I managed to escape with some relatives at that time. Upon hearing this, Yilingfeng pondered and inquired, "So were you captured afterward?" "No, it was not like that," Qing Yao replied, shaking her head, her expression growing increasingly cold. She continued, "It was my relatives who, witnessing the relentless pursuit by that traitor, proposed to surrender me in exchange for leniency from him." "How remarkably affectionate," Yilingfeng remarked, raising an eyebrow, feeling a surge of anger on her behalf. However, it was evident that Qing Yao had come to terms with this reality, or perhaps had simply accepted it. She pressed her lips together and coldly stated, "Isn't that the essence of human nature? For the sake of their own interests, they would forsake anything." Sighing softly, Yilingfeng felt a pang of sympathy for her misfortune. Yet, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to ask, "Wait, given all this, how did you end up here?" In response, Qing Yao replied indifferently, "That scoundrel traitor sent people to quietly bring me here to sell me as a slave." What could be his motive for such actions?" he queried. "What else could it be? On one hand, it is his twisted amusement to witness my humiliation and degradation." My voice turned icy as I continued. "On the other hand, he intends to use me as bait to draw out those who still support me, both within and outside the sacred land. After all, as the daughter of the sacred lord, I was once recognized as the legitimate heir to the sacred land. There are many who secretly support me. Some have already fled, while others remain within the sacred land, biding their time. Once news of my plight spreads, even if they know it is a trap, many are likely to risk everything to save me. This way, he can eliminate them one by one." Yilingfeng nodded, secretly loathing the malevolence of his adversary's intentions. Yet, curiosity lingered, prompting him to ask, "According to your account, isn't he afraid you might encounter a benevolent soul who would nurture you, leading you to rise and eventually overthrow him?" As someone who believed in eliminating threats at their root, Yilingfeng regarded such actions as ultimately detrimental. It was essential to recognize that Qing Yao's blood demon spirit body was no trifling matter. Granting her an opportunity for growth would undoubtedly forge a formidable force. Unless, of course, there was some contingency plan in place. Indeed, in response to his question, Qing Yao gently caressed her abdomen, pursing her lips as she spoke. "He is certainly not worried, for before leaving, he implanted a potent soul poison within my dantian. As long as this poison remains, he can monitor my whereabouts from afar and even control my life and death. Clearly, this is the source of his confidence. After all, one need not fear the rise of someone whose life and death they can completely dictate." At this moment, Yilingfeng furrowed his brows and inquired, "May I take a look at that poison?" "Of course, master," Qing Yu replied. Upon receiving her consent, Yilingfeng extended his hand, resting it upon her abdomen, specifically at the point of her dantian. Through his spiritual perception, he indeed discerned a mass of dark energy within her dantian. This entity appeared almost sentient, resembling a centipede, incessantly writhing within Qing Yao's dantian, causing Yilingfeng to feel a shiver run down his spine. Even the mere touch of his spiritual perception evoked an overwhelming sense of pressure. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a terrifying poison!" This was, after all, a particularly malevolent poison originating from the Western continent, known as one of the most sinister substances in existence. "Did you just say this is a malevolent entity?" Yilingfeng seemed to be struck by a realization. Qing Yu nodded in confusion. "Yes, master. What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to see if I can resolve it." His words elicited a bittersweet smile from Qing Yao. "It is not that simple. The demon soul goo contains exceedingly sinister energy, akin to a parasite. Even those at the path establishment or dominant stages face great danger if tainted by it. The removal is nearly impossible. Yet before she could finish, Yilingfeng interrupted her. With a smile, he retracted his hand, satisfied, and declared, "All right. The demon soul goo has been removed." Chapter 22. The tenderness within Qing Yao's heart upon hearing Yilingfeng's words. Qing Yao, who had been elaborating on the potency of the demon soul goo, was momentarily stunned. "What did you say? It has already been removed? Indeed, you may feel for yourself." Yilingfeng replied with a smile, gesturing for her to check. Following his suggestion, Qing Yao did so, and to her astonishment, she found that the black poison that had once lingered in her dantian had completely vanished. Her mouth agape in disbelief, she instinctively exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is the demon soul goo. Could it be that Master is a legendary emperor-level expert? Only a being of such caliber could effortlessly obliterate the demon soul goo." In response, Yilingfeng shrugged and explained with a smile, "Not quite. It is merely a stroke of luck. I happen to possess a method to counter it." However, this explanation only deepened Qing Yao's incredulity, prompting her to ask, "But this is the demon soul goo. What could possibly counter it, even across the entire continent? It is undoubtedly among the top poisons. How difficult it is to restrain." Just as she finished speaking, Yilingfeng extended his palm, and a golden energy surged forth, swiftly transforming into a flame of resplendent gold. Staring at the manifestation in his hand, Qing Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Is this the fire of the vermilion bird?" When she uttered the name, she herself was taken aback. Indeed, Yilingfeng regarded her with a comforting gaze and remarked approvingly, "Not bad. You have quite an eye. This is indeed the vermilion bird fire." Qing Yu murmured the name, her expression slightly dazed. "In the realm, there exist many formidable celestial fires, each exceedingly rare, with countless cultivators never having encountered them in their lifetimes. Among these celestial fires, the vermilion bird fire undoubtedly ranks as one of the most exceptional, possessing both remarkable versatility and immense power. Furthermore, the vermilion bird fire serves as a bane to all evils. For those who practice dark arts, it is akin to poison for pests. However, the vermilion bird fire had not manifested in the world for ages, and she had only seen its mention in an ancient tome. Yet now, it appeared right before her eyes. How could this not leave Qing Yao astounded? Eventually, she cast a look of astonishment at Yilingfeng and inquired, "Master, who exactly are you?" In response to her question, Yilingfeng merely smiled faintly and replied, "I am no one of particular note, if I must be defined. I am simply the sect leader of the ancient Dao sect." The ancient Dao sect? Upon hearing this, Qing Yao immediately began to search her memory and soon realized that it did not belong to the ranks of renowned and powerful factions. However, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask tentatively, could it be that this is a hidden great sect? Only in such a context could her curiosity be satisfied. Yet, Yilingfeng laughed at her speculation. "You are overthinking it. We are merely a small sect with empty halls, with only the three of us, myself and my disciples, remaining." "How is that possible?" Qing Yao was taken aback and quickly asked, "Then where did you acquire the vermilion bird fire?" Yilingfeng did not answer this question, and the room fell silent for a moment. At this juncture, Qing Yu seemed to realize that her inquiry had perhaps overstepped boundaries. "I apologize, Master. I should not have asked so much. After all, everyone possesses their own secrets, and she believed she should naturally extend the same courtesy to her master." Observing her, Yilingfeng waved his hand. "No need to worry. This matter is lengthy to explain, and perhaps in the future, you will come to know." After painting a grand vision for her, Yilingfeng turned his gaze to her and asked, returning to the main topic, "You should feel reassured now, right? I possess the ability to protect you, even against the current sovereign of the Holy Land." These bold words left Qing Yao momentarily stunned, and the icy demeanor of her fair face, seemingly unaffected by time, appeared to thaw slightly. Finally, she nodded gently. "Yes, a master who wields the vermilion bird fire is indeed worthy of her trust." Yilingfeng nodded in agreement, glanced around the room, and said, "All right, it is quite late. You should rest well for now. We shall discuss the other matters tomorrow. Moreover, this room shall henceforth belong solely to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Considering the recent tribulations you have endured, it seems you have not rested well, thus I intend to allow you a peaceful slumber." Although Qing Yu had more inquiries to make, she acquiesced to his suggestion. "Good night, Master," she said gracefully, performing a respectful bow to Yilingfeng. Truly, this young lady, born in a sacred land, exhibited impeccable etiquette. Beside her, Bai Qingqing playfully waved her hand. "Junior sister, do remember to rest early." Qing Yao nodded gently, responding with a smile, "You too, senior sister." Soon after, under her watchful gaze, Yiling Feng and Bai Qingqing retreated to their respective chambers, leaving Qing Yao alone at the entrance. She gazed at the resplendent moon and the starry river above, enveloped in a dreamlike sensation. Reaching out, she pinched her own cheek. The sting confirmed that she was indeed awake. Since the tragic demise of her father and the subsequent ordeal of being captured and sold, her spirit had remained taut and steeped in despair, as if she had plunged into an abyss of eternal night. Yet, just as she felt herself sinking, an unexpected ray of light pierced through, enveloping her being. Reflecting on her own experiences and current circumstances, she allowed herself a moment of relaxation. And tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, betraying her usually composed demeanor. Confounded by this sudden emotion, she hastily wiped her tears, only for them to flow uncontrollably. Perhaps Yiling Feng could not have anticipated that beneath Qing Yao's resilient facade lay a fragile heart, held down by sheer force. After a while, she continued to dab at her tears, her eyes reddening from the effort, ultimately biting her lip to stifle the flow. "Qing Yao, you must not cry. You are already a grown-up." Deep down, she understood that from the moment her father fell, tears could no longer resolve her dilemmas. It was then that she resolved to never weep like a child again, no matter the trials she faced. Eventually, she managed to dry her tears completely, though her eyes remained slightly swollen. At this juncture, it was wiser to ponder the matters at hand. Observing the nearby ruins, she contemplated Yiling Feng's character. The master she had chosen seemed genuinely kind, yet to ascertain this fully, further investigation and observation were imperative. After all, she had once placed her trust in her senior brother, the very disciple of her father, who ultimately betrayed her by taking her father's life. Later, she had trusted her blood relatives, only for them to hand her over. A series of betrayals had rendered her wary of trusting others easily. For the time being, she would focus on her own cultivation and growth. Raising her head, the vast expanse of stars reflected in her eyes, her expression resolutely transformed once more. "Father, just you wait. There will come a day when I shall avenge you and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to your daughter." Chapter 23, Master of the Xinjian Sect. "Come forth." In Yiling Feng's chamber, the flickering candlelight illuminated the room. At this moment, Yiling Feng sat at the table, fiddling with a copper piece while contemplating the matters concerning his second disciple, Qing Yao. It seemed that the heavenly demon sacred land had indeed made a formidable enemy this time. With a soft sigh, Yiling Feng considered the current situation. The individuals from the heavenly demon sacred land should not be able to locate this place, but it was better to remain cautious. The soul demon Gu had been eliminated, and it was likely that the sacred lord would soon discover this, inevitably sending people to seek out traces. If they were to find this location, it would pose a significant problem, even if he could maneuver within the protective period for novices. Facing such a colossal entity as the sacred land would still entail great peril. Thus, for the sake of precaution, he needed to prepare early. Alas, ultimately, it was my own strength that fell short. Yiling Feng shook his head, realizing that he must find a way to continue enhancing his power. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to protect his two beautiful disciples. His gaze returned to the copper piece in his hand, which had now lost its luster, leaving only the three characters of Shenyan Zhu etched upon it. He then glanced at the spatial ring on the table, taking a deep breath. Hopefully, this ring holds some treasures. This was the spatial ring of Yin Luo, from which Yiling Feng effortlessly erased the markings and claimed it as his own. Before long, as he examined the items emerging from the ring, Yiling Feng's expression turned peculiar. Aside from a few magical artifacts and miscellaneous items, it contained an astonishing number of books. The titles of these tomes were quite striking. Xinjia Housing Techniques Essential Learning for the Bedroom, 100 Positions 9 Secrets Essential for Dual Cultivation Complete Guide to Seduction. Looking at the explosive titles of these ancient texts, Yiling Feng could not help but feel a sense of amazement. This fellow certainly had quite the penchant for matters of that nature. He mused that if this individual were to sit down with Yuan Kuan, they would likely exchange a wealth of insights. Naturally, Yiling Feng was not in search of such materials, hence he gathered them all together and stored them in his own spatial ring. It was not that he had an affinity for these topics, but rather pure curiosity, intending to critique them when the opportunity arose. After some searching, the last book caught his eye, a black, nameless tome. He picked it up and flipped through its pages, discovering it to be a unique form of stealth technique. Devoid of any title, the technique required not only a substantial amount of one's own vital blood, but also the consumption of extremely demonic energy that had been refined in advance. Once activated, it offered a remarkably high chance of escape when the disparity in realms was within one major boundary, categorizing it as an exceptionally powerful stealth technique. The description within reminded Yiling Feng of the previous Yin Luo, who must have employed the stealth technique described in this very tome. Could it be that the copper piece has absorbed the essence of the extreme demonic qi? If this is indeed the case, then the individual who sealed the technique within this copper artifact is likely not a practitioner of the righteous path. This notion arises primarily from the insights he gleaned below regarding the refinement method of the extreme demonic qi. It requires the blood of 1,000 young boys and girls as a catalyst, supplemented by the extreme formation, to attain the purest form of this sinister energy. Upon reading this, Yiling Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that this is the cultivation method of evil practitioners. For the first time, he truly comprehended the brutality of this continent. It is indeed a place that devours its own. This implies that the individual must have slain at least several thousand mortals. For he could not fathom that his adversary had employed this escape technique merely once. Clearly, he himself could never cultivate the extreme demonic qi. But if that is the case, then the technique inscribed on this copper piece, aha. A sudden inspiration struck Yiling Feng. Since this escape technique is possessed by Yin Luo, it is plausible that others within the Spirit of Darkness sect are also practicing it. When the time comes, he need only confront them, forcing them to reveal their escape techniques and subsequently absorb the extreme demonic qi that they possess. He even contemplated that this copper piece might serve as a specialized tool against them, as long as it remains in his possession. None should dare to flee using this technique. How clever I am. I shall certainly execute this plan in due course. With a smile on his face, Yiling Feng tucked the copper piece away. He then glanced at the moonlit night outside. Feeling that his life in this new place had begun to stabilize and that he had some objectives to pursue. Primarily, he aimed to take on disciples, nurture them, and ideally manage the Ancient Path sect until the day when both he and the name of the Ancient Path sect resound throughout the continent. At that time, having established a significant legacy, he could contemplate finding a partner to share a life of unrestrained joy in this world. However, for now, these were merely thoughts. Many troubles awaited resolution, both those he could address and those beyond his control. Suddenly, Yiling Feng recalled matters concerning the Xian Sword sect, and a radiant smile graced his face. Speaking of which, the Xian Sword sect must be quite lively at this moment. The sect master, Duan Wuyuan, had been sleepless, anxiously awaiting news within the sect. Not long ago, Yuan Kuan, who had been dispatched to investigate the situation of the Ancient Path sect, had his soul jade slip shatter, signifying his demise. Consequently, Duan Wuyuan hastily sent others to investigate, deeply fearful of one possibility, that Yuan Kuan had fallen at the hands of Yiling Feng, indicating that he possessed unknown trump cards. Damn it, still no news after all this time? Duan Wuyuan's brow furrowed tightly. If not for his position as sect master, which made it inappropriate for him to leave, he would have rushed to investigate personally. I hope it is not the worst scenario I fear. Just as he pondered this, a sudden and violent explosion outside caught his attention. Huh? As he prepared to step outside to investigate, the door was flung open, and one of his trusted aides rushed in, his face etched with urgency. My lord, we face a grave situation. We are under attack. Duan Wuyuan furrowed his brow, suddenly contemplating the implications. Could it be Yiling Feng? No, it was not him. It was the disciples of the Netherworld sect, and they had come in great numbers. The Netherworld sect? Upon hearing that name, Duan Wuyuan was taken aback, perplexed, for he believed there to be no conflict between them. Just as his mind raced with confusion, a series of violent explosions erupted from outside, compelling Duan Wuyuan to act. He hastily dashed out of his chamber, only to behold numerous figures hovering in the sky above the sect, many of whom were already unleashing devastating attacks upon the structures below. Many palace-like edifices crumbled and collapsed under the onslaught. Among them stood a man in red, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Xianzhen sect master, come forth at once, he bellowed, shaking the very gates of the mountain. Numerous elders and disciples, still resting, were jolted awake and emerged, their faces painted with terror at the scene before them. Soon, Duan Wuyuan, accompanied by several elders, approached with urgency. Honorable one, I implore you to cease your assault. Duan Wuyuan stood before the man in red, recognizing him as a formidable Yuanling expert. Suppressing the fury within, he humbly inquired, I am the sect master of the Xianzhen sect. May I ask the reason for your visit? Have you perhaps mistaken us for someone else? Upon hearing this, the man in red scrutinized him, noting his peak golden core status, and let out a cold snort. Mistaken? I am precisely seeking you. Seeking me? The man's declaration and his furious demeanor left Duan Wuyuan utterly bewildered. He racked his brain, trying to recall any wrongdoing towards the Netherworld sect, but nothing came to mind. At that moment, a golden core practitioner standing beside the man in red scoffed. Do not play coy. Were you not the one who acted arrogantly just a short while ago? Duan Wuyuan, wearing a look of genuine confusion, replied earnestly. I truly do not comprehend what you are referring to. Observing this, the vice sect master, Qi Hong, exchanged glances with the elder, who then recounted the events that had transpired earlier, everything from their initial encounter to the subsequent threats, detailing each moment with precision. After concluding his narration, the elder sneered. What is the matter? You had the audacity to act then, yet now you dare not admit it? Duan Wuyuan was flabbergasted. While he acknowledged having denied his misdeeds in the past, he was genuinely innocent of the accusations at hand. Honorable one, I swear on my integrity that what you allege is not the doing of our sect. We have not even stepped outside during this time, especially not tonight. Integrity? Huh? What use is your integrity? What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? Evidence? Every disciple and elder of the Xianjin sect can attest to our innocence. Duan Wuyuan stated, casting a glance at the assembly of Xianjin sect practitioners around him, before sighing with resignation. Moreover, were it truly the actions of our sect? Given the circumstances at that time, why would I need to expose my identity? This is clearly a case of someone framing me. He felt that he had never been as wronged in his life as he was today. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, subsequently exchanging a glance with the deputy sect master, Qi Hong. From their demeanor, it was evident that they were beginning to believe his words to some extent. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in Qi Hong's eyes, and he extended his hand, summoning a certain elder of the profound pill realm from beside Duan Wen directly to his side. Before the man could utter a word, Qi Hong reached out and placed his hand upon the elder's forehead, allowing his own profound energy to surge forth. Instantly, the air was filled with the elder's anguished cries, prompting Duan Wen to furrow his brow, yet he signaled for those nearby to remain still. After a brief moment, Qi Hong released the elder, who then slumped to the ground, unconscious. Just moments ago, he had employed the soul search technique on the man, and the information retrieved therein confirmed Duan Wuyuan's claims. He had indeed not ventured out that evening. Given the multitude of uncertainties surrounding this matter, Qi Hong lightly nodded, saying, It appears that this incident is indeed not of your doing. Duan Wuyuan replied earnestly, It is certainly not. It is a blatant attempt to frame our sect. Just as he spoke, a communication talisman flew in from a distance, landing squarely in Duan Wuyuan's hand. Upon seeing this, he immediately activated it, and his expression shifted dramatically as he handed it to Qi Hong, saying, Perhaps you should take a look at this? I believe it will elucidate the situation. Qi Hong raised an eyebrow, casually accepting it and glancing at the contents, which caused his brow to furrow slightly. The talisman contained information regarding the investigation into Elder Yuan Kuan, noting that he had encountered a conflict with a mysterious cultivator at the Nightfall auction. It also mentioned that Yin Luo and Yin Sha had clashed with this individual, after which Yuan Kuan was killed. And they had received reports that Yin Luo and Yin Sha had also been slain. As a clever man, Qi Hong immediately grasped the connection. If this talisman were genuine, it was highly likely that the mysterious cultivator had sequentially eliminated both groups of individuals. He then turned to Duan Wuyuan and inquired, from this perspective, It does seem to be a malicious scheme against you. Do you have any leads on the identity of this individual? Our sect is unaware. The Xianjin sect has always pursued a path of integrity and development. We cannot fathom having offended anyone capable of wielding a heavenly tier sword technique at the peak of the Golden Core realm, Duan Wuyuan replied, shaking his head and sighing softly. The reason he refrained from mentioning Yiling Feng was primarily due to concerns that the Yuming sect might annihilate him and subsequently seize the territory of the Ancient Path sect. In such a scenario, the Xianjin sect would suffer the most significant losses. Upon witnessing this, Qi Hong frowned slightly but chose not to press further. Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now. It seems I have made an error in judgment. He cast a glance at the scattered ruins and the fallen elders of the Xianjin sect, waving his hand dismissively. If Sect Master Duan has no further matters, I must return to report to the Sect Master. A mere misunderstanding has led to a significant loss for the Xiansword sect, overlooked without even a word of apology. Despite the discontent brewing within him, Duan Wuyuan maintained a facade of respect. It matters not, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved, esteemed elder. You may depart at your convenience. Shortly thereafter, Qi Hong, accompanied by a cohort of the Yuming sect, took their leave, leaving the atmosphere heavy among the members of the Xiansword sect. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Duan Wuyuan glanced at the unconscious figure on the ground and waved his hand. Take him to the sect's physician. Before long, the individual was escorted away. His gaze, however, lingered on the departing figures of Qi Hong and his companions, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Truth be told, he bore no deep-seated hatred towards the disciples of the Yuming sect. After all, being weaker and bullied was an unfortunate reality. In contrast, the one who had cast the blame upon him truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Who could that be? Duan Wuyuan furrowed his brow, pondering this question incessantly. If Yuan Kuan was indeed sent to eliminate Yi Lingfeng and now lies dead, attributing his demise to Yi Lingfeng seemed plausible. Yet, how could that individual possibly reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, particularly possessing a heavenly tier sword technique? At that moment, the second elder nearby could not help but inquire, Sect Master, what shall we do next? Should we first investigate the fate of the Grand Elder? Or shall we proceed to eradicate the ancient Dao sect? In response, Duan Wuyuan contemplated for a considerable time before inhaling deeply. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent for our sect to summon the Grand Elder from his seclusion. Although I do not believe that mysterious cultivator to be Yi Lingfeng, it is possible that it may be someone harboring enmity towards our Xiansword sect. In the time to come, it is essential to have the Grand Elder present to ensure our peace of mind. If we can persuade him to personally lead a team to the ancient Dao sect to apprehend Yi Lingfeng, that would be even more advantageous. The following morning, within the ancient Dao sect, Yi Lingfeng was accompanying Qing Yao, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, effectively recognizing their new environment. Simultaneously, he took this opportunity to outline a cultivation plan for her. As Qing Yao surveyed her surroundings, noticing the absence of Qing, she voiced her confusion. Master, where has my senior sister gone? In response, Yi Lingfeng smiled gently. At this hour, she should be practicing her swordsmanship elsewhere. You will see her by noon. I see. Qing Yao nodded, impressed by her senior sister's diligence. Her gaze then fell upon the dilapidated structures surrounding them. Master, why does our ancient Dao sect seem so run down? Well, Yi Lingfeng sighed, finding himself obliged to recount the sect's history once more. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qing Yao's expression turned to one of astonishment, her mind brimming with further inquiries. Just as she was about to delve deeper, Yi Lingfeng preemptively spoke. Do not worry, despite the current state of our ancient Dao sect. It will not be long before we rise again. All that you need to do is to focus on your cultivation. Everything else shall be taken care of by your master. Given the circumstances, even if Qing Yao wished to doubt him, she could not help but nod in agreement. All right. Master, I understand. After speaking, Qing Yao recalled something and curiously inquired. Oh, by the way, how do you intend for me to cultivate in the future? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment, feigning contemplation. In reality, after accepting her as a disciple, the system had already arranged her initial developmental tasks, which were also 3 in number and rather unique. However, he still had to maintain the appearance of inquiry. Yao, may I first ask what type of cultivator you are? In response to my master, I am a spellcaster, she replied. The term spellcaster refers to practitioners who primarily focus on various forms of magical techniques. In Yi Lingfeng's recollection, sword cultivators and spellcasters bore resemblance to warriors and mages from other worlds. Yi Lingfeng nodded and continued. As a former saintess, you must have some foundational knowledge of cultivating elemental energy. Now, could you elaborate on the challenges you currently face in your cultivation? At the mention of this, Qing Yao momentarily paused. Challenges in cultivation? After a moment of reflection, she slowly articulated, there are 2. The first pertains to the blood demon spirit itself. The higher my cultivation level, the more susceptible I become to the influence of inner demons. Thus, I require simultaneous training in the ice heart technique to attain a tranquil mind. However, the results have been rather disappointing, and recently, I nearly fell into madness. Consequently, I now hesitate to cultivate elemental energy. Yi Lingfeng was not particularly surprised by this, as his memories of the blood demon's spirit indicated that, in ancient times, the absence of methods to suppress inner demons meant that those afflicted were destined to become embodiments of disaster. He nodded slightly and continued, understood. And what is the second challenge? The second challenge is that I have been diligently refining the bloodline divine ability passed down by my father, the heavenly demon infernal fire. Yet I have been unable to comprehend it, regardless of my efforts. The heavenly demon infernal fire is a renowned ability across the continent, unique to the direct lineage of the heavenly demon sacred land, and once mastered, it wields incredible power. It is said that in one era, the heavenly demon sovereign, unleashing the full force of the heavenly demon infernal fire, incinerated mountains for thousands of miles, rendering the ground incapable of sustaining any life. While the heavenly demon infernal fire may lack the versatility of the vermilion bird fire, it is undeniably more formidable in combat and destruction. Frankly, this fire is born solely for annihilation. Of course, mastering this divine ability is no simple feat. Possessing a pure bloodline is merely the foundation, and true comprehension requires immense talent. It is said that during the peak of the heavenly demon's sacred land, no more than 5 individuals could simultaneously wield the heavenly demon infernal fire. Ah, I believe I understand, Yilingfeng remarked with a gentle smile, which sparked a sense of anticipation within Qing Yao, reflecting on Bai Qingqing's earnest demeanor from the previous night. It seemed that this master indeed possessed remarkable skill in guiding others in their cultivation. Uncertain, she pondered how he would ingeniously cultivate himself. Master, how should I practice? Qing Yao gazed at Yilingfeng, who, after a moment of contemplation, replied earnestly, "It's quite simple. From now on, every morning, you will sweep the grounds of the sect for an hour and a half, and in the afternoon, you shall fish by the lake on the back mountain for 2 hours. Additionally, during the 3 meals each day, you are to assist senior sister Qingqing with the cooking and stoking the fire." Chapter 25. Master, you aren't actually going to die, are you? Qing Yao was momentarily taken aback by his words and after a pause, inquired, "And then what?" "That's all there is to it," Yilingfeng replied with a smile, leaving Qing Yao utterly perplexed. "What? Master, you can't be serious. Can this truly be effective?" As the holy maiden of the demonic path, she had encountered many peculiar methods of cultivation, yet none so absurd as this. Yilingfeng merely smiled faintly. "Whether it is effective, you will discover once you try." He added thoughtfully, "Remember to complete it earnestly." "Very well." Despite her myriad doubts, Qing Yao acquiesced, recognizing that, as her master suggested, there was no harm in experimenting. Ultimately, her compliance was more a reflection of her respect for Yilingfeng than any belief in the efficacy of the tasks. Afterward, Yilingfeng guided Qing Yao around the sect, engaging in light conversation until she became familiar with her surroundings. Once she was comfortable, he instructed her to commence her training immediately. It was now afternoon, and her task was to find a fishing rod in the storeroom, attach a fishing line, bait the hook, and fish at the back mountain. However, as a novice in this endeavor, Yilingfeng could offer little guidance, leaving the young girl to learn on her own. Alas, these nurturing tasks were indeed peculiar, and even Yilingfeng found himself bemused by them. Name: Qing Yao. Cultivation level: Qi gathering 3rd stage. Physique: blood demon spirit body. Nurturing stage: beginner. Beginner training 1. Fish at the back mountain 500 times. Beginner training 2. Sweep the sect 100 hours. Beginner training 3. Cook 100 times. Upon completion, you will receive 3 returns and unlock advanced training tasks. While Qingqing's tasks seemed somewhat related to sword cultivation, these particular tasks left even Yilingfeng at a loss for words. Nevertheless, trusting the system, he resolved to place his faith in it once more. Contemplating the return opportunities as rewards, Yilingfeng pondered. Previously, he had received 5 return opportunities from completing the disciple acceptance task, yet he had only utilized 1. What should he bestow upon the remaining 4 opportunities? Before long, he indeed thought of 2 items worthy of bestowing and promptly decided to seek out Qingqing. Unexpectedly, before he could approach her, he spotted Bai Qingqing lurking not far away. "Qingqing, what are you doing standing there? Are you not cultivating? Or have you come to seek me for something?" Yilingfeng observed that she was positioned behind a crumbled wall, seemingly gazing in his direction, yet hesitating for reasons unknown. Upon hearing his inquiry, Bai Qingqing stepped out, albeit with a somewhat bashful demeanor. Despite having taken her as his disciple for some time, this was the first occasion he witnessed such a hesitating expression on her face. "Is something the matter? Do you have something to say?" he initiated, attempting to dispel the peculiar atmosphere. In response, Bai Qingqing gently bit her lip and nodded slightly. "Master, I find it difficult to concentrate on my cultivation. There is a question weighing on my mind that I wish to ask you." "Go ahead, ask away." Observing her cautious demeanor, Yilingfeng mused that, had this been in his previous life, he might have suspected she was about to confess her feelings. Subsequently, Bai Qingqing tentatively inquired, "Master, do you think I have not been performing well enough lately? that my efforts in cultivation are lacking? How could that be? Your diligence has not gone unnoticed by me. Yi Lingfeng furrowed his brow. If her efforts were deemed insufficient, he feared he would be far worse off than a mere couch potato. Thus, he curiously questioned, Qingqing, why would you entertain such a peculiar notion? In response, Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and replied, because, Master, you have taken on another disciple. In comparison to her, I feel lacking in every aspect. Do you not think that you sought a more exceptional disciple because you believe I do not meet expectations? At that moment, Yi Lingfeng comprehended her concern. She feared he considered her a failure and sought to nurture another. No wonder she had approached so stealthily, appearing hesitant about whether to voice her thoughts. He stepped forward, affectionately patting her head and smiling. Little girl, what are you thinking? You have always pleased me, and in comparison to her, you are by no means inferior. There is no need for such self-doubt. Perhaps gradually developing a sense of reliance on Yi Lingfeng, she gently leaned her head against him, simultaneously asking, but then, why did you take her as your disciple? Well, the reasons are complex. Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. Part of the reason is that I found her rather pitiable and wished to extend a helping hand. Strictly speaking, he had not lied. He merely withheld certain details. Then, looking at Bai Qingqing with a smile, he remarked, I believe you feel the same way. Indeed, she is quite unfortunate. Bai Qingqing honestly nodded. Then looked up at him and asked, Master, if you were to acquire many new disciples in the future, would you neglect me? Seeing her innocent and pitiful expression was enough to tug at one's heartstrings. Yi Lingfeng shook his head gently and replied earnestly, of course not. He playfully brushed his finger across the tip of the other person's nose, a smile gracing his face. Both you and Qing'ao are my wings. I cannot afford to lose either of you. His words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Bai Qingqing's eyes. Really? Absolutely. Yi Lingfeng nodded with a smile before extending his hand. Here, do not overthink it. I have something for you. What is it? Bai Qingqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. As she observed Yi Lingfeng presenting her with a pill. Is this a medicinal pill? To be precise, it is a gathering Xian pill, a high-grade 4th-tier elixir. Obtained from the Yin Luo we defeated. Consuming it will significantly enhance your cultivation speed for a short period. Among the treasures found within the spatial ring of Yin Luo, aside from that unique evasion technique, this pill was undoubtedly the most valuable, presumably intended for his own cultivation. The gathering Xian pill is of great worth to golden core cultivators, and it was likely that he had expended considerable effort to acquire it, only to end up gifting it to her. Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's explanation, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim, Master, aren't you at the pinnacle of the golden core stage? Wouldn't it be better for you to use this pill yourself? Perhaps you could break through your bottleneck. While her concern for Yi Lingfeng was genuine, he merely waved his hand with a smile, saying, I do not need it. If I were to consume a pill, I have even better options. Had she heard this when she first became his disciple, Bai Qingqing might have thought he was fabricating excuses to give her the pill. However, after experiencing the shock of the 7th-tier elixir and the subsequent celestial level sword technique, she found herself inclined to believe his words. Well then, I shall accept it. Thank you. Master. Bai Qingqing grasped his sleeve and looked up at him with a playful smile. With this pill, she felt confident that she would soon experience a series of breakthroughs. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yi Lingfeng's mind. Notification: you have granted your disciple the 4th-tier high-grade Gathering Xian pill. Congratulations on activating a 5,210 times return. Obtaining a 9th-tier low-grade Tiene Zhao Hua Dan. Tiene Zhao Hua Dan. Harnessing the power of creation from heaven and earth, it contains an immense amount of mysterious energy, capable of helping the user break through their bottleneck and experience a surge in cultivation. Both the multiplier of the return and the elixir obtained were indeed remarkable. Another 9th-tier pill, this system is truly extravagant. Furthermore, this elixir was undoubtedly a legendary grade, recorded only in memory, existing solely in ancient times. Given the current scarcity of cultivation resources on the continent, it was impossible to gather the herbs required for crafting this pill, let alone the long-lost formula. Suddenly, Yi Lingfeng heard Bai Qingqing's voice, her expression one of confusion as she asked, Master, what were you just laughing about? Coughing slightly, he replied, Oh, I was just thinking of something delightful. Yi Lingfeng cleared his throat softly, and once again, an object materialized in his hand, his trusted sword. Very well, my disciple. Your mastery of the sword has steadily progressed. It is now time for you to be bestowed with a fine sword. Henceforth, this Qifeng sword shall belong to you. This sword is of the highest quality within the profound rank, an exceptional weapon in the outside world, save for those of the Holy Land. Much like magical artifacts, weapons are classified into 5 grades: sacred, celestial, profound, mundane, and ordinary, with higher-grade weapons wielding greater might. The Qifeng sword, a treasured legacy of the ancient path sect, is most fitting for a disciple's inheritance. However, this gesture left Bai Qingqing momentarily stunned. After a pause, she grasped his sleeve, her face etched with concern. "Master, you aren't planning to leave us, are you?" Yiling Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he promptly tapped her on the head. "You little girl. Are you casting a curse upon your master?" "I am quite well, thank you." Bai Qingqing, feeling somewhat aggrieved from the tap, replied, "But usually, passing on a sword is something a master does before their passing." Yiling Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. He then recalled that in the Tianxiang continent, gifting a sword carries a profound significance. However, Yiling Feng had not pondered these implications. He merely wished to take advantage of the moment. Ultimately, he simply felt that his disciple deserved a fine sword. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but inquire, "But if I have this, what will you use?" "Me? I shall manage just fine," Yiling Feng replied with a light smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Given your understanding of me, do you think I lack a sword?" That did seem plausible. In the end, Bai Qingqing accepted the sword. As she cradled it, her gaze burned with fervor. Then, with utmost seriousness, she declared to Yiling Feng, "Rest assured, Master, I shall cherish it dearly, ensuring it remains as sharp as ever in my hands." Chapter 26. The Celestial Grade Superior Divine Windsword. "Well then, let us observe your future performance." Noticing the determination in Bai Qingqing's eyes, Yiling Feng nodded with a smile. He had not anticipated that gifting a sword would evoke such excitement in her. Yet, soon it was his turn to feel exhilarated, as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Notification. You have granted your disciple a profound grade supreme spirit sword. Congratulations. You have activated a 6,666-fold return, obtaining the celestial grade superior spirit sword, the Divine Wind Sword. Divine Wind Sword, forged from the bones of the imperial grade profound beast, the Wind Flood Dragon. The blade is as light as the wind yet capable of severing all. It contains the remnants of the Wind Flood Dragon's bloodline, allowing the wielder to execute the special maneuver, Wind Flash." Upon hearing the multiplier of this return and the rewards bestowed upon him, Yiling Feng felt a surge of joy within. This was undoubtedly the most prestigious return he had received thus far. A celestial grade superior spirit sword. Even among the various holy lands, only the holy masters might possess such an elite weapon. Indeed, this is quite a windfall. First, a 9th-tier elixir, followed by a top-quality heavenly spirit sword, which filled Yiling Feng with immense joy. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his strength would surge once again. Eagerly, he turned to Bai Qingqing and said, "By the way, Qingqing, I have recently gained some insights and may need to enter seclusion for a while." Bai Qingqing, who was admiring the Qingfeng sword, paused momentarily upon hearing this, then looked up at him with a surprised expression. "Master, are you about to break through again?" "Well, sort of," Yiling Feng nodded. Ever since he experienced the Zhuke elixir, he felt that with the 9th-tier Tiandi Zhao Huadan in his possession, breaking through to the Yuanling realm should not pose much of a challenge. Unbeknownst to Bai Qingqing, he intended to rely on the legendary 9th-grade elixir for his breakthrough. And she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Master, you are so fast." For some reason, Yiling Feng felt something was amiss in her tone. But he brushed it aside and spoke earnestly. "In any case, during my seclusion, you must not allow anyone to disturb me. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. Rest assured, Master. I will guard the vicinity and not let even a mosquito through," Bai Qingqing said with a serious expression on her small face. Seeing this, Yiling Feng couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "There's no need to be so dramatic. Just continue your normal cultivation. If anything urgent arises, come and call for me." "Understood, Master." With that, Bai Qingqing nodded and prepared to leave, but suddenly paused. She turned back to Yiling Feng, hesitating for a moment before timidly saying, "By the way, Master, I have a rather selfish request." "Oh, what is it?" "It's just that, in the future, could you pay a bit more attention to me compared to my junior sister?" Yiling Feng's expression became somewhat peculiar as he regarded her hopeful gaze, and he could only nod helplessly. "All right, no problem. I will pay attention to you." "Thank you, Master." Bai Qingqing beamed with joy, her smile radiant as she left happily. Yiling Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. He understood her sentiments all too well. He couldn't help but wonder if this young girl harbored a touch of possessiveness. Sighing, he shook his head, thinking it was merely a phase of adolescence. With that, he decided to focus on his important tasks. He extended his hand, revealing a golden elixir that shimmered with pure essence, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted toward him. Gazing at the swirling golden light, Yilingfeng inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with desire. The tiende zao hua dan. He pondered how significant an enhancement it might bestow upon him. To be honest, his expectations were modest. As long as this elixir enabled him to break through to the Yuanling realm and provide him with a chance to triumph over the supreme elder of the Xianjin sect, he would be satisfied. By that time, he would be capable of directly assaulting the Xianjin sect, thereby bringing to a close the entangled grievances between the Gu Dao sect and them. At that moment, the Gu Dao sect would also usher in a new beginning. Shortly thereafter, Yilingfeng returned to his cave abode, and after setting up a formation to conceal his aura, he immediately swallowed the heavenly creation pill. He soon felt a twinge of regret for his recklessness. While he understood that the higher the grade of the elixir, the more potent its medicinal properties and the greater the pressure on the cultivator to absorb it, he had presumed that the absorption of the Zhuke pill was merely a mild experience and naively thought the heavenly creation pill would be similar. However, once the pill was ingested and began to unleash its profound energy, the words "not worth it" flashed through Yilingfeng's mind. In an instant, a torrent of profound energy surged from his abdomen through his meridians and veins, frantically flooding every part of his body. Yilingfeng felt as if he were a balloon, on the verge of bursting from the relentless influx of energy. Oh no, this situation seems dire. In truth, Yilingfeng had made an error. The Zhuke pill was fundamentally a healing elixir, typically consumed by those gravely injured, with its medicinal properties released in a relatively gentle manner. Otherwise, it would be akin to poison. However, the heavenly creation pill was entirely different, as a pill designed to aid in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing cultivation. It required an immense medicinal force to assist the user in transcending their limits. Furthermore, this pill was exceedingly rare, even during the flourishing ancient times. Primarily used to aid those at the peak of Yuanling in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. For Yilingfeng, at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, the potency of this elixir was naturally overwhelming. The tearing sensation coursing through his body made him feel as though he would explode at any moment. In fact, if it hadn't been for the Zhuke pill recently fortifying his physique, he might have already met his demise. Yet even so, the process of absorption was far from easy. Although Yilingfeng was desperately striving to absorb the medicinal energy and transform it into cultivation, his body remained on the brink of explosion. It was likely that if he slowed down even slightly, this critical threshold would be breached. Damn body, absorb faster. Yilingfeng gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to absorb the energy, for he had a premonition that this elixir could significantly elevate his profound realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that he must survive. In contrast to his frantic struggle on the shores of a lake behind the Gu Dao sect, Qingyi was preparing fishing lines and hooks. Glancing at the azure lake before her and then at the fishing rod beside her, she felt somewhat disheartened. She truly could not comprehend how fishing could possibly benefit her. Although she had little experience, to her, fishing seemed merely a simple task of attaching a line and hook, baiting it, and then waiting for a fish to bite. Such an easy endeavor could hardly contribute to her cultivation, could it? Nevertheless, being a diligent person, despite her doubts, she decided to follow through with the task. With a mere 500 fish to catch, she thought it would not take long to complete. Qingyi let out a soft huff, and before long, she had fastened the fishing hook. After attaching the bait, she cast it into the lake. Now all that remained was to await the fish's bite. Within the confines of the Xianjin sect, in a forbidden area, an elderly man with hair as white as snow sat cross-legged on a mat, his appearance betraying the passage of time. Before him, Duan Wuyuan knelt, slowly recounting the recent events. He detailed the sect's actions against the ancient Dao sect, the subsequent string of defeats, and the troubles they encountered with the underworld sect. Laying it all bare. "Master, this is the situation," Duan Wuyuan stated respectfully, gazing at the elder before him. This venerable figure was not only the esteemed elder, but also the former leader of the Xianjin sect, and his own master. His name was Mujian. And ever since his cultivation stagnated at the third level of the Yuanling realm, nearing the end of his lifespan, he had passed on the position of sect leader to Duan Wuyuan. At this moment, Mujian slowly opened his eyes. Despite his aged visage, the instant he did so, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from him. This was the essence of the Yuanling realm, even on the brink of death. He retained the terrifying power to obliterate cities with his bare hands. He turned his gaze toward Duan Wuyuan and said calmly, "Are you concerned that he is the pinnacle golden elixir cultivator that the underworld sect speaks of? Indeed, although the likelihood is minimal. It pertains to the survival of our sect, and we cannot afford to be careless," Duan Wuyuan replied, nodding. As the sect leader, he had to prepare for every possible scenario. Given how events had unfolded, even a minor decision could spell disaster, leaving no room for negligence. Therefore, might you consider temporarily stepping out of seclusion? He inquired cautiously, his expression tense, apprehensive about whether it might disturb his master's tranquility. However, Mu Jian nodded without hesitation. "In that case, I shall make a trip for you in a few days to resolve this issue." Duan Wuyuan was momentarily taken aback by his master's promptness. "Master, will this intervention affect your cultivation?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Mu Jian let out a soft sigh. "It matters not. I have no hope of breaking through anymore." Duan Wuyuan was stunned. "Master, is there truly no way? Perhaps we could try the methods of those heretical cultivators?" Mu Jian shook his head, stating, "It is too late. Over the years, the celestial energy in the continent has grown increasingly scarce. With my talent, I can only reach this point." "How could this be?" Duan Wuyuan's brow furrowed, seemingly pained by the thought of his master's impending demise. Mu Jian raised his hand, surprisingly calm. "The path of cultivation has its own destiny. It can only be said that my opportunities have been insufficient. You need not dwell on it too much. Furthermore, even if you had not come today, I would have prepared to step out, to clear obstacles and eliminate risks for the Xinjiang sect before my passing. I aim to grant you more time to break through the Yuanling realm." As the former sect leader, he understood the crucial difference a Yuanling cultivator made for a sect. Hearing this, Duan Wuyuan felt a surge of gratitude and bowed deeply, prostrating himself before his master. "Thank you, master. I shall strive diligently to break through to the Yuan spirit realm, ensuring that the Xiansword sect will gain renown across the continent." Despite the rapid expansion of the Xiansword sect in recent years, it is essential to recognize that such growth is built upon the presence of powerful Yuan spirit practitioners. Without them, we could easily descend into the fate of the ancient Dao sect. In this current era, as the ethereal energy of heaven and earth becomes increasingly scarce, resources for cultivation dwindle, leading all factions, great and small, to devour one another in a brutal display of the survival of the fittest. Though the knowledge of my master's impending transcendence weighs heavily upon me, I find solace in the affairs concerning the ancient Dao sect. With my master stepping in, our position is indeed secured. Duan Wuyuan squinted slightly. Even if Yiling Feng were truly at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, facing my master directly would yield little consequence. Chapter 27. Is my senior sister a super genius? As the sun dipped below the horizon, twilight filtered through the trees, casting a gentle light upon the ancient Dao sect. Bai Qingqing, returning from her woodcutting, intended to prepare a fire for cooking. It was then that she spotted her junior sister, Qing Yao, returning with a wooden pole in one hand and a water bucket in the other. Curiously, Bai Qingqing inquired, "Junior sister, why are you back so late? What have you been up to?" Unbeknownst to her, their master had already assigned Qing Yao a cultivation task. Qing Yao, feeling somewhat disheartened, approached Bai Qingqing and muttered, I went fishing." "Fishing?" Bai Qingqing paused, and Qing Yao explained, "It was what master instructed me to do." "Oh, I see. A cultivation task, is it?" "Yes," Qing Yao nodded. Bai Qingqing then moved closer, peering into the water bucket with intrigue and asked, "Oh, weren't you supposed to catch fish? Where are they?" At the mention of this, even the typically composed Qing Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I didn't catch any." It was indeed absurd. Previously, she had observed others fishing with such ease, yet her own attempts had proven entirely different. No matter how hard she tried, she could not reel in a single fish. On several occasions, even the bait was devoured without yielding any fish. Instead, she ended up with a necklace, 2 pieces of unknown lingerie, and several pairs of socks. But not a single fish to her name, nearly leading her to despair. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing did not mock her. Instead, she placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled. "Do not worry. It's perfectly normal not to catch anything on your first try. With more practice, you'll surely hook some fish." At that moment, she appeared quite the capable senior sister. Qing Yao gently nodded, planning to take the opportunity later that evening to study the art of fishing more thoroughly. "By the way, where's master? I haven't seen him around." "Oh, he is currently in seclusion, seemingly preparing for another breakthrough. We should not disturb him." "I see," Qing Yao pondered, still unaware of her master's true cultivation level. At this moment, Bai Qingqing smiled brightly and said, "Sister, why don't you take a rest? I shall prepare something delicious for you." Hearing this, Qingyao recalled something and quickly replied, "Wait. I will join you." Together? Yes. Let me explain the task that Master Yi Lingfeng assigned us. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing suddenly understood, nodding with a smile. All right then, let us work together. She was not particularly surprised by their master's peculiar task. Before long, Qingyao followed Yi Lingfeng's instructions and helped her stoke the fire. It is worth mentioning that, as a former saintess, she had never engaged in such labor before. Compared to fishing, this was not difficult. She learned it quite effortlessly. However, she wondered how this related to her cultivation. Was her master truly jesting with her? Additionally, she had other inquiries she wished to verify. Observing Bai Qingqing busily tending to the pot, she pondered and asked, "By the way, how long have you been with master?" Bai Qingqing, who was currently preparing the ingredients, paused for a moment, resting her finger on her lips in contemplation. "Well, it seems to be less than a month." "Such a short time?" Qingyao furrowed her brows slightly and then tentatively inquired, "Has he asked you to do anything strange?" "Strange things?" "Of course." What are they?" "Just practicing swordplay. Master only has me swing my sword against the wind and chop down trees." "Do those count as strange? Swinging a sword against the wind? Chopping trees?" Upon hearing this, Qingyao was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, "Is that all you do during the day?" Initially, she thought her own training tasks were odd, but it seemed her sisters were equally peculiar. "Yes," Bai Qingqing nodded, laughingly responding, "Although strange, it is quite effective." This surprised Qingyao, but she quickly shook her head. "No, that is not what I meant." Then what do you mean?" Well, Qingyao hesitated for a moment, organizing her thoughts before saying, "For instance, has he ever asked you to undress or anything of that nature?" Instantly, Bai Qingqing understood her implication, her face flushing. "Of course not. Master has never done such a thing." She shook her head emphatically. "I see," Qingyao said thoughtfully, but to be sure, she continued to subtly inquire further. Yet, predictably, Bai Qingqing's various responses indicated that Yi Lingfeng had indeed not taken advantage of her. This revelation astonished Qingyao. Could it be that this master was truly a good person? If that were the case, perhaps she could place her trust in him. Nonetheless, despite her musings, for the next 3 days, she diligently followed Yi Lingfeng's cultivation directives, but felt no discernible results. After her diligent efforts, she succeeded in catching 2 fish within the span of 3 days. While one might not label this as exceedingly efficient, it certainly brought about a sense of amusement. Is it not commonly said that beginners in fishing enjoy a protective period? This made Qingyao somewhat skeptical about her own suitability for the art of fishing, as well as whether this method could truly aid in her cultivation. Were it not for the remarkable skill her master displayed in dispelling the demonic soul curse, she might have doubted if her master was merely a charlatan. Nevertheless, her doubts were dispelled on this very day. At noon, as mealtime approached, Qingyao noticed her senior sister had yet to return, prompting her to check on her usual training grounds. Upon arrival, she saw Bai Qingqing standing upon a cliff, her eyes closed, with one hand raised and sword pointed forward. Curious, Qingyao was about to call out when suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Her senior sister's garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. Simultaneously, an unusual aura began to emanate from her. It felt as though invisible, sharp sword energies were swirling around Bai Qingqing's delicate form. In that moment, Bai Qingqing resembled a divine sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a brilliance that seemed capable of severing all things. Soon after, as she slowly opened her eyes, a fierce glint flashed within them. An overwhelming intent erupted from her, and a torrent of sword energy surged skyward. Nearby, leaves that had been dislodged from the trees were sliced into countless tiny fragments before they even had a chance to fall. The usually composed and worldly Qingyao was left utterly astonished by this scene. Was this the manifestation of sword intent? Sword intent is something that only a genius of the sword path can comprehend after reaching a certain height in swordsmanship. For sword cultivators, it signifies an entry into a higher realm, or perhaps a testament to innate talent. Many cultivators lacking sufficient talent, even if they attain considerable heights through hard work, are unable to grasp sword intent. Conversely, sword cultivators who possess sword intent, especially within the lower 3 realms, wield an overwhelming dominance over the vast majority who do not. The lower 3 realms consist of body refinement, chi gathering, and the innate realm. However, the challenge lies in the fact that comprehending sword intent is exceedingly difficult. It is typically only attainable by those who have reached the mid-3 realms, specifically the Xiandan realm or higher. even within their esteemed heavenly demon's sacred land. The renowned sword genius among them only comprehended sword intent upon entering the Xiandan realm. Throughout the continent in this era, no matter how high a sword cultivator's innate talent may be, no one has been reported to have grasped sword intent in the lower three realms. Even in the ancient era, a time when the cultivation of Xianqi flourished, there were few, if any, who achieved such a feat, relegated almost entirely to the realm of legend. This senior sister of mine is not only at the lower realms, but has also comprehended the essence of sword intent even at the Qi gathering stage. Such an unprecedented phenomenon is truly remarkable. Even she has broadened her horizons this time. Qing Yao was astounded as she gazed at the delicate figure of Bai Qingqing ahead, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "Could it be that my senior sister is a rare genius of swordsmanship, a once-in-a-millennium talent? Previously, I only perceived her as somewhat naive and endearing. Yet I never anticipated she would be such a formidable character." Meanwhile, high above the skies, 100 figures descended like a meteor shower, heading directly toward the ancient path sect. At the forefront stood the esteemed elder Mu Jian of the Xianjian sect. Accompanying him, the second elder, who was tasked with guiding the way, pointed ahead and remarked, "Elder Sect Master, the ancient path sect is just up ahead." "Indeed, I have sensed it," he replied. As a practitioner at the Yuanling realm, his formidable perception allowed him to detect occurrences from miles away. He then turned to his companions and coolly stated, "At that time, I shall slay Yiling Feng and depart. You will remain to swiftly consolidate and utilize the cultivation resources of the ancient path sect." "Understood. We will complete the task promptly." The second elder nodded respectfully, holding Mu Jian in high regard, not only for his strength but also for his unwavering dedication to the Xianjian sect. Subsequently, Mu Jian vanished from view. He supported the Xianjian sect's actions against the ancient path sect, believing that in this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. If the ancient path sect fell into their hands, it was merely due to their own inadequacies. There was no question of right or wrong. Even if they refrained from acting against the ancient path sect, other forces would inevitably intervene. To him, the ancient path sect was merely a minor episode. He intended to resolve this matter swiftly and then extend his reach to nearby sects, striving to accomplish more for the Xianjian sect before his own demise. Contemplating this, he glanced at those around him and coolly commanded, "Everyone, accelerate your pace." Yes. Chapter 28. The Arrival of the Xianjian Sect. Within the cave dwelling, Yiling Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously absorbing the surging medicinal power within him. The potency of this medicine was vast, far exceeding his expectations. In truth, if he were to allow this medicinal force to elevate his cultivation, it could very likely result in a meteoric rise in his realm, potentially propelling him to the 4th or 5th level of the Yuanling stage, or even higher. However, while such an ascent sounded impressive, it would leave his Xuanqi realm in a precarious state, detrimental to both his combat capability and future advancements. This was especially concerning given that he had recently experienced a significant boost in his cultivation through the effects of the vermilion bird pill. Thus, at this moment, Yi Lingfeng's endeavors do not merely involve allowing his realm to ascend. Rather, he is engaged in a continuous act of suppression, persistently compressing the cultivation derived from his transformation. Throughout this process, the cultivation obtained through medicinal potency incessantly refines his physical form, solidifying his foundation time and time again. After enduring countless trials and relentless compression, Yi Lingfeng can distinctly perceive that the strength of his corporeal body has significantly increased. If all goes as anticipated, once he breaks through to the Yuanling realm, even without the utilization of various mystical techniques, his power will far surpass that of his peers within the same realm. There remains but a final portion, and he is on the verge of completion. Yi Lingfeng takes a deep breath. What lies ahead is to harness the last vestiges of medicinal potency to propel himself into the Yuanling realm. Achieving this breakthrough will signify the resurgence of his sect, the ancient path sect, within this modest territory, and no one from the Xianyuan sword sect shall stand in his way. However, even at this final stage, Yi Lingfeng cannot afford to be complacent. Should he fail to fully convert the medicinal energy, his physical body could very well be overwhelmed. He hastens his absorption process. Meanwhile, upon a nearby cliff, the sword intent radiating from Bai Qingqing gradually dissipates, her eyes regaining clarity, and her countenance returning to its usual gentle and endearing demeanor. Subsequently, she turns to Qin Yao, eager to share her elation, exclaiming with immense excitement, "Junior sister, did you see that? I did it. I truly did." Bai Qingqing has been engaged in cultivation for quite some time, and is well aware of the significance of sword intent for a sword cultivator. Thus, upon realizing that she has comprehended sword intent, even she found it hard to believe, followed by an overwhelming wave of joy. Yes, I saw it. Qingyao replies with a smile, nodding her head in congratulations. Sister, congratulations. I never anticipated that your talent in the sword path would be so extraordinary. You truly deserve to be called unparalleled. To grasp sword intent at such a young age, your future achievements are simply incalculable. This talent seems to eclipse even my own. In response, Bai Qingqing scratches her head modestly, stating, Actually, I am not that remarkable. It is truly my master's teachings that have afforded me this opportunity for comprehension. She believes that without her master's tailored instruction, it would have taken her an exceedingly long time to grasp sword intent. After all, while the Xianling sword body is formidable, it is not to such an exaggerated extent. In a way, it is a testament to her master's education and her own diligent efforts. Well taught? Qingyao expresses a peculiar expression and tentatively inquires, You don't mean merely wielding a sword and chopping wood, do you? Indeed, Bai Qingqing nods, a radiant smile gracing her face. Upon hearing this, Qingyao hesitates momentarily before articulating her thoughts. Forgive my bluntness, but I truly do not comprehend how these activities contribute to her cultivation. Having endured the trials of the past few days, she finds herself once again questioning her master's teaching methods. Bai Qingqing is momentarily taken aback before she proceeds to explain. Indeed, it is quite beneficial. Initially, I harbored doubts, yet I later discovered otherwise. The teachings of our master transcend superficiality, delving into the very essence of cultivation. Once one comprehends this, the effects can be astonishing. After expressing this, she shared her recent insights on cultivation with Qingyao, recounting them as if they were treasured memories. Upon hearing her, Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Master is truly so formidable? Certainly, Master has always been remarkable. Bai Qingqing nodded assertively, leaving Qingyao at a loss for words. If what she claimed is indeed accurate, they were still merely on the first layer, while Master had already ascended to the atmospheric realm. But could it truly be so? Doubtful, Qingyu regarded Bai Qingqing's earnest expression, coupled with the sword intent she had just witnessed, and resolved to give it another earnest attempt. In that case, I shall dedicate myself to further study. Yes, junior sister, you can do it. Bai Qingqing beamed, then turned her gaze towards the cave not far away, her face alight with anticipation. I wonder when Master will emerge. I am eager to share this delightful news with him. Observing her demeanor, it was clear she could hardly contain her excitement. In response, Qingyao glanced at the cave as well. The formation sealed off the mystical energy within, leaving them unaware of the situation inside. I believe it should be soon. She concurred, her thoughts drifting to cultivation as she glanced skyward. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something, her brow furrowing. Senior sister, look up. Those individuals appear to be approaching us. Let me see. Bai Qingqing curiously lifted her gaze, but upon a mere glance, her previously carefree expression darkened instantly. In the distant sky, over 100 figures were soaring towards them. Judging by their trajectory, they were indeed heading in their direction. This is bad. It's those individuals. Qingyao inquired, perplexed. Who are they? Do you recognize them? At that moment, Bai Qingqing had tightly grasped her Qifeng sword, her demeanor tense. The garments they wear must belong to the disciples of the Xianjin sect. Not long ago, she had encountered disciples of the Xianjin sect twice and had observed their attire. Presently, most of those figures in the sky donned the uniforms of the Xianjin sect, their identities unmistakable. Upon hearing her explanation, Qinyao's expression shifted. After all, just days prior, Master had spoken to her about the Xianjin sect, clarifying that they are the current adversaries of the ancient Dao sect. Now that they were approaching, it was unlikely they were merely visiting. It was highly probable they sought trouble. At this moment, Bai Qingqing appeared anxious, glancing at the tightly sealed cave nearby. What should we do? Master has yet to emerge. Faced with such a situation, she felt uncertain about how to proceed. Fortunately, Qingyao remained relatively composed, contemplating for a moment before responding. At such a close distance, it is reasonable to assume that the master has already sensed their presence. Our task now is to buy some time. After all, we are unaware of the circumstances within the cave and the progress of our opponents. What if they are at a critical juncture? With her words in mind, Qingqing managed to calm herself and nodded solemnly. Very well, let us proceed thus. Indeed, as Qingyao had stated, he had sensed the arrival of those Xian sword sect cultivators the moment they appeared. Moreover, he was indeed at a pivotal moment, standing on the brink of his final breakthrough. Compounding the urgency, he could not simply halt his progress at will. The overwhelming influx of medicinal energy incessantly urged him to concentrate fully on its absorption and transformation. Should he forcibly terminate his efforts at this stage, the destruction of his cultivation would be a mere trifle. The immense medicinal power alone could lead to his swift demise. It could be said that he had already drawn the bow with no turning back. He must first complete this task. Damn it, faster. I need to go faster. Yilingfeng inhaled deeply, striving with all his might to convert the medicinal energy within him and push toward the Yuanling realm. Outside, Bai Qingqing and Qingyao, as anticipated, were soon targeted. Over 100 Xiansword sect cultivators stood poised in the sky to prevent any potential escape, while another group, led by a wooden sword, descended rapidly to confront Bai Qingqing and Qingyao, scrutinizing the two women closely. Initially, Bai Qingqing felt a twinge of nervousness in the face of the numerous cultivators whose prowess far surpassed her own, whereas Qingyao remained relatively composed. Having once been a saintess of a sacred land, she had encountered countless grand spectacles. This situation was hardly daunting to her. Then, she stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, feigning confusion as she asked, "Esteemed seniors, what brings you to our ancient path sect?" Upon hearing this, the second elder among the group cast her a glance and scoffed. "What? Do you not recognize us?" In response, "I must inform you that my senior sister and I have only just arrived." Newcomers? The second elder raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yilingfeng, facing imminent peril, still had the presence of mind to recruit new disciples. Ultimately, he snorted lightly and declared, "I am the second elder of the Xiansword sect. And this esteemed individual beside me is our grand elder. We have come today to seek an audience with your sect leader." As he spoke, the second elder surveyed the area but found no trace of Yilingfeng. Noticing this, Qingyao's mind raced, and she explained, "Our master has stepped out. He is not currently within the sect. Not present." The second elder's brow furrowed slightly. It would be rather embarrassing to go through such trouble only to find nothing. He then cautiously turned to the wooden sword and inquired, "Old sect leader, what do you think?" The wooden sword remained silent, its gaze shifting to Qingyao, its ancient eye seeming to pierce through all pretense like a sharp blade. Finally, it remarked coolly, "Little girl, lying is not a commendable habit." As a formidable being within the realm of Yuanling, having lived for an extensive period, it was effortless for him to discern the deceit woven into Qingyao's words. The two girls, at this moment entering the sect, were likely to possess a unique connection with Yilingfeng. Would the other party, as the master of the ancient Dao sect, remain oblivious to the imminent arrival of their Xinjian sect? Under such circumstances, allowing two young girls in the Qi-gathering realm to remain within the sect while he attended to matters outside was evidently fraught with illogicality. The second elder beside him, upon hearing the words of Mu Jian, could not help but darken his expression. To dare to be insincere, it seemed one was courting death. In an instant, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a surge of silver profound energy. As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, even a casual strike from him was far beyond Qingyao's capacity to withstand or evade, and she was immediately sent flying. Nearby, Bai Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically, and she cried out, "Junior sister?" Chapter 29. I shall see who dares to harm her. Qingyao's petite form crashed against a nearby tree, causing the trunk to tremble violently. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Bai Qingqing rushed forward, concerned for Qingyao's well-being. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Slowly rising, Qingyao wiped away the blood, shaking her head with a pale visage. "Do not worry, I am fine." Her hair was somewhat disheveled. That blow had inflicted considerable internal damage. The second elder, however, remained indifferent, believing that merely failing to kill her outright was already a sufficient display of restraint. Mu Jian gazed at the two girls, his tone laced with calm derision. "What is this? The esteemed master of the ancient Dao sect leaves two little girls to guard here while he hides away like a turtle? Master would never." Bai Qingqing huffed coldly, glaring at him. At that moment, the second elder barked orders to those around him. "Search for him. Even if we have to turn the ancient Dao sect upside down, we must uncover that Yilingfeng." Yet, before they could take action, a muffled sound resonated from a distance, drawing the attention of the Xinjian sect cultivators. Following that noise, they noticed the profound energy in the surrounding space, seemingly converging towards a nearby peak. Mu Jian glanced at the mountain, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appeared there was no need to search further. Clearly, there were cultivators practicing within that mountain, and it was all too obvious who it was. Bai Qingqing and Qingyao, witnessing the exposure of their master's location, exchanged worried glances. This is troublesome. Observing the situation, the second elder's eyes glinted with determination. So, he dares to hide here? Just wait, I shall drag him out. However, just as he prepared to charge forward, he was blocked by Bai Qingqing, her slender frame standing defiantly in front of him. If you wish to find master, you must first pass through me. You? The second elder, seeing Bai Qingqing obstructing his path, could not help but chuckle. He scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. How utterly laughable. Do you think you can stop me? A mere girl from the Qi-gathering realm? Bai Qingqing's actions momentarily stunned Qin Yao. She had not anticipated that her senior sister would be so concerned about their master. At this moment, undeterred by the scorn of the second elder, Bai Qingqing tightly gripped her Qi Feng sword, her lips pressed together as she declared, I am aware that I cannot defeat you, but even if it means my demise, I will not allow you to pass. In her eyes, her master was undoubtedly in a critical situation, and no matter what, she was determined to buy him more time. Moreover, she had promised her master that she would not allow anyone to disturb him, and she intended to keep that promise, even if it meant sacrificing her life here. She believed her master would eventually avenge her and her family. Seeing this, the second elder let out a cold snort. Even so, I shall kill you first. With that, he conjured a black longsword in his hand, and a chilling sword aura surged forth. It was evident that he genuinely harbored murderous intent towards Bai Qingqing. However, just as he prepared to strike, Bai Qingqing stood her ground, a fierce determination radiating from her. In an instant, her sword aura soared into the sky, matching the imposing presence of the second elder from the Xianjian sect head-on. As the second elder gazed at the aura emanating from her, he was momentarily taken aback. Is that sword intent? As a sword cultivator, he was well acquainted with this concept. However, constrained by his own talents, he had never managed to grasp the threshold of sword intent, even at the Golden Core stage. He had previously battled with cultivators who possessed sword intent. Yet the sight of such a phenomenon emerging from a mere Qi-gathering stage girl was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, not only was the second elder bewildered, but other Xianjian sect cultivators with any discernment were also left dumbfounded. Is it possible that this young girl has comprehended sword intent? In the entire Xianjian sect, only past sect masters had ever grasped such a concept, and there had never been any reports of a junior achieving it. What was even more astonishing was that this individual was merely a Qi-gathering stage girl. They all understood the implications of this revelation. Even Mu Jian, observing from a distance, began to lose his composure and urgently called out to the second elder, Stop. He genuinely feared that this man might inadvertently kill her with a single strike. In truth, his concerns were unfounded. Even without his intervention, the second elder would likely remain stunned for a considerable time. At that moment, Mu Jian even momentarily forgot about Yi Lingfeng, who was not far away. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Bai Qingqing, startling her. She instinctively raised her sword, eyeing him warily. What do you want? Mu Jian, however, gazed at her with fervent eyes. What is your name, young lady? Yet, in contrast to his excitement, Bai Qingqing maintained an icy demeanor, responding indifferently. What I am called has nothing to do with you. Even though he was not an enemy, she had to consider whether revealing her identity would bring trouble to herself or her master. Moreover, the individual before us does not appear to embody the essence of a virtuous character. At this moment, the second elder, regaining his composure, bellowed sharply. How dare you speak to the esteemed Master Mu in such a manner? Enough, silence yourself, Mu Jian retorted with a sidelong glance, causing the elder to immediately acquiesce. His gaze then fell upon Bai Qingqing, and he stated directly, I am not one for unnecessary verbosity. To be succinct, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our Xinjian sect. This proclamation astonished the second elder and the others, yet they quickly grasped the rationale. Indeed, given the remarkable swordsmanship talent displayed by this young girl, it would be a lamentable loss to see her perish. If she could be harnessed for their cause, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the Xinjian sect. Initially, Bai Qingqing contemplated a swift refusal, but suddenly, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, If you wish for me to join your ranks, what advantages would I gain? Her response prompted a silent nod of approval from Qin Yao, who recognized her sister's cleverness. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Mu Jian elaborated, The benefits are manifold. Should you choose to join us, all the training resources of the Xianjian sect will be devoted solely to you. Additionally, I would gladly accept you as my disciple and impart my lifelong knowledge. With a gesture towards the dilapidated structures of the ancient path sect, he continued, In comparison, this place, which claims to be a sect, is merely a desolate ruin. incapable of providing you any real assistance. Should you agree to my proposal, I firmly believe that with your talent, my guidance, and the resources of the Xinjiang sect, you shall one day become a renowned swordsman, not just in the Eastern continent, but across the entire realm. Such words would undoubtedly be captivating for those of wavering resolve. Bai Qingqing appeared to be intrigued. It does sound quite appealing, but I must ponder this further. Subsequently, she peppered him with a myriad of whimsical questions as time gradually slipped away. What you propose is indeed enticing, and I do wish to acquiesce. Yet, you understand, right? There is no guarantee that I must agree to everything, correct? Thus, I need to contemplate this matter. If Yi Lingfeng were present, he would undoubtedly marvel at how this young girl, despite her tender age, had already developed such a discerning disposition. However, Mu Jian, not being a fool, gradually discerned her intentions. Are you merely stalling? He asked, his expression darkening as he coldly commanded, little girl, cease your attempts to delay. Make your choice now. Will you accept or decline? Seeing that the moment of stalling had reached its limit, she reined in her smile and, with newfound seriousness, declared, my answer is a definitive no. I refuse to join you. This response was resolute, causing Mu Jian to furrow his brow. Why? He queried, perplexed. For he believed that having just joined the Ancient Path sect, such an advantageous offer should be impossible to decline. At this moment, Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and spoke slowly. Everything I possess has been bestowed upon me by my master, and my future, even my very life, belongs to him. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, I will never betray my master by following you. Upon hearing her declaration, Mu Jian furrowed his brow. As he pondered this, the second elder beside him spoke in a grave tone. Old sect master, this child possesses terrifying talent. If we cannot use her for our own purposes, she must be eliminated immediately. The swordsmanship talent displayed by Bai Qingqing had instilled fear in him. Allowing her to leave alive would undoubtedly spell disaster in the future. Mu Jian was also mulling over this matter, and after a brief silence, he sighed and waved his hand. If that is the case, then let it be done. Once these words escaped his lips, the impatient second elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. In an instant, the long sword in his hand transformed into black lightning, converging into a singular point as it surged toward Bai Qingqing. The terrifying speed was incomparably swifter than his previous attack on Qing Yao, and its power had multiplied several times. Undoubtedly, this was a genuine killing move. Prepare to meet your end, little girl. Bai Qingqing attempted to draw her sword to defend herself, but her speed was simply insufficient, leaving her to watch helplessly as the blade lunged toward her. Senior sister. Qing Yao's pupils constricted as she involuntarily called out. Yet, just as the sword was about to strike, a shimmering azure gold shield erupted from Bai Qingqing's bosom, positioning itself before her. Without a doubt, this was the passive activation of the Tri-Unity Protective Shield. The blade collided with the shield, producing a tremendous crash, the immense force of which sent Bai Qingqing hurtling backward. Although the shield preserved her life, a portion of the sword's power still transferred to her. Bai Qingqing's delicate form crashed to the ground, teetering precariously close to the edge of a cliff. Observing this, the second elder raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the Tri-Unity Protective Shield that lay on the ground. I had not anticipated you possessed such a defensive treasure. Alas, it can only save you this once. With that, he lifted his sword and advanced step by step toward Bai Qingqing. Just then, Mu Jian suddenly interjected, wait. The second elder halted, turning to look at him. Mu Jian then fixed his gaze on Bai Qingqing and said calmly, I shall ask you one final time. Will you join our Xinjiang sect and make a name for yourself across the continent, or will you choose to die here? Bai Qingqing struggled to rise, her disciple's robe now soiled with dust, her pale face marred with dirt and blood. Despite her weakened state, she maintained her composure and coldly regarded Mu Jian. Even if it means death, I shall never betray my master. In response, Mu Jian shook his head, displaying a look of regret. Very well, that is truly unfortunate. He glanced at the second elder, who immediately comprehended his intent. Subsequently, he sneered at Bai Qingqing. Let us see who can save you this time. As he spoke, the blade in his hand shimmered with dark electric light, and with this strike, he intended to take Bai Qingqing's head. In front of him, Bai Qingqing braced herself against her sword, glaring at him fearlessly. Little girl, prepare to die. Just before he could strike, a cold, commanding voice pierced through the air. I dare anyone to touch her. This voice was frigid and laced with murderous intent, seemingly emanating from a nearby mountain peak. Instinctively, everyone turned towards the source of the sound, only to witness a blazing golden beam of light soaring into the sky from that mountain. Chapter 30. The Law of the Jungle. As the voice echoed, in the blink of an eye, a green figure flashed into view in the sky. This individual exuded a formidable aura of profound energy, and his gaze, directed at the crowd, conveyed an intense chill. With his emergence, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Undoubtedly, most among them recognized this sudden arrival. Nearby, Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao instantly displayed expressions of delight, looking up at the figure in the sky, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion." The person who appeared at this critical moment was none other than Yi Lingfeng, who had burst forth from his cave dwelling. It was indeed a critical juncture. Had he not been striving for a breakthrough, he might have even considered interrupting his seclusion to rescue them. As he gracefully descended, he smiled at the two women and reassured them, "Everything is fine now." The two women assessed his presence, and upon sensing the energy radiating from him, they could not help but inquire, "Master, your cultivation compared to when you entered seclusion a few days ago, your aura is significantly stronger now." Yi Lingfeng smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thanks to both of you, I have successfully achieved my breakthrough. Hee, we merely did what we were supposed to do." Bai Qingqing replied with a charming smile, not considering her actions to be particularly extraordinary. Of course, had it not been for their cleverness in buying Yi Lingfeng precious time, this breakthrough might have remained uncertain. In that case, even eliminating those from the Xianjian sect would have been futile. He then took a deep breath, addressing the two women. "In any case, your task has been accomplished. Allow me to handle the ensuing matters." His gaze then settled on the second elder, who was poised to take action. Inside the cave, he had already sensed the situation outside and was well aware of what had transpired. Thus, when he regarded the second elder, his eyes turned icy. "It was you who harmed them, was it?" In response to Yi Lingfeng's inquiry, the second elder wore an expression of disbelief. "No. Am I dreaming? The leader of the ancient path sect before me is actually at the Yuanling realm." Before he had the chance to regain his composure, Yi Lingfeng in front of him struck with a wave of his hand. A surge of golden mystical energy enveloped his palm, nearly solidifying in the air. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lingfeng appeared before the second elder, his golden hand descending upon him. Yi Lingfeng's speed was astonishing. Even the nearby wooden sword could not intervene in time, and the second elder had no opportunity to evade, receiving a direct hit to his body. The second elder's pupils constricted in shock as he watched Yi Lingfeng's hand descend. With a thunderous crash, his body was sent flying like a kite severed from its strings, crashing through more than 10 sturdy trees before landing on the ground. Struggling on the ground, blood gushed from his mouth. Yet he gazed at Yi Lingfeng ahead with a look of disbelief. Just not long ago, he had engaged with this individual. But how could this fellow's cultivation reach such heights? "What have you done?" Yi Lingfeng, uninterested in his inquiries, contentedly lowered his gaze to observe the mystical energy coalescing in his palm. Indeed, after breaking through to the Yuanling stage, the mystical energy had transformed to a new pinnacle. Within his body, in the Dantian, what was once a golden elixir had now taken the form of an ethereal figure resembling himself. This was his Yuanling, once attained. Unless his lifespan was nearly spent, as long as the Yuanling remained intact, it could escape and seize a new physical form to be reborn. Interestingly, this bore some resemblance to the concept of the nascent soul found in the cultivation novels he had read. After a moment of introspection, Yi Lingfeng lifted his gaze, his eyes resting upon the wooden sword before him. "Old man, after all these years, you're still alive?" With that, Yi Lingfeng unleashed a stream of taunts. At that moment, the wooden sword scrutinized him, unperturbed by his banter. Upon sensing his aura, a look of surprise crossed its face. "I never anticipated that a former junior like you would so swiftly ascend to the Yuanling stage. Quite astonishing indeed." In a certain sense, he and the previous generation's sect leader of the ancient Dao sect were contemporaries, thus making Yi Lingfeng his junior. However, Yi Lingfeng chose not to show him any respect. Responding coolly, "There are many things you wouldn't expect." The wooden sword scoffed lightly, narrowing its eyes as it inquired, "So, did you kill Yuan Kuan?" If there had been any lingering doubt about whether Yi Lingfeng was the enigmatic cultivator mentioned by Duan Wu Yuan, witnessing him now magnified that possibility immensely. Yet, Yi Lingfeng feigned surprise, dramatically exclaiming, "What? You say Yuan Kuan is dead? How was I unaware of this? Could it be that he met his end due to the myriad wrongs he committed? After all, with so many people present, one could never be sure who possessed special evasion techniques. Some matters were best left unacknowledged." In the eyes of Mu Jian, this was nothing short of mockery, prompting a cold snort from him. "Stop pretending. I should have acted earlier to flatten the peak you inhabit." Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret. The overwhelming shock and allure of Bai Qingqing's swordsmanship talent had captivated him immensely. In response, Yi Lingfeng scoffed, lamenting that in this world, regret is an elusive remedy. With a cursory glance at the Xianyuan sect cultivators present, a glint of fierce intent flashed in his eyes, and his tone turned frigid. At this juncture, it is time to reckon with all the grievances your Xianyuan sect has inflicted upon us over the years. Mu Jian maintained an air of tranquility, stating with indifference, "In this world, the law of survival is the survival of the fittest. I do not believe the Xianyuan sect has erred in its actions." "Oh, the survival of the fittest, how convenient," Yiling Feng retorted with a smirk, followed by a cold snort. "By your logic, would it then be justified for my sect to annihilate your Xianyuan sect in return?" Even in this fantastical realm, Yiling Feng perceived invasion as invasion, a truth that remains unchanged regardless of justifications. Thus, even as one reborn, his heart harbored only profound loathing for the Xianyuan sect, yearning for their swift demise. Mu Jian cast him a sidelong glance, responding coolly, "You are quite right. However, I fear you may lack the requisite strength. Do not presume that merely having broken through to the Yuanling realm makes you invincible here. Compared to me, you are still quite inexperienced." This assertion was not born of arrogance. He was indeed a seasoned practitioner at the third level of Yuanling, having remained in this realm for an extended period. In contrast, Yiling Feng had only just ascended to the first level of Yuanling, still unfamiliar with many aspects of this newfound power. Yet he believed he could take on 3 or 5 opponents from the Xianyuan sect. Is that so? Yiling Feng narrowed his eyes, summoning golden flames that surged forth to form a blazing sword, exuding an aura of both magnificence and intensity. Without granting Mu Jian a moment to contemplate, he raised his hand and unleashed a strike. Yiling Feng, with sword in hand, appeared as a slender red line in the air, a manifestation of the air and flames compressed to their limits. This strike was significantly swifter than his previous engagement with the second elder, catching Mu Jian off guard. How swift? Mu Jian furrowed his brow and hastily drew his sword to counter, golden swordlight swirling around him as he prepared to meet Yiling Feng's descending blow. In an instant, the 2 blades clashed in midair, producing a resounding shockwave that forced Mu Jian to stagger back several paces. The astonishment was palpable on Mu Jian's face, a stark change in his demeanor. How was this possible? It was evident that he was genuinely taken aback. Yiling Feng, with a calm smile, caressed the fiery sword in his grasp. "Do you still believe I am not your match?" Mu Jian's expression darkened. He had indeed not anticipated that a mere novice in the Yuanling realm could surpass him in both strength and speed, even if only slightly. The flames unleashed by the adversary were rather peculiar. Upon contact, one could feel an intense heat as if it were poised to consume him. Yet, at this juncture, despite Yiling Feng's remarkable prowess, he had no avenue for retreat. With a slight huff, he declared, "Do not become too complacent. The battle has only just commenced." As his words fell, the long sword in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant azure light, swiftly coalescing into a massive shadow of a deep green sword, exuding immense pressure upon those beneath the Yuanling realm. "Receive this," with Gangsword Chi. The wooden sword wielded the enormous azure sword shadow, akin to cleaving the very heavens as it descended upon Yiling Feng. "Ah, splendid." Even before his opponent made a move, Yiling Feng did not remain idle. A subtle smile graced his lips. In the next moment, flames surged fiercely from his long sword, igniting with even greater fervor under the tempestuous winds. Wind's rest, strike. His own colossal sword shadow, formed of wind and fire, met the advancing deep green sword shadow head-on. The clash erupted with the force of 2 opposing powers colliding, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. The hurricane-like aftermath swept outward, shaking the ground nearby, and the ferocious winds even tore apart several stout trees in the vicinity. The 2 women observing, along with the disciples of the Xianjian sect, were compelled to retreat, lest they be harmed by the terrifying residual force. Is this what a confrontation in the Yuanling realm feels like? Truly fearsome. Indeed, it felt as though a closer proximity would draw them into the fray. The Yuanling realm was astonishingly formidable. Many present were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, their hearts filled with awe. Of course, their astonishment only deepened as the residual waves dissipated, revealing that both combatants had stepped back slightly. This revelation caused the expressions of the Xianjian sect disciples to shift dramatically. The sect master of the ancient Dao sect was, astonishingly, evenly matched with their esteemed elder. The already injured second elder wore an increasingly grim countenance, realizing the gravity of the situation amidst the shock. This cannot stand. Action must be taken. Suddenly, he noticed Bai Qingqing and her companion retreating from the residual waves, and a glimmer of inspiration sparked within him. Yes, with Yiling Feng preoccupied, these 2 young ladies lacked protection. If we capture them, we can leverage them against him. Without hesitation, he commanded the nearby Xianjian sect disciples, "What are you waiting for? Quickly seize those two young ladies." Chapter 31. The Master wields heavenly sword techniques. This proclamation jolted the others into action. Indeed, these two young ladies were disciples of Yi Lingfeng. Taking them hostage would undoubtedly make him think twice. Consequently, several disciples surged forward, racing towards Bai Qingqing and her companion. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qingqing and Qing Yao's expressions shifted in alarm. They had never anticipated such shamelessness from their adversaries, resorting to underhanded tactics when bested. "I dare anyone to try." A commanding voice echoed from above. As Yi Lingfeng's fierce shout pierced the air. Subsequently, the several cultivators from the Xianjian sect, regardless of their levels of cultivation, found themselves inexplicably suspended in midair. They appeared as if spellbound, their faces turning an ashen hue. "No, please, no." It was as if they encountered something dreadful, and they all shrieked in terror. Their bodies rapidly expanding like balloons before bursting into a mist of crimson in the sky. Their demise momentarily froze the entire battlefield. What has transpired? Everyone present was bewildered, unable to comprehend how these individuals had met their end. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng observed them with a cold gaze and remarked nonchalantly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to perish? Feel free to make a move and test it." Clearly, their deaths were orchestrated by him. Yet none could discern the method he employed. Even Qing Yao, who prided herself on her vast experience, failed to grasp what her master had done to these individuals. In that instant, the remaining cultivators hesitated, afraid to act rashly. Even Mu Jian, also at the Yuanling realm, secretly displayed a look of shock. Recalibrating Yi Lingfeng's threat level in his mind. Could this fellow possess another lethal technique? He harbored concerns that he might be subjected to the same fate. However, this worry was unfounded. If Yi Lingfeng had intended to eliminate him, he would not have engaged in battle thus far. Having just broken through to the Yuanling realm, Yi Lingfeng felt somewhat unfamiliar with this new level, and his ability to suppress his opponent was merely a matter of numerical advantage. The infinite compression of his Xuanqi had fortified his attributes to surpass Mu Jian, who was at the third level of Yuanling, by a margin. Thus, he was determined not to squander this splendid opportunity for practice. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the caliber of adversaries he could contend with beyond the confines of the ancient Dao sect. Unbeknownst to Mu Jian, in Yi Lingfeng's eyes, he had become nothing more than a sparring partner. Let us continue. After instilling fear in the remaining cultivators of the Xianjian sect, Yi Lingfeng smirked slightly, casting a smile towards Mu Jian. "Come, let us engage." Mu Jian, undaunted, exchanged blows with Yi Lingfeng, ascending from the ground to the heavens and eventually into the clouds. The two figures resembled brilliant meteors, entangled in a continuous dance of twists and collisions across the sky. Each impact reverberated through the heavens and the earth, escalating towards a fervent climax. However, as the battle progressed, Mu Jian's mood grew increasingly grave. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he sensed that Yi Lingfeng's strength was ascending at a steady pace. This was problematic. It seemed that this fellow was gradually becoming adept in the Yuanling realm. Mu Jian quickly deduced the reason, but it was far from good news for him, as he remained uncertain just how formidable his opponent could ultimately become. Given the current intensity of the battle, he could not sustain himself for long, as his lifespan was drawing to a close, and his combat prowess had inevitably been affected. However, the ongoing conflict showed no signs of resolution anytime soon, particularly since the opponent likely harbored a formidable secret technique. Contemplating this, he resolutely decided to take a gamble. At that moment, Yi Lingfeng noticed his waning offensive and jestingly remarked, "What is the matter? Is age catching up with you?" In response, Mu Jian let out a cold snort, fixing him with a frosty glare. "This is becoming exceedingly tedious. I intend to settle this with a single strike." Intrigued, Yi Lingfeng sized him up. "Oh? I'm curious to see how you plan to determine life and death with just one sword." "Huh. You will find out shortly." With those words, a fierce glint flashed in Mu Jian's eyes as he uttered a command. Explosive profound technique. As the words left his lips, a green luminescence erupted from his frail, aging body, akin to the very essence of life. Simultaneously, the intensity of his profound energy surged visibly, ascending from the third to the fourth, and ultimately to the fifth realm of Yuanling. With this elevation and cultivation, he brandished the long sword in his hand, unleashing a torrent of azure radiance from its blade. At first glance, it resembled his earlier wooden sword energy, but in terms of momentum, it was vastly superior. The azure light coalesced into a colossal sword, its color reminiscent of emerald, adorned with numerous arcane runes that glimmered with a cerulean glow. Withered with sword energy. Mu Jian shouted once more, and the immense sword burst forth with dazzling brilliance, exuding an astonishing might. Undoubtedly, this was the low-grade, earth-level profound technique that the Xian sword sect had fortuitously acquired. The sudden enhancement of his cultivation, coupled with the earth-level technique, made Yi Lingfeng raise an eyebrow and chuckle softly. Oh, an explosive type of profound technique? Are you truly risking your life? How intriguing. Faced with Mu Jian's ultimate strike, fueled by his own life force, Yi Lingfeng exhibited not a hint of fear, but rather a look of keen interest. He then raised his own long sword. As the profound energy within him surged forth, causing the previously clear sky to darken ominously. The onlookers, including the second elder, were momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why has the sky turned dark? This was not merely a cloud obscuring the heavens. It resembled the transition of day to night, enveloping the world in darkness. Within a radius of several dozen miles, sunlight vanished entirely. Night had descended. Above, the night breeze tousled Yi Lingfeng's garments as silver light ignited in his eyes. He uttered softly, "The sun and moon revolve, the moon rises." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant full moon appeared to rise from the horizon, manifesting behind him. At this moment, he resembled an immortal atop a full moon. His demeanor transformed, gazing down upon the myriad of beings with an air of aloofness. Observing the unfolding scene, Qing Yao found herself entranced, her eyes wide with astonishment. What technique has Master employed? Beside her, Bai Qingqing, with a triumphant smile, declared, "Need you ask? Master has mastered the celestial sword technique." The celestial sword technique? Qing Yao's pupils constricted. This was the first occasion she had witnessed her master wield such power, instantly dispelling any doubts she had previously harbored. How could one possessing the celestial sword technique be an ordinary individual? Her gaze fixed upon the sky, where Yi Lingfeng stood, imbued with an unusual brilliance. Indeed, this was a phenomenon exclusive to the celestial sword technique. She even felt that such a display exceeded the disturbances typically associated with lower-tier celestial sword techniques, as even in the peak era of the heavenly demon sacred land, there were scarcely 2 or 3 such techniques. In an instant, her gaze ignited with fervor. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng himself was somewhat astonished. The current commotion far surpassed the intimidation he had previously instilled in the cultivators of the nether realm. The present sunset and moonrise, akin to the day's dawn and dusk, were manifestations of the celestial phenomena inherent to the sun and moon sword technique. This technique comprised 3 moves, each with its limitations. During the night, one could wield the solar corona blade, while the daytime called forth the silver moon blade. As for the final and most formidable strike, which could be executed at any hour, he had yet to master it. Nevertheless, the 2 techniques he had currently acquired were more than sufficient to contend with opponents of equal rank. Indeed, this was the celestial sword technique. The wooden sword ahead momentarily froze, his expression darkening rapidly. He recalled the words of Duanwu Yuan. It appeared to be true that this individual possessed the celestial sword technique. As he observed the long sword before Yi Lingfeng emanating a silver radiance and steadily absorbing profound energy, causing the brilliance to intensify, he realized he could not allow further accumulation of power. Without hesitation, he resolved to prevent Yi Lingfeng from unleashing his technique. Lunging forward to thrust his withered wooden sword toward him. "Perish!" The wooden sword cried out as the dark green giant blade transformed into a streak of azure meteor, hurtling forth with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Yi Lingfeng's front. At this moment, due to the preparatory motion of invoking the celestial sword technique, evading the strike was an unrealistic endeavor. This attack was destined to hit its mark. In truth, this exemplified the typical approach of cultivators in battle. Rarely did one initiate combat with their most powerful moves, as it was all too easy to expose oneself to counterattack. Even when unleashing a grand technique, it was customary to strike first. What of the celestial sword technique? Would it not succumb to the blade of the old man? With the situation having escalated to this point, the wooden sword's lips twitched. At this distance, the opponent had no chance to evade, even with a protective talisman. The force of his strike was such that even a top-tier artifact of the Xian rank would be shattered instantaneously. The mere thought of soon acquiring a celestial sword technique stirred an exhilarating anticipation within him, though his days were numbered. The attainment of the heavenly sword technique would render him content, as he would have fulfilled the adage of hearing the Tao in the morning and dying without regret by evening. However, he seemed to overlook one crucial detail. Yi Lingfeng, daring to unleash the sun and moon sword technique in response, possessed ample confidence in his capabilities. as the sword descended upon him. A faint smirk graced Yi Lingfeng's lips as he calmly uttered, Qian Kuan Shield. During this time, he had already refined the Qian Kuan Shield, enabling him to deploy it with remarkable proficiency. As a heavenly tier artifact, it could be summoned into his body and released at will, upon his command. A brilliant intermingling of black and white light erupted from his chest. In an instant, the forces of yin and yang converged before him, and a vast wheel of the 8 trigrams took shape, manifesting as a colossal Qian Kuan Bagua wheel. The wheel, adorned with the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams, spun rapidly, and the inscriptions upon it radiated golden beams of light. At that very moment, the approaching sword aura of the dry wood struck the Qian Kuan shield head-on, and the enormous sword shadow shattered like glass. In stark contrast, the Qian Kuan shield, hovering before Yi Lingfeng, remained utterly unperturbed, suspended in the air like an immovable mountain. How could this be? Even the wooden sword found it difficult to maintain composure, gazing at the golden wheel ahead, the aura emanating from it distinctly extraordinary. The rotating golden wheel exuded an aura of invincibility, leading him to believe that even a full-force strike would scarcely leave a mark upon it. He had faced numerous formidable opponents in the past, and although he had encountered high-level defensive artifacts, none had displayed such terrifying defensive capabilities as this golden wheel. Soon, an astonishing realization dawned upon him, altering his expression drastically. Damn it, could it be another heavenly tier artifact? Only the most exceptional heavenly tier artifacts could possess such an extraordinary effect. Yi Lingfeng's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions as he grinned and declared, correct. Now, prepare for your reward. As his words fell, the charge of Yi Lingfeng's sword technique reached completion. A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes as he swung the sword in his hand. Go. In an instant, a massive silver-white crescent blade of moonlight descended, expanding rapidly in the wooden sword's line of sight. Witnessing this, the wooden sword's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to unleash all his defensive capabilities. A series of barrier screens formed before him, and all his protective artifacts were summoned forth. Nearly 10 varied defenses stood in his front, yet beneath the might of Yi Lingfeng's moonlight blade, they shattered like glass. The wooden sword's pupils suddenly constricted, and he watched helplessly as the resplendent silver moonlight descended. It was over. In the pitch-black sky, a violent explosion erupted like a cascade of fiery flowers, and a shadow plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact that created a deep crater. Within this chasm lay the wooden sword, his body intact despite being struck by the blade of moonlight, a testament to the extraordinary strength one could attain upon reaching the Yuanling realm. However, a complete body did not signify safety. At this moment, every bone and internal organ of the wooden sword was nearly shattered, and his inner Yuanling was riddled with countless fissures. His vitality was irreversibly waning, leaving him with but a single breath. The old sect master, the second elder, and other disciples of the Xianjian sect were left dumbfounded at the sight, rushing forward to assess the situation. Just then, as the night sky began to fade, Yi Lingfeng descended, sword in hand, and calmly addressed the wooden sword before him. The battle has concluded. It appears you have lost. The ancient sword, barely clinging to life, gazed at Yi Lingfeng and the swirling Qian Kuan shield around him, coughing weakly. Before I pass, to fall at your hands is, at least, a lesson learned. It seems I should not have allowed that young man to expand so recklessly. Hearing this, Yi Lingfeng let out a dismissive snort. Regretting now is rather too late. Surprisingly, the wooden sword gently shook his head. Ultimately, this is merely the fate I share with the Xianjian sect. It was evident that he felt no remorse for his actions. Attributing his downfall to a mere misstep, Yi Lingfeng, regarding him coldly, retorted, there is no such thing as fate. It is merely your own ambition that has led to your demise. In response to this rebuttal, the wooden sword smiled. Ambition? He struggled to lift his head, a bloodied smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. To survive, one must embrace it. The law of the jungle is the rule the world has bestowed upon us. Mark my words, there will come a day when you too will. Before he could finish, he expended all his remaining strength and breathed his last, leaving behind a peculiar smile that seemed to convey an ominous message. One day, you too shall meet my fate. Yi Lingfeng scoffed and raised his hand, summoning a flame of the vermilion bird to incinerate the corpse, ensuring he would not rise again. The flickering fire reflected on his face, and he paid no heed to the wooden sword's final words. If that is the case, then you may watch. As time passed, Yi Lingfeng indeed came to understand the weight of his words. This world was undeniably destined to be cruel. Before long, as the remains of the wooden sword turned to ash, only a spatial ring remained. Yi Lingfeng retrieved it with a wave of his hand, then turned his icy gaze upon the second elder and the other disciples of the Xinjiang sect. Now, it is your turn. Sensing his murderous intent, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, prompting them to scatter in haste. Present among them were nearly all the mid to high-level cultivators of the Xinjiang sect, their powers generally hovering around the Xiandan realm. In a different setting, it might indeed be difficult to eliminate them all. However, the matter at hand was that they were within the territory of the ancient Path sect, where Yi Lingfeng was akin to a harbinger of death. Now, they wished to flee. They would accompany their elder to the afterlife. With a cold snort, Yi Lingfeng refrained from wasting words and directly invoked the power of annihilation bestowed upon a novice. Consequently, beneath the sky, Bai Qingqing and Qingyao witnessed a series of blood mists erupting, the heavy scent of blood permeating throughout the ancient Path sect. Bai Qingqing remained relatively unfazed, having previously witnessed Yi Lingfeng wielding such techniques, but Qingyao was utterly stunned. What kind of method was this? Had he truly killed them all? She prided herself on her ability to discern the divine arts of the continent, yet the ease with which Yi Lingfeng executed these lethal strikes left her bewildered. She even began to question whether this master of hers was truly human. Before long, Yi Lingfeng collected the spatial rings of all those he had slain. Bai Qingqing, filled with joy, approached him. Master, congratulations on your breakthrough. Looking at the young girl before him, he smiled warmly and gently patted her head. This is all thanks to your efforts this past year. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether I could achieve this breakthrough. I promise, no one will disturb your seclusion. Bai Qingqing replied with a beaming smile, her pride evident. Then, as if struck by a thought, she grasped Yi Lingfeng's arm and shook it. By the way, Master, have you noticed any changes in me? Changes? What changes do you mean? Take a closer look. It should be quite apparent. Yi Lingfeng gazed at her, appearing puzzled. I don't see any changes. Aren't you still the same as before? His response left Bai Qingqing feeling a bit disheartened. Master, your eyesight is rather poor. I have made significant progress. Noticing her sulking demeanor, Yi Lingfeng suddenly chuckled after a moment. All right, I was merely jesting. Of course. I can see that you have comprehended the essence of sword intent. Qingqing, you truly are remarkable. He had sensed this earlier and was indeed astonished. The potential achievements of this young girl in the realm of swordsmanship were likely beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's gloomy expression transformed into a radiant smile. Of course, but it is all thanks to your teachings. It could be said that Bai Qingqing's innate talent and hard work, combined with Yi Lingfeng's guidance, had mutually complemented each other. Over this period, he had observed her diligent efforts, sometimes feeling a pang of concern, wishing she would not overexert herself. Perhaps mastering the sword intent was a fitting reward for her dedication. At that moment, Qingyao also approached. She gazed intently at Yi Lingfeng before she could restrain her curiosity any longer. Master, who exactly are you? Yi Lingfeng turned his face towards her and inquired. Oh, why do you ask? Qingyao pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and replied, the heavenly stage sword technique, the heavenly stage magical treasures, and that ability to kill invisibly, Master. Your identity must be extraordinary, right? To her, it was entirely plausible that Yi Lingfeng could claim to be the reincarnation of the Xian Emperor. Such a being should not remain obscure in the realm prior to this one. In response to her inquisitiveness about his identity, Yi Lingfeng merely smiled gently. I am but an ordinary sect leader of the ancient Path sect, and your teacher. Of course, based on Yi Lingfeng's intuition, he anticipated that this question would arise again in the future when he took on disciples. It was only natural, were he in her position, he too would harbor a profound curiosity about such matters. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Qingyao fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. She glanced at Bai Qingqing and asked, in that case, Master, if I dedicate myself to my training, will I be able to achieve a similar pace of cultivation as my senior sister? It must be noted that Bai Qingqing's comprehension of sword intent at the Qi-gathering realm had genuinely piqued her interest. In contrast, her own aspirations were modest. She merely wished to master the heavenly demon flame while still in the Qi-gathering realm. Of course, strictly speaking, the astonishing nature of both feats was quite comparable, as history bore no record of anyone mastering the heavenly demon flame at that level. To this, Yi Lingfeng unhesitatingly affirmed, that is only natural. As long as you exert yourself, you will surely catch up to Qingqing. Understood, Master. I will double my efforts. Qingyao nodded, and after witnessing her master's remarkable abilities today, she began to place some faith in his words. Naturally, Yi Lingfeng's confidence stemmed primarily from the system, which, for now, appeared to be quite reliable. After a conversation among the three, Bai Qingqing seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, regarding the Xian sword sect, does this mean the matter is settled?" At the mention of the Xian sword sect, Yi Lingfeng squinted slightly and raised his gaze to the distant sky, where a chilling aura flickered in his eyes. "It is far from over. I have yet to deliver a surprise to that Xian sword sect master." Chapter 33. Knowing it is unjust yet remaining, this is indeed evil. Half a day later, within the Xian sword sect. Ever since the Grand Elder personally led a team to the Ancient Path sect, Sect Master Duan Wuyuan had finally relaxed. In fact, at this moment, he leisurely sipped tea while attending to affairs within the sect in his study. Before him stood an elder of the sect, recounting a particular matter to Duan Wuyuan. "Master, with less than 3 months until the Eastern Continent's 100th sect assembly, do you think we should begin preparations?" Upon hearing this, Duan Wuyuan pondered thoughtfully. "So soon? Has 3 years really passed already?" After a moment of contemplation, he nodded to the person before him. "Given the circumstances, it is indeed time to conduct an early selection. This year, we must secure a position in the 100 Sects Azure Cloud ranking. The 100 Sects Conference, as discussed by the two, is an exchange-oriented martial arts gathering organized by the prominent sects of the Eastern Continent, supported by several sacred sites. As long as one registers and pays a considerable registration fee, they can participate in the preliminary selections until they earn a formal spot in the 100 Sects Conference. Furthermore, if one achieves a certain ranking in the official competition, they will be rewarded handsomely and gain the opportunity to become renowned across the Eastern Continent. Participants in this conference must be under the age of 18, with no exceptions. They are all the pinnacle talents of the new generation from various sects and noble families. The 100 Sects Azure Cloud ranking is determined by the standings in the 100 Sects competition, recognized by the sacred sites as the public ranking of the Eastern Continent as prodigies. Generally, the official competition attracts thousands of participants. Yet the Azure Cloud ranking only records the top 30. Each medium and small-sized faction takes pride in having a genius listed on the Azure Cloud ranking. However, for their Xinjin sect, they have yet to produce such a talent. Their best result thus far was a 51st place from the previous session, which has been a source of great frustration. This matter has long been a lingering regret for Duan Wuyuan, who has been striving to secure a position within the top 50 in recent years. In response, the elder displayed a lack of confidence, sighing softly. "Alas, I hope this year goes more smoothly." Observing the elder's disheartened demeanor, Duan Wuyuan replied with a light scoff, "There is no need to be so despondent. The Yuming sect, too, had not achieved notable rankings until 3 years ago when their participating disciple surprisingly clinched the first place. Our expectations are not so high. We merely seek to secure a position." The performance of the Yuming sect in the last 100 Sects Conference was indeed legendary, rising from obscurity to seize the top spot. Prior to that, the top ranks had been dominated by several established sects, with the Shinshu sect's first place being particularly unassailable. Although the Yuming sect is known as a malevolent sect, their ability to break through and claim the first position provided considerable satisfaction to many spectators. The elder before him nodded in agreement. "You are right, Sect Master. I shall make arrangements tomorrow." "Very well, do so," Duan Wuyuan replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand. "Even if we do not succeed this time, once we annex the Gudao sect and acquire more cultivation resources, we shall naturally be able to recruit more disciples, and perhaps then we will find promising talents." "Indeed, that is a valid point," the elder concurred. Then recalled something and inquired, "By the way, the former sect master should have concluded his battle by now, correct?" Mentioning the former sect master, Duan Wuyuan glanced at the sky outside, nodded with a smile, and said, "I believe our master is on his way back now. When he returns, we shall host a celebratory banquet this evening." He held a profound trust in his master's methods, not to mention the high likelihood that Yi Lingfeng was gravely injured and on the brink of death, even if he were unscathed. Even if he were that enigmatic pinnacle of golden core cultivator, he would still be unable to stir any waves before his master. However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden crash echoed through the room as the study door was flung open. No, more accurately, it was burst open. The newcomer, drenched in sweat, urgently exclaimed, "Master, something terrible has happened. Calmly speak. Why on earth is there anything wrong with me?" Duan Wuyuan recognized this individual as a disciple tasked with overseeing the soul jade slips of important figures within the sect. "No, it's the Grand Elder and the Second Elder." At that moment, Duan Wuyuan had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation and instinctively replied, "What has happened to the Grand Elder? Has he returned?" The Grand Elder, his soul jade slip has shattered. What? The moment those words fell, the teacup in Duan Wuyuan's hand instantly cracked under pressure, spilling tea across the floor. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. He seized the disciple by the collar and demanded, "Repeat what you just said." Clearly, he suspected he might have misheard. Unfortunately, that was not the case. The reporting disciple swallowed hard and continued, "Just now, during my routine inspection of the soul jade slips, I discovered that both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder's slips had shattered. Moreover, several other slips belonging to the elders were also destroyed." Duan Wuyuan's body trembled, as if his strength had been sapped, and he almost collapsed. The shattering of the soul jade slips, what it signified was beyond words. Could it be that he was the perpetrator? Duan Wuyuan felt as if his mind were short-circuiting. He could not fathom how his master could possibly be dead. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Before he could process this calamity, another figure rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, something terrible has happened." Duan Wuyuan truly sensed dread this time. He glanced at the newcomer and forced himself to feign calmness as he asked, "Speak, what now?" "Master, just moments ago, Yiling Feng from the ancient path sect stormed our mountain gate and is now advancing towards us." "What?" The shocking revelation left Duan Wuyuan utterly stunned. He hardly had time to react as he swiftly dashed out of the study. Upon exiting, he discovered dark clouds gathering ominously in the distant sky. Atop the mountain gate of the Xianjian sect stood Yiling Feng, resembling a deity, his gaze surveying the multitude of Xianjian sect disciples below. The disciples, witnessing the strange spectacle in the sky alongside Yiling Feng, were expressions of abject terror. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they sensed an impending calamity. As Duan Wuyuan approached and felt the turbulent aura surrounding Yiling Feng, his pupils constricted in shock. The origin spirit realm? How could this be? "Ah, Master Duan. It has been quite some time since we last met," Yiling Feng remarked cheerfully, having noticed him. "Are you surprised by the sudden visit from our sect?" Duan Wuyuan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yiling Feng, immediately questioning him. "What has happened to my master and the others?" "You seem to be asking trivial questions," Yiling Feng replied, raising an eyebrow. He then produced several spatial rings, which appeared in the palm of his hand. Looking up with a smile, he added, "See, they are right here." Most of the rings Yiling Feng displayed were familiar to Duan Wuyuan, but one in particular, without a doubt, belonged to his master. The moment he laid eyes on these spatial rings, it was as if the fate of his master and the others had been irrevocably sealed. Duan Wuyuan's expression shifted. Disbelief etched across his face as he stammered. When did you become this strong?" Regrettably, Yiling Feng had little interest in discussing such matters with him. He merely replied coolly, "Enough. I shall give you one final opportunity. State your last words." Duan Wuyuan, his expression grim, fixed his gaze on Yiling Feng and demanded, "So, it was you who killed Yuan Cohen?" "Indeed." Yiling Feng nodded, his internal energy converging towards the sword in his hand. Unperturbed by this, Duan Wuyuan pressed on, intent on uncovering the truth. "And the Yin Luo and Yin Sha? Did you kill them as well and frame us?" "Correct. That was indeed our sect's doing." Given the circumstances, even if he denied it, the other party could surmise the truth. Duan Wuyuan glared at him, his teeth clenched. "Had I known earlier, I should have disregarded everything and killed you during that ambush. On that fateful day, when he had been struck by the deadly palm, had he seized the moment, he might have had the chance to eliminate Yiling Feng. Alas, now he was left with nothing but endless regret." Yiling Feng scoffed, shaking his head. "Unfortunately, there is no such thing as what if in this world." Duan Wuyuan took a deep breath, realizing he was beyond redemption. He glanced down at the Xianjian sect and addressed Yiling Feng with a somber tone. "This time, I admit defeat. The actions against the ancient Tao sect were solely my orders, and my disciples are not to blame. I hope you will spare their lives." With many of the higher-ranking elders dispatched alongside the former sect master to the ancient Tao sect, only the disciples remained. In this moment of life and death, he revealed the responsibility of a sect leader. However, this plea held little weight for Yiling Feng. He cast a glance downward and replied indifferently, "You are correct. It was your command." Yet, they chose to remain, fully aware of the unjust actions of the sect, relishing the benefits that came with it. Therefore, they cannot be deemed innocent. Furthermore, as he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yiling Feng's eyes. "Since you have all witnessed the might of our sect, it stands to reason that none shall leave alive." If Yiling Feng were alone, he might not have taken such drastic measures. However, he bears the weight of the ancient Tao sect and is responsible for his two disciples, by Qingxing and Qingyao, should his cultivation be exposed. it is likely that the Yinming sect would soon come knocking at his door. If the matter concerning Qing Yao were to surface as well, the consequences would be dire. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, he finds himself with but one course of action. Upon hearing his words, Duan Weiyuan fell into complete despair. As Yiling Feng's profound energy surged ever more violently, he directed his gaze downward and shouted, "Our sect will hold him off. You all must flee separately. No matter where you go, find the Yinming sect immediately and inform them of what has transpired here. Rest assured, someone will come to avenge us." Chapter 34. The Sect's Maid and Housekeeper. Shortly thereafter, within the Yinming sect, the sect master Gu Wangsheng was perusing an urgent report that had just arrived, detailing the recent events concerning the Xianzhen sect. Ever since Qi Hong returned and recounted his experiences, he had been discreetly monitoring the Xianzhen sect. This particular report had been hastily transmitted to him by Qi Hong. According to the intelligence, the Xianzhen sect was annihilated this afternoon. All resources for cultivation had been stripped bare, and not a single soul within the sect had survived. Alarmingly, the annihilation had been executed with extraordinary simplicity and brutality, seemingly by a single, formidable sword technique. The site investigation revealed that the territory of the Xianzhen sect had been cleaved asunder, with a radius of over 10 miles devastated by terrifying residual energy, leaving no living creature behind. Such a horrific display of power, even by his standards, seemed exaggerated. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Qi Hong, who had been summoned, and inquired, "Who do you think is responsible for this?" "I'm not entirely certain. But one thing is clear," Qi Hong replied. "Oh, what is it?" Gu Washing asked, intrigued. A glint of insight sparked in Qi Hong's eyes as he took a deep breath. The individual who obliterated the Xianzhen sect is most likely the same mysterious cultivator who killed Yin Luo and Yin Sha that day. "Do you have evidence for this?" Gu Wangxing pressed. "Not at the moment, but if we use the Golden Core or Yuanling realm as a benchmark, I can hardly conceive of any sword technique capable of such devastation other than a heavenly grade one. As for the possibility of others being responsible, please. The number of heavenly grade sword techniques in the Eastern continent is not as vast as one might imagine. If it were a more powerful cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, there would be no need for such a grand display. A mere few strikes could easily obliterate the Xianzhen sect. Of course, all of this remains conjecture. We will need to investigate further to clarify the situation." Ultimately, Gu Wangxing narrowed his eyes and spoke with gravity. "Then we must continue our search, gathering traces of profound energy. No matter what, we must unearth him, and by Qingqing." "Understood. I shall personally take a trip," Qi Hong replied, raising an eyebrow. "To be honest, this matter is becoming increasingly intriguing." He then seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, "Indeed, esteemed leader. Regarding the candidates for this year's grand tournament of the 100 sects," Gu Wangxing spoke with a hint of nonchalance. "Rest assured, the personnel have been finalized, and your precious disciple is among them." Upon hearing this, Qi Hong's countenance brightened with delight. "That is excellent news. It seems this year our Yuming sect is destined to claim the first position." After a moment's pause, he broke into a grin, adding, in retrospect, "Our decision to align ourselves with that esteemed empress was undeniably astute. Frankly speaking, it is her presence that has allowed our Yuming sect to flourish as it does today. Numerous elders within the sect have successfully transcended to the Yuanling realm, and we even secured the top position on the 100 sects Qingyun ranking." In response, Gu Wangxing merely scoffed softly, remarking, "Precisely for this reason, we must expedite the search for Bai Qingqing and the items in her possession, lest the Empress perceives our efforts as inadequate." "Understood. I shall exert myself to the utmost," Qi Hong replied, though he was acutely aware that this aimless search was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, exceedingly arduous. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted their conversation. "Master, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." Gu Wangxing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is it?" "That individual claims to be from the Xianzhen sect." Upon hearing this, both Gu Wangxing and Qi Hong exchanged astonished glances. Gu Wangxing immediately rose and called towards the entrance, "Quickly, please invite them in." It was indeed fortuitous. Just as he had begun to doze off, an opportunity was presented at his doorstep. With the downfall of the Xianzhen sect, the long-standing feud with the Gudao sect had been conclusively resolved. Meanwhile, within the Gudao sect, Yiling Feng felt a surge of elation as he surveyed the plethora of mystical techniques, magical artifacts, and even the vast number of Xianjing bags scattered across the ground. These were all spoils acquired following the annihilation of the Xianzhen sect, and the total amount of Xianjing alone reached an impressive 8 million. Coupled with the 2 million he already possessed, He now considered himself a wealthy individual with a total of 10 million xianjing. In addition to this, he had also acquired several Xian-level magical artifacts, including a supreme-grade artifact, the Wind Shuttle, which had belonged to the leader of the Xianjian sect. The only limit was concerning the mystical techniques. Due to the overwhelming power of his sword, the Xianjian sect scripture repository had been utterly obliterated, resulting in many jade slips containing mystical techniques being reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, the current bounty was enough to leave Yiling Feng brimming with excitement. This truly revitalizes the Gudao sect. The acquisitions he had made were nearly sufficient to allow him to rebuild the Gudao sect, perhaps even stronger than before. At this juncture, Qing Yao, who was assisting in the inventory, inquired thoughtfully, "Master, did you truly eliminate every member of the Xianjian sect?" Her concern stemmed from the possibility that revealing their strength without completely rooting out the threat could attract the attention of the Yuming sect or even forces from beyond. In this regard, Yiling Feng's response was exceedingly affirmative. Indeed, the master had meticulously inspected the scene at the time, finding not even a single living fly. Upon receiving this assurance, Qingya let out a sigh of relief, expressing, "That is good." In her perspective, when one must take action against another, it is imperative to eradicate all threats to prevent future turmoil. "My dear child, there is no need for such concern. I am quite reliable in my endeavors," Yiling Feng said with a light chuckle, extending his hand to present the finest spoils of this encounter. "Speaking of which, I have yet to present you with a gift. Your current cultivation is still modest, and this Wind Shuttle will certainly enhance your self-defense capabilities. The Wind Shuttle is essentially a specialized flying sword, albeit a diminutive circular shuttle. Under the control of a skilled practitioner, it can maneuver freely and shoot forth like a bullet, piercing the vital points of adversaries." Presently, he still had 2 chances for returns, and he decided to utilize one on this item. After all, he had acquired a fine sword, robust defensive treasures, and excellent sword techniques. It was indeed time for a commendable offensive artifact. Upon witnessing her master bestow a treasure upon her, Qingya, who had experienced more of the world than her companion Qingqing, exhibited a demeanor of relative calm. Nevertheless, she bowed respectfully to Yiling Feng. "Thank you, master. I shall not be modest." At present, all her artifacts had been seized by her senior brother, leaving her with nothing usable. Thus, the Wind Shuttle was a welcome addition. However, she was somewhat taken aback by the joy evident on her master's face while presenting her with the treasure. Undoubtedly, this was a reward of considerable merit for Yiling Feng. Notification: you have granted your disciple a premium Wind Shuttle of the Xian tier. Congratulations on activating a 1999-fold return, acquiring a low-grade illusory light shuttle of the heavenly tier. Illusory light shuttle, crafted from extraterrestrial star iron and the crystal core of a luminous dragon. It is as light as a leaf and possesses a blade sharp enough to pierce all. At its maximum, it can shoot forth like light. Yet another artifact of the heavenly tier, although classified as low-grade, its description belied its true strength. The ability to shoot forth like light suggests it could indeed sever heads amidst a throng of adversaries with remarkable ease. Excellent, excellent. This adds another card to my hand. However, in Yiling Feng's estimation, this was still insufficient. He then turned to Bai Qingqing, contemplated a moment, and offered her something as well. "And for you, Qingqing, here is this Xian technique. Remember to cultivate it, as it may prove invaluable in critical moments." Xian technique? Bai Qingqing cast a curious glance as she accepted it, glancing at the contents, and immediately understood, smiling brightly at Yiling Feng. "So it's this. Thank you, master." The technique in her hands was none other than the one employed by the supreme elder of the Xian sword sect, Mu Jian, during their previous battle, executed in a desperate final effort. Certainly, it is not the withered sword's fierce energy, but rather the explosive arcane technique capable of brief surges. Mastering such an esoteric skill can indeed prove invaluable in critical moments, unless one encounters an opponent as formidable as the master. As she accepted the explosive arcane technique, Yiling Feng felt a quiet anticipation within him, wondering what rewards this time might bring. Suddenly, the system's voice resounded. "Notification: you have bestowed upon your disciple a supreme explosive arcane technique of the... Congratulations on triggering the ultimate reward, activating a 9,999-fold return, and acquiring the celestial grade supreme divine transformation of the 3 realms. Divine transformation of the 3 realms, created by a peak female cultivator during ancient times. Upon activation, it unleashes all potential instantly, significantly elevating one's cultivation level, and grants immunity to fatal injuries until the arcane energy is exhausted. This time, Even Yi Lingfeng's pupils involuntarily constricted. My goodness, is it truly this powerful? This marks the first instance he has triggered such a high return multiplier, which is nearly equivalent to a 10,000-fold return. Celestial Grade Supreme, a rank he previously dared not dream of. However, what astonished Yi Lingfeng the most was the description of the divine transformation of the three realms. Could it be that such an extraordinary skill is indeed within his grasp? Initially, the prospect of a temporary boost in cultivation and combat prowess seemed manageable, yet the subsequent lines, immunity to fatal injuries until the arcane energy is depleted, are simply outrageous. With this arcane technique, he would no longer need to fear when venturing out. Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath to compose himself. Possessing this arcane skill is akin to wielding a temporary golden ticket to immunity from death. Nevertheless, he regarded the female cultivator who originally conceived this arcane technique as the true master. Now armed with this trump card, Yi Lingfeng felt a significant sense of reassurance. It is worth mentioning that with the matters concerning the resolved, his subsequent focus would be on diligently nurturing Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao, as well as enhancing his own strength. Once he attained a certain level of power and reputation, he could contemplate reopening the sect's gates, recruiting elders, and gathering disciples to truly revive the ancient Dao sect. It can be said that Yi Lingfeng had already laid out plans for the distant future. Then, he heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Notification. The limited time challenge task Reverberate Through the World has commenced. Task requirements. Assist Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao in securing the first and second positions in this year's 100 Sects Grand Competition, ascending the Qingyan ranking of the 100 sects. Task rewards. 10 returns, 1 random Holy Grade Arcane Technique, and 1 sect-made steward. This task is optional. The host may choose whether to accept it before the commencement of the 100 Sects Grand Competition. Upon seeing the task details, Yi Lingfeng was left with a singular thought. Is this task for real? Chapter 35, Bai Qingqing's Advancement Task. Drawing from the memories of the Dao Sect's master, Yi Lingfeng gained some understanding of the 100 Sects Grand Competition, as well as its inherent challenges. If one were to consider the upcoming grand tournament of the 100 sects, he firmly believed that with the innate talents of Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao, securing the first or second place would be a certainty. However, their youth posed a significant hurdle, as they were to contend against prodigies much older than themselves, which would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. Take, for instance, their cultivation levels. Without exception, the top 10 competitors in previous tournaments possessed innate abilities. With less than 3 months remaining until the competition, both Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao were still at the Qi gathering stage. He deemed it unrealistic for them to advance to the innate level before the tournament. Moreover, even if they possessed the requisite strength, their identities needed to be taken into account. If it were merely a matter for the ghostly Nether sect, it could be managed with some effort. Yet, should Qin Yao's background come to the attention of the heavenly demon sacred land, the situation would indeed become perilous. Despite these challenges, he could not deny the allure of the substantial rewards on offer. The temptation was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the list of rewards in his mind, his heart racing with excitement. Of course, it was not the prospect of a maidservant that stirred his emotions, but rather the 10 previous return rewards and the extraordinary techniques of the sacred rank, which were simply irresistible. In the vast expanse of the celestial dome continent, it had been countless years since a sacred rank technique had emerged. It had become almost mythical. Across the entirety of the eastern continent, only the Dragon Rising Sacred Land was known to possess a sacred rank inferior technique, and it was precisely this that solidified its dominance in the region. Alas, the allure was intoxicating. Upon witnessing the sacred rank technique, Yi Lingfeng felt that even the previously thrilling demon transformation technique paled in comparison. After much contemplation, he ultimately regained his composure, regardless of how bountiful the rewards were. They were of no use if unattainable or if he were to lose his life in pursuit of them. It was prudent to deliberate further. For now, he would observe the situation. If they could indeed make significant progress over the next 3 months, there would be ample time to reconsider. Resolved in his decision, Yi Lingfeng chose to divert his attention from the rewards and began to inventory the spoils of this endeavor. Thus, day by day passed, and the Gu Dao sect returned to a tranquil existence. In the ensuing period, Bai Qingqing dedicated herself to wielding her sword and felling trees, steadily advancing her swordsmanship and becoming increasingly adept in her sword intent. Meanwhile, Qin Yao, having readjusted her mental state and wholeheartedly engaged in sweeping and fishing, also began to witness tangible results. It became clear that her master wished her to sweep the ground to experience the cycles of life and death and to fish to cultivate a tranquil heart. Before long, Qing Yao was astonished to find that she had gained profound insights into the path of life and death. More importantly, her cultivation of the ice heart technique had made groundbreaking progress, allowing her to stabilize the restlessness of her innate constitution. This fostered a growing sense of genuine admiration and astonishment towards Yi Lingfeng. What kind of realm must her master inhabit to conceive such an ingenious method of cultivation? Consequently, whenever she cast her gaze upon Yi Lingfeng, she could not help but feel an increasing sense of reverence and admiration. Thus, Qing Yu became increasingly diligent in tending to the fire, her gaze fixed upon the roaring flames dancing within the pot, their fierce light reflected in her eyes. Since she had embarked upon earnest cultivation, each time she kindled the fire, she meticulously observed the flames, from their ignition to their extinguishment, noting their shapes and movements. With every addition of kindling, she watched as the flames initially subsided, only to surge forth from the crevices, growing more fervent. One day, as she was absorbed in her observation, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to extend her small hand. Since they were all fire, there must be certain commonalities between the heavenly demon fire and natural flames. Contemplating this, Qing Yu closed her eyes, merging her profound energy with the power of her bloodline, intertwining them as if mingling kindling with fire. At that moment, a black flame surged forth from her palm with a swish, transforming from a flicker into a fireball, its dim glow radiating outward. Staring at the flame she had effortlessly conjured, Qing Yu was momentarily stunned. Could it be that she had succeeded so easily? In her mind, she had envisioned a grueling struggle to comprehend the essence of the heavenly demon fire, achieved only at a moment of life and death. Yet, the reality was that the heavenly demon fire had manifested so effortlessly at her command. After a prolonged period of shock, her excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, "I did it! I did it! Ha ha! I succeeded!" In that moment, she finally shed her restraint, revealing a childlike exuberance. As her joy surged, black flames erupted around her, causing the temperature in the kitchen to soar dramatically. Having just returned from washing vegetables, Bai Qingqing was left dumbfounded by the scene before her. Upon seeing her, Qing Yao could not help but exclaim, "Senior sister, look, I've succeeded." However, Bai Qingqing did not congratulate her. Instead, her face paled after a brief moment of shock, and she urgently cried out, "Fire! It's on fire! Quickly, put it out!" On fire? Qing Yu was momentarily bewildered. Turning her head, she discovered that her exuberance had led to the newly mastered heavenly demon fire igniting everything around her. Qing Yu opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss. Before long, Yi Lingfeng, Bai Qingqing, and Qing Yao found themselves covered in soot, their faces stained as if with coal. "I'm sorry, master," Qing Yao explained, biting her lip. "I was just too excited after mastering the heavenly demon fire." "So, you turned the kitchen to ashes?" Yi Lingfeng surveyed the charred remains that had once been a kitchen, a smoldering beam crashing to the ground with a thud. This was the result of salvage efforts. Otherwise, the fire would have spread, reducing nearby dwellings to cinders. The heavenly demon fire was indeed formidable. Once ignited, it was nearly impossible to extinguish, and anything it touched would catch fire. Qing Yao hung her head in profound guilt. "Apologies, master and senior sister. It's quite all right, junior sister. After all, no one was harmed, so it can be considered a happy resolution." Bai Qingqing, with a comically darkened face, expressed this sentiment, and her appearance, despite its humorous nature, was undeniably endearing. Her entire visage was overshadowed, with only her eyes and teeth gleaming white. This scene elicited a shake of the head from Yi Lingfeng, reminding him to exercise greater caution in the future. "MHM," Qing Yao softly acknowledged, lifting her gaze thereafter. In that moment, the three little dark figures exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence, primarily due to the sheer absurdity of their appearances. After several seconds of quietude, Bai Qingqing was the first to burst into laughter, prompting Yi Lingfeng to join in her mirth. Laughter, indeed, has a contagious quality. Qing Yao, too, could not resist, stifling her laughter behind her hand, having never before encountered such a scene. Thus, this little episode of the day came to a close. Although a fire had ignited, fortunately, no one beyond the kitchen suffered any harm. Following this experience, Qing Yao resolved to practice the heavenly demonic fire primarily outdoors and even near water. In the subsequent period, she diligently familiarized herself with and further refined her mastery of the heavenly demonic fire, preparing to integrate it into her combat techniques. Moreover, It is noteworthy that after acquiring the heavenly demonic fire, Qingyao's strength surged remarkably. The most evident manifestation of this was her sparring with Qingqing, who wielded sword and tiene, resulting in a surprisingly balanced confrontation, an astonishing feat within the gathering Qi realm. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng was also devotedly advancing his own training, occasionally checking on the training progress of his two disciples. Today, Qingqing was expected to have completed her training tasks, as he recalled that her introductory training had drawn to a close a few days prior, leading him to estimate that today marked its conclusion. As anticipated, while contemplating this, a notification resonated in his mind. Notification: Disciple by Qingqing's introductory training task has been completed. Congratulations, you have gained 3 retraining opportunities. Notification: Disciple by Qingqing's advanced training task has been initiated. Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Lingfeng promptly accessed the system panel, revealing her latest information. Name: by Qingqing. Cultivation level: Gathering Qi 3rd stage. Physique: Spirit Enchantress body. Mysterious Spirit Sword body. Training phase: Advanced. Advanced Training 1. Bestow upon her a single transmission of power, yielding a 10-fold return in cultivation. Advanced Training 2. Practice swordsmanship blindfolded for 200 hours. Advanced Training 3. Consume Swordstar pill to enhance sword intent. Completion will yield 3 retraining opportunities. A random celestial grade supreme technique, and unlock high-level training tasks. In comparison to the introductory training tasks, this new round of rewards proved to be significantly more generous. Furthermore, the objectives appeared less abstract. Certainly, Sun Qingyao's advancement task will provide him with a profound lesson, enlightening him on the essence of abstract art. Upon observing this new round of tasks, Yi Lingfeng contemplated deeply, with his focus primarily on the first one. To his astonishment, he was required to impart his skills to her. The act of imparting skills is fundamentally an altruistic endeavor, akin to the great heroes in many martial arts novels who, in their final moments, transmit their lifelong mastery to the protagonist. The transmission of skills among cultivators follows a similar pattern. It is typically the higher-tier practitioners who, in a rare moment of impending demise, bestow their powers upon a special junior. This is primarily due to the significant energy loss involved in such a transfer. If one were to impart 100 units of power, only a mere 10 to 20% might effectively reach the recipient. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, this is an exceedingly impractical choice. Even someone as capable as Yi Lingfeng could not claim to be so noble as to directly assist Qingqing and her companions in enhancing their cultivation. However, the intriguing question arises, can this imparted power be returned? In other words, if I bestow upon her 100 years of cultivation, will she be able to return to me 1,000 years' worth? If that is indeed the case, then this act of transmission holds a certain allure. As the evening approached, Bai Qingqing concluded her training for the day and joyfully sought out Yi Lingfeng, playfully exclaiming, "Master, I have completed all the training tasks you assigned." Since entering the sect a month ago, she had diligently followed her master's instructions, yielding remarkable results. Observing her delight, Yi Lingfeng smiled and nodded approvingly. "Well done. Your training has been executed splendidly." After a moment's reflection, he added, "As a reward, please visit my room after dinner." "Oh, what reward?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Well, you'll find out then," Yi Lingfeng replied with a teasing smile. With that, Bai Qingqing could only acquiesce. "All right, I shall come to find you later." "Very well. You may go prepare dinner now." As he watched her depart, a smile graced Yi Lingfeng's face. He was quite eager to witness her reaction upon learning that she was to receive his impartation of skills. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his ears. "Notification. You have activated a limited-time apprentice recruitment task. Task requirements. Travel to Yulong City. Locate and rescue the reincarnated Empress Su Shuangyue and take her as your disciple. Time limit, 100 hours. Task hint. This woman possesses memories of her past life. Proceed with caution. Task reward. 3 return opportunities, special divine ability, aura of greatness, 1 experience card for the Xian Emperor realm." This unexpected apprentice recruitment task left Yi Lingfeng momentarily stunned. A reincarnated empress? And with memories from her previous life? Typically, such characters are protagonists in certain fantasy novels. Are they not? As he casually pondered, a plethora of powerful, reincarnated hero narratives flooded his mind, though perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to them as tales of the exalted phoenix. The audacity of taking such an individual as his disciple was rather absurd. Surely, The reverse would be more fitting, as the other party could easily assume the role of his mentor. While the notion was preposterous, it did possess a certain charm, prompting him to consider giving it a try. Moreover, the rewards were particularly intriguing. The number of returns was self-evident. Yet it was the latter two that truly caught his attention. Majestic aura. Upon activation, one shall exude an air of superiority, rendering enemies oblivious to one's cultivation level, an essential tool for pretentious displays. Note: no actual damage effects. Yi Lingfeng's lips twitched at the thought of such a peculiar ability. What was its purpose? To intimidate others? It would have been more beneficial to endow himself with an aura of a true powerhouse. If he were to encounter a brash individual, he might easily reveal his lack of prowess. In contrast, the subsequent rewards seemed somewhat useful. Experience card of the Profound Emperor Realm. Upon use, one shall attain the first level of the Profound Emperor Realm for 1 hour. Go forth and embody a true man for an hour. The Profound Emperor Realm represented the pinnacle of combat capability in the Tianqiang continent, a force capable of overshadowing the heavens. In this near-apocalyptic age of magic, the number of publicly acknowledged Profound Emperors barely reached a mere 10 across the continent. Even a first-level Profound Emperor could be deemed invincible. Although the duration was brief, if he found himself in a critical situation outdoors, it could very well save his life. It appeared that this disciple was indeed a necessity. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingfeng recalled the Jade Dragon City mentioned in the task, a renowned, bustling metropolis in the eastern continent. Thus, it was evident that the individual would be present there in the coming days, necessitating his swift journey to locate her. Furthermore, the task indicated that he must rescue her, suggesting that the reincarnated empress might encounter some peril. After saving her, he would need to devise a strategy to persuade her, nay, to trick her, into becoming his disciple. As a reincarnated Profound Emperor with memories of her past life, she would likely possess a proud and lofty spirit, making her conquest a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell too long on such thoughts. First, he must assist Qingqing in completing her transmission of power. Yi Lingfeng shook his head, recognizing that fulfilling the transmission prior to his departure might also enhance his own cultivation, thereby granting him a greater sense of security when he ventured out. An instinctive feeling told him that this undertaking would not be as seamless as he hoped. Now, he awaited the conclusion of dinner. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, having left, was deeply engrossed in contemplation of her master's earlier words. What could the reward possibly be? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis took root in her mind. Could it be something of that nature? This line of thought emerged primarily because her junior sister, Qingyao, had previously cautioned her about such matters, emphasizing the need to be wary of certain men taking advantage of her. Consequently, her initial thoughts gravitated toward this notion, leading to a preconceived conclusion. The more she pondered, the more sense it seemed. Otherwise, why would a reward be withheld until nightfall, particularly within her master's chamber? In the stillness of the night, the presence of a solitary male and female in the same room inevitably felt rather peculiar, unbeknownst to her. As Qing Yao busied herself in the kitchen preparing firewood, she noticed Bai Qingqing lost in thought. "Sister, what are you pondering?" she inquired. Oh, nothing at all." Bai Qingqing replied, shaking her head repeatedly. Logically, she should have engaged her junior sister in conversation about the matter, yet inexplicably, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. It was as if this were a clandestine secret shared solely between herself and her master. Qing Yao observed the slight flush on her elder sister's face, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Why does sister appear so bashful? Something felt amiss, decidedly so. Throughout the cooking process, Bai Qingqing remained distracted, nearly transforming a simple egg-fried rice into a charred disaster. Even during dinner, her mind wandered, and she found herself unable to gaze into Yi Lingfeng's eyes. The moment their eyes met, her cheeks would flush with warmth. Yi Lingfeng, sensing the odd atmosphere, began to wonder about the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind. As the peculiar dinner drew to a close, he returned to his room, shortly followed by Bai Qingqing, who hastily washed the dishes. While she could have gone to find her master, she inexplicably took the time to freshen up first. Once she completed her preparations, she stealthily exited her room and soon knocked on Yi Lingfeng's door. "Master, I have arrived." Upon seeing her, Yi Lingfeng queried, "Qingqing, why are you here so late?" "Well, I just took a shower," she replied. "A shower? Very well," he nodded, gesturing to the side. "It's getting late, so let us not dilly-dally. Please remove your shoes and sit on the bed." "On the bed? Indeed, it is more convenient. After all, we need to sit cross-legged for the transmission of skills, and sitting on the floor may be rather unclean." This remark reinforced Bai Qingqing's suspicions, Surely her master intended to engage in such activities with her. The thought caused her cheeks to redden further, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. After a moment, she hesitantly whispered, "Master, I understand what you wish to do." "Eh? You actually guessed it?" Yilingfeng was taken aback. How did this girl know he intended to impart his skills to her? Could it be that she was truly a clever girl? Bai Qingqing nodded gently, biting her lip as she said, "Yes, but it is not permissible." Yilingfeng was momentarily stunned and immediately questioned, "Why not? Is there anyone who would refuse the opportunity to receive skills from another? Because we have only recently become master and disciple, it feels inappropriate to engage in such matters. How does the timing of becoming a disciple relate to this? Moreover, I'm not concerned about it." Bai Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, biting her lip in distress. However, she is a girl, and she does care about such matters. "No, this has nothing to do with you being a girl," Yilingfeng shrugged helplessly. "Moreover, all of this is to assist you in enhancing your cultivation." "Enhance my cultivation?" Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that her master intended to engage in mutual cultivation with her. At that moment, seeing her hesitation, Yilingfeng reminded her, "I say, disciple, do you not wish to grow stronger swiftly in order to avenge your loved ones?" His words struck directly at the most vulnerable part of Bai Qingqing's heart. Indeed, had she not often contemplated this, yearning to elevate her strength and seek vengeance upon the Netherworld sect? She would do anything to achieve that. Yet, despite this, she still pursed her lips and asked, "Master, will you always cherish Qingqing? Did I not already express this to you?" Although he was unsure why she appeared so anxious, Yilingfeng instinctively reached out to gently stroke her head, offering comfort. "Regardless of what transpires in the future, I will always hold you dear." Yilingfeng felt a sense of helplessness, thinking that this little girl certainly had an abundance of thoughts for merely passing on skills. Receiving his response, Bai Qingqing finally resolved herself and nodded gently. "Well, that is good." She nestled in Yilingfeng's embrace, the fragrant breeze enveloping her, her voice exceedingly soft, eliciting an overwhelming urge to hold her tightly. Yilingfeng was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he regained his composure and said, "Now, prepare yourself. We shall begin shortly." "Okay." Bai Qingqing's reply was even softer this time. Observing this, Yilingfeng smiled, then rose to set up a barrier to prevent any disturbances during the transmission of skills. "All right, let us commence." Yilingfeng began. But as he turned his head, his words faltered. He noticed that Bai Qingqing, seated on the bed, had somehow loosened the sash at her waist, causing her garments to loosen and appear as though they might slip off at any moment. As she continued her movements, upon noticing Yilingfeng's gaze, her face flushed as if she were burning. "Master, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel shy." Yilingfeng stared at her, momentarily dazed before regaining his senses to inquire, "What are you doing?" With her face turning crimson, Bai Qingqing lowered her head and replied, "Of course. I am taking off my clothes." "I know that, but why are you taking off your clothes?" To do that kind of thing, does one not need to remove their clothing?" Bai Qingqing was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Wait, does this imply that Master has some peculiar preference? Does he enjoy being clothed?" Yet, Yilingfeng gradually sensed that something was amiss and inquired with an odd expression. "Wait, what kind of matter are you referring to?" This question only deepened the embarrassment of Bai Qingqing, prompting her to respond in kind. "Master, which matter are you speaking of?" "Of course, it's about passing on the skills." "Ah, yes, passing on the skills," Bai Qingqing nodded, but then she froze. "You mean passing on skills?" "Indeed," Yilingfeng shrugged, exuding a sense of exasperation. "What else would you think?" Upon sensing Yilingfeng's peculiar gaze, Bai Qingqing's composure shattered. Her already flushed face turned a deeper shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as if it might bleed. Yilingfeng was no fool. Observing her speechlessness, he first displayed confusion, which soon transformed into understanding. "Qingqing, you don't think that I am referring to that kind of matter, do you?" After a considerable moment, she gently nodded her head. Seeing this, Yilingfeng felt a mix of amusement and frustration, explaining patiently, "What are you thinking? How could I possibly have such thoughts about you? And you, little girl, where did you learn to think such odd things?" This remark only increased Bai Qingqing's embarrassment. She struggled to articulate her shame, ultimately resorting to playfully punching Yilingfeng's shoulder in a childlike manner. "Who told you not to clarify things beforehand?" "Master, you were so mischievous. I merely wished to surprise you. Who knew you would misinterpret it?" Yilingfeng sighed, finally waving his hand. "All right, enough of this topic. Quickly put on your clothes. Let us return to more serious matters. With the conversation redirected, Bai Qingqing found a moment to breathe. Watching her garments precariously poised to fall, she hurriedly redressed. The thoughts of her earlier behavior made her wish to vanish into the ground. Eventually, she chose to shift the topic again, inquiring, Master. You mentioned earlier about passing on skills to me? Indeed, are you not thrilled? However, Bai Qingqing appeared conflicted, finally lifting her gaze to ask, Master, are you truly not nearing death? Yi Lingfeng's lips twitched, and he shot her a glare while raising his hand. Little girl, if you continue to utter such things, be cautious lest you find yourself in trouble. Bai Qingqing seemed startled, quickly covering her mouth. Then, in a hushed tone, she said, but wouldn't that greatly affect your cultivation? Master? Due to the unique nature of passing on skills, it is typically a practice reserved for elders on the brink of death, who choose to impart their lifelong cultivation to their descendants. Yi Lingfeng chuckled lightly. You need not worry about that. I am not afraid of such matters. But there are no buts. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? You wish to avenge your family soon. Bai Qingqing hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced to her master's reasoning, gently nodding her head. After this, he solemnly bowed to Yi Lingfeng. Thank you, Master Qingqing, for your grace. Once everything was clarified, without further ado, the transmission ceremony swiftly commenced. The two sat facing each other in a meditative posture, extending their hands until their palms met, thus completing the preparatory work. The so-called transmission of power involved the transmitter channeling their innate primal energy into the recipient's body. At the end, Yi Lingfeng did not forget to issue a reminder. By the way, Qingqing, it may hurt a little. Bai Qingqing, with a resolute expression, replied, It's all right, Master, I am not afraid of pain. Well then, close your eyes. I shall begin. Without further unnecessary conversation, upon seeing her shut her eyes, Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath and also closed his eyes. He proceeded to mobilize his innate primal energy, directing it through their joined hands into Bai Qingqing's body. In an instant, the immense primal energy surged through her palms, flooding into her meridians and reaching her dantian. However, this process was not easy for Bai Qingqing. Her cultivation level was relatively low, and her meridians were quite delicate. Faced with the overwhelming influx of primal energy from Yi Lingfeng, her slender meridians felt as though they might rupture at any moment. Consequently, Yi Lingfeng had to carefully control the amount of energy transmitted to prevent the excessive primal force from shattering her already strained meridians. Despite this, pain was etched on Bai Qingqing's delicate face, yet she gritted her teeth, enduring silently. Thus, 2 to 3 hours passed. Bai Qingqing's cultivation gradually ascended, progressing from the initial 3rd level of qi gathering to the 4th level, then the 5th level, the 6th level, the 9th level, and finally reaching the pinnacle of qi gathering. Ultimately, her cultivation halted just beyond the pinnacle of qi gathering, yet still shy of the innate realm. Although Yi Lingfeng could continue to transmit energy, breaking through such a significant bottleneck through this method would not be beneficial for her future cultivation. Naturally, even so, the primal energy Yi Lingfeng expended was substantial, causing his own cultivation level to plummet, returning him to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. No wonder it was said that the cost-effectiveness of transmission was low. It truly seemed absurd. Yi Lingfeng quietly lamented, fortunate that he was not merely giving. As soon the voice of the system invigorated him. Notification. It has been detected that you have transmitted power to your disciple Bai Qingqing, and your cultivation will be returned. This time, it did not pop up a notification window but instead directly began to provide feedback to Yi Lingfeng. In an instant, a torrent of primal energy surged forth within him. Oh my, something significant is about to happen. As the expanding primal energy manifested within his primordial spirit, his own cultivation level began to soar dramatically. From the pinnacle of the golden core, he leaped back to the 1st level of the primordial spirit, then to the 2nd level, the 3rd level, the 4th level, the 5th level. Upon reaching this point, the trend of advancement began to slow, yet ultimately, he transcended that threshold, stepping into the realm of Yuanling's 6th. Feeling the cultivation within him, Yi Lingfeng was invigorated. It was exhilarating. Even more so than consuming a medicinal pill. Taking pills required consideration of potential side effects and the risk of an unstable foundation. However, the cultivation level granted by the system felt as solid and steadfast as if he had achieved it through his own efforts. He even sensed that with the divine sword, Qian Kuan shield, the flames of the vermilion bird, the sun and moon sword technique, and the transformation of the 3 mysteries of gods and demons, he could be invincible beneath the path of foundation establishment. Additionally, Yilingfeng had a hunch that such transmission tasks were not exclusive to Bai Qingqing. Perhaps Qingyao had similar advancement tasks as well. If he were to experience it once more, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of Yuanling, at which point he could truly claim to be unmatched beneath the sacred land. After the initial excitement, Yilingfeng opened his eyes to find Bai Qingqing had also awakened, her face filled with astonishment. The pinnacle of qi gathering, or perhaps half a step into the innate realm. How did I suddenly become this strong? The speed and magnitude of this enhancement were indeed beyond her wildest imagination. Yilingfeng chuckled softly. Qingqing, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable in any way? Not at all. I feel wonderful. Thank you, Master, for the transmission. Bai Qingqing exclaimed joyfully. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she could directly attain the innate realm. After speaking, she recalled something and quickly turned to him, asking, by the way, Master, how about you? Are you well? Rest assured, I am quite well. You cannot exhaust me, he replied. Ah, that's good. Bai Qingqing sighed in relief. If her actions had caused any detriment to her master's cultivation, she would have felt guilty for a lifetime. At that moment, Yilingfeng looked at her with a smile and instructed, well then, this transmission concludes here. Remember not to rush into breakthroughs. You must first stabilize your cultivation. Understood, Master, she replied eagerly. After a moment of thought, she asked, Master, will there be further training for me? Certainly, Yilingfeng nodded, which filled Bai Qingqing with anticipation. Under her watchful gaze, Yilingfeng pretended to ponder and slowly said, what you will do next is simple. Practice swordsmanship with your eyes covered every day. Whether it be sword techniques or mystical arts, you must keep your eyes blindfolded. Ah? Why? Well, you will understand once you begin. Yilingfeng smiled mysteriously. In truth, who knew why this was necessary? Perhaps it was to hone her auditory senses. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing had nearly unconditional trust in him, and she promptly nodded, saying, all right. I will diligently complete it. That is for the best. Yilingfeng replied with a gentle smile, then waved his hand. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Tomorrow morning, I have something to discuss with you and Qingyao. Shortly after bidding farewell to Bai Qingqing, Yilingfeng returned to his bed, closing his eyes once more. Before him, the system panel revealed the following information. Name, Bai Qingqing cultivation level, peak gathering qi physique, ethereal charm body. Profound spirit sword body, development stage, advancement. Advancement training 1. Transmit energy once to her, yielding a tenfold return in cultivation, completed. Advancement training 2. Practice swordsmanship blindfolded for 200 hours. Advancement training 3. Consume the sword star pill to refine sword intent. The first training had been successfully completed. The subsequent training would require her own diligence. The final task concerning the sword star pill appeared to be the sole challenge within this advancement endeavor. Yilingfeng had heard of this elixir. Reputed to assist sword cultivators in comprehending the sword path, it was an exceedingly rare 7th-tier exquisite pill. Attached was a prescription for the sword star pill, detailing the materials required for its concoction. Thus, it became evident that he would need to procure the necessary ingredients and locate a 7th-tier alchemist capable of refining the pill. In this era, both tasks would prove to be quite arduous. After contemplating the prescription for a considerable time, Yilingfeng finally sighed. Very well. I shall first gather the materials and contemplate the alchemist's issue later. The ingredients for this elixir were all quite rare, and it was unlikely they could be found in a small locale. Fortunately, he was soon to visit Yulong City, which provided an opportune moment to seek out the required materials. With this resolve, Yilingfeng's lips curled into a smile. My dear Empress, do not tarry in coming to my side. Chapter 38. Qingqing, are you feeling jealous? The following morning, Bai Qingqing rose early, adhering to her master's instructions by donning a black cloth over her eyes. She then retrieved the Qi Feng sword, intending to practice her swordsmanship as usual. However, upon attempting to do so, she discovered it to be far more challenging than she had anticipated. In a state of blindness, she struggled to accurately position the sword's edge where it was meant to land. Consequently, at the outset of her practice, Bai Qingqing's movements appeared rather comical as she clumsily flailed the Qi Feng sword in place. Sister, what are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Qingqing halted her actions and smiled. Ah, it's you, junior sister Yao Yao. I'm engaged in my latest training. Master instructed me to practice swordsmanship blindfolded. Practicing swordsmanship blindfolded? Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. However, recalling the various training tasks assigned by their master, she realized this was not particularly unusual. As she observed Bai Qingqing more closely, She suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait a moment, sister, your cultivation level? This is due to the energy transmission my master bestowed upon me last night as a reward for completing my training." Transmission of energy? Qing Yao was bewildered, questioning whether she had misheard. "Are you certain it was energy transmission?" "Indeed, it is as you imagined." With her head covered, Bai Qingqing nodded affirmatively, leaving Qing Yao utterly astonished. Soon after, a whisper of doubt emerged within her. How strange, could it be that Master is about to depart from this world? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she heard a soft voice from behind. "Disciple, whom do you say is nearing death?" Startled, Qing Yao swiftly turned around to find her master had appeared behind her without her noticing. "Master, how did you come to be here? Let us not dwell on me, but rather on what you were discussing." Upon hearing this, Qing Yao glanced at her senior sister, then at Yiling Feng, and spoke up. "Senior sister just mentioned that you imparted skills to her?" "Indeed," Yiling Feng replied. "And your health?" Upon noticing the concern etched on their faces, Yiling Feng sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry, I am in good health. Transmitting skills is a trivial matter for me." With that, a thought struck him, and he turned to Qing Yao with a smile. "Including you, after your training, I may also bestow upon you a skill as a reward." This revelation left Qing Yao astounded. If that were indeed the case, her master was exceedingly generous. He was not just a master, but akin to a father figure. Eventually, she replied with a dazed expression. "Then, I shall express my gratitude to you, master." Observing her bewildered face, Yiling Feng chuckled softly. "Now, let us discuss important matters. We may need to journey to Yulong City in the coming days." Upon hearing this name, both Qing Yao and Bai Qingqing looked perplexed. "Master, what purpose do we have there?" Noting their puzzled expressions, Yiling Feng smiled lightly. "Naturally, to find you a new junior sister." "What?" In an instant, both Qing Yao and Bai Qingqing were taken aback. Following this, Bai Qingqing, with a hint of melancholy, inquired, "Master, just how many disciples do you intend to accept?" Observing her expression, Yiling Feng chuckled once more. "What's this? Is our Qingqing feeling a twinge of jealousy?" "I am not," Bai Qingqing vehemently denied, sticking out her tongue. "I merely think Master is rather fickle. Is having such delightful disciples as me and Yao not sufficient?" This statement left Yiling Feng both amused and exasperated. My accepting disciples has nothing to do with their charm. Ultimately, after much persuasion, he managed to navigate the conversation past this topic. Over time, he had noticed Qingqing's possessiveness towards him gradually increasing. Thankfully, Qing Yao did not share this trait. Otherwise, his sect might become a battlefield of emotions. With this sense of helplessness, not long after, Yiling Feng set off with them towards Yulong City. 2 days later, outside Yulong City, a streak of azure light darted through the air, soon hovering above the city. It was unmistakably a flying sword, upon which stood 3 figures, a man and 2 women, gazing down at the magnificent expanse of Yulong City below. Undoubtedly, the 3 individuals who have traveled for 2 days are Yiling Feng and his companions. Compared to Qianwei City, Yulong City is significantly larger and exhibits a higher level of prosperity. Qing Yao gazed downwards. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "By the way, master, how did you know that junior sister is here?" "Ahem. Well," sensing the inquisitive gazes of the 2 women, Yiling Feng cleared his throat and simply replied, "Intuition." Both Qing Yao and Bai Qingqing were taken aback, feeling a sense of incredulity towards their master's seemingly unreliable approach. Is it truly possible to rely on intuition for such matters? Before long, Yiling Feng sheathed his flying sword and, like an ordinary visitor, entered the city with the 2 women. He couldn't help but wonder where his dear disciple might be at that moment. As soon as they stepped into the city, Yiling Feng noticed something peculiar. The atmosphere within Yulong City felt somewhat oppressive, and they frequently encountered curious glances from passers-by. What is the situation here in Yulong City?" Yiling Feng raised an eyebrow, observing that there was nothing particularly unusual about their appearance. How curious indeed. Amidst this peculiar ambience, the trio strolled along the streets of Yulong City. Frankly speaking, aside from the odd atmosphere, everything else in the city appeared quite normal. People were engaging in trade, dining, and even storytelling at roadside taverns. Hey, guess what? Speaking of over a decade ago in Yuehua continent, the righteous sect, the Yuehua sacred ground, waged a grand war against the malevolent sect, the Jiuyo sacred ground. For the sake of the common folk, the storyteller continued, the Empress of Yuehua, Su Shuangyue, battled fiercely against the Lord of Jiuyo, resulting in a cataclysmic clash where darkness engulfed the day and the sun and moon were obscured. Countless lives were lost in Yuehua continent, truly a sight too tragic to behold. Suddenly, someone from the crowd interjected with curiosity, What was the outcome? Alas, the conclusion is rather sorrowful. The storyteller sighed, shaking his head. In the end, the Empress of Weiwa could not prevail against the Lord of Jiuyo, ultimately meeting a tragic demise. Many of the Empress's subordinates scattered in a desperate bid for survival, leading to the complete annihilation of the Yuehua sacred ground. Consequently, Yuehua continent has fallen under the dominion of the malevolent sect, and it may soon be renamed Jiuyo continent. Due to the vast seas that naturally separate each continent, many individuals find it challenging to learn about events from other lands throughout their lifetimes. Thus, some occasionally resort to fabricating or recounting tales from other continents to make a living. Upon hearing this disheartening conclusion, several listeners sighed, mourning the plight of the common people in Weiwa continent. Meanwhile, Yiling Feng, who had received the storyteller's account, displayed a peculiar expression. Could it be that the reincarnated empress mentioned by the system is indeed this individual? After all, they share the same name and both are empresses. What a remarkable coincidence if it were merely a case of identical names. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn back to reality by Qing Yao's audible sigh beside him. He couldn't help but ask, "Yao Yao, what troubles you?" "I am well, merely reflecting on the fate of a revered predecessor. It is indeed a pity." Observing the sadness etched upon her youthful countenance, Yiling Feng inquired with keen interest, "So, she is your idol?" "Indeed, I have long admired her," Qing Yu replied candidly. Having once been the holy maiden of the celestial demon sacred land, she had encountered many affairs from other continents. "I have heard tales of her for quite some time. She is a commendable elder, yet alas, I shall never have the opportunity to meet her in this lifetime. It is regrettable, for she was born in the years following the conclusion of the Moonlight Continent's Great War, thus perfectly missing the chance to meet her." Upon hearing this, Yiling Feng could not help but chuckle. Not able to meet her? That may not be the case. Qing Yu shrugged. "I know, perhaps after I have passed on." Yiling Feng chuckled lightly. "No, perhaps even while you are still living." This remark elicited a peculiar expression from Qing Yao. "Master, are you suggesting that the esteemed elder of Moonlight might rise from the dead?" "Perhaps she might," Yiling Feng replied with a faint smile. Yet Qing Yao did not take it to heart. Death is an immutable law of nature. There is no room for reversal. At that moment, Bai Qingqing, scratching her head, interjected, "Speaking of which, Master, shouldn't we first locate the junior sister you mentioned?" Yiling Feng slapped his forehead in realization and nodded vigorously. "Right. We must prioritize the important matters." He then turned his gaze around, extending his sole perception to search the city for the potential reincarnated empress. Considering the time, she should not be of advanced age. However, upon looking around, Yiling Feng finally understood why he had felt an odd sensation upon entering the city. As he furrowed his brow, Qing Yao inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" "Strange, there are no children on the streets of Yulong City." "Oh, indeed," Bai Qingqing exclaimed, glancing around in astonishment. Logically, in a city, there should be many children frolicking about, yet not a single one was visible in Yulong City. The three exchanged puzzled glances. And then Yiling Feng casually approached a stall and asked, "Good sir, why is it that we do not see any children in this city?" However, the stall owner wore an expression of indifference and did not respond. Yiling Feng wasted no time, casually tossing a bag of mysterious crystals onto the stall. Upon inspecting it, the stall owner was taken aback, and a radiant smile instantly brightened his face. "Ah, you must be from outside." Yiling Feng thought it a pity that the owner did not pursue a career in face-changing. "Indeed, we have just arrived." The stall owner observed the two women behind him and remarked, "No wonder, the locals would never dare to be as ostentatious as you." Before long, through the stall owner's account, Yiling Feng grasped the unfolding events. 2 years ago, children from Yulong City and the neighboring villages, regardless of gender, began to vanish one after another. Rumors soon emerged, claiming that some ordinary people, even low-level cultivators, were directly killed and their children abducted. Consequently, few dared to take their children out into Yulong City and its vicinity, with most opting to keep their little ones confined at home. Upon hearing this, Yiling Feng furrowed his brow. Who could be responsible for such deeds? It is merely hearsay, but there are whispers suggesting that the Yuming sect is behind this. It seems someone witnessed the deputy sect leader, Qi Hong, leaving with many children. Upon hearing the name, both Yiling Feng and Bai Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. Both the Yuming sect and Qi Hong were quite familiar to them, although this was a considerable distance from the Yuming sect. It was surprising that their reach extended so far. Yiling Feng, still frowning, inquired, "Since this has escalated so much, is no one addressing the situation?" Although the righteous sects of the Tianqiang continent often neglect their responsibilities, it was unusual for them to tolerate such rampant misconduct by evil cultivators. Alas, these were merely rumors. No one possessed direct evidence to prove their involvement, making it difficult for even the powerful figures from the sacred lands to intervene. Understanding the situation, Yiling Feng pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brow arched. Wait, the system instructed me to save her. Could it be that my third disciple has already been captured? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. Lacking any other leads, Yi Lingfeng's eyes glinted with determination. It appeared that he must intervene in this matter. Many miles outside Yulong City, in a secluded mountain rarely visited by others, a woman clad in black descended, carrying a box. After surveying her surroundings and confirming that no one was present, she landed. Upon crossing an invisible barrier, her figure vanished into thin air. Below, within the mountains, numerous structures had been erected, guarded by formidable black-clad cultivators. The black-clad woman made her way directly to a cave piled high with iron cages, where many sentinels stood watch. Each cage contained no fewer than 10 young boys and girls, dressed in various garments, evidently taken from different places. After landing, the black-clad woman opened her box and released a frail figure, revealing a boy approximately 8 or 9 years old. Another one caught. Toss him in, she commanded, stowing away the box and glancing at the guards ahead. Nodding in acknowledgement, a black-clad guard opened the cage and carelessly flung the boy inside, much like tossing a chick. Well done, but we still need a few more. Upon hearing the words, the cloaked female cultivator replied with a hint of indifference. Understood. The other sisters are working diligently. We should be able to bring in a few more today. Very well, go ahead. Within the iron cage, the children who had been captured here were all expressions of sheer terror, many of them weeping uncontrollably. Father, I am afraid. Mother, I am so scared. At that moment, a guard clad in black, overseeing the iron cage, viciously kicked it and bellowed, "You all are just wailing, making me irritable. Keep it up, and I'll feed you to the mystical beasts. Do you believe that?" His fierce gaze instantly terrified the children, rendering them silent and trembling. In a corner of one cage sat a girl in a blue dress, her gem-like eyes reflecting a chilling demeanor. Unlike the other frightened children, she observed the scene before her with only an endless coldness. These damned evil cultivators, she thought, once I escape, I shall ensure that each one of you is ground to dust. As the former sovereign of the Moonlight Sacred Land, her disdain for evil cultivators ran deep. Yet, she could not help but sigh inwardly, reflecting on her fall from grace. To think that I, the illustrious Moonlight Empress, would find myself in such a humiliating predicament. In this life, having been born an orphan, she had initially sought to find a suitable sect to join, hoping to cultivate in a stable environment for a while. However, as she passed through Jade Dragon City, she was unexpectedly ambushed. No matter what, I must find a way to escape, Su Shuangyu had pondered. Convinced that once she left this place, she could reach out to her previous subordinates, although only a small fraction remained. Some were at the foundational and even the ascendant stages of cultivation, sufficient to accomplish significant tasks. The challenge lay in her current strength. Escaping from these evil cultivators would not be an easy feat nearby. The guards were engaged in idle chatter, their boredom palpable. Damn it, stationed here is utterly tedious. One guard lamented. In this godforsaken place, not even a deity would find it. There is no need for so many of us to be on watch. Well, at least it's relatively easy. We can slack off if we wish, another guard replied. But lately, those little chicks are becoming increasingly hard to catch. And the monthly quotas are rising. I'm on the verge of losing my hair from anxiety. They all understood well the punishments that awaited them for failing to meet their quotas. Alas, there is nothing we can do. Various factions are monitoring this situation. I hear even the sacred land is involved, so we must proceed with caution. The sacred land. Let us hope we remain undiscovered, one guard mused. Rather than dwelling on that, we should think about how to welcome Deputy Sect Master Chiang tonight. Meanwhile, on the streets of Jade Dragon City, Bai Qingqing glanced at Yiling Feng, tentatively posing a question. Master, should we intervene in this matter? Clearly, she still harbors the desire to take action. Not only is her heart benevolent, but more importantly, the puppeteer behind this incident is likely the Nether sect. Yet, she also fears that addressing this issue may impact Master's affairs. Unexpectedly, Yiling Feng nodded without a moment's hesitation. Of course, we must intervene. I suspect your junior sister has already been captured by them. How do you know, Master? Well, I merely surmise. Bai Qingqing was momentarily speechless. Master, is this truly a matter of mere conjecture? In contrast, Qing Yao, who stood nearby, posed a more practical question. Master, even if we wish to help, where shall we find those abducted children? Given that the culprits have committed such acts without leaving any trace, it is evident that they are not easily discoverable. They may very well be hidden in a remote mountain, possibly protected by concealed formations. Indeed, that poses a significant problem. Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment when suddenly, Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up. Master, I have a plan. Oh, what is it? Seeing both Master and her junior sister looking at her with curiosity, Bai Qingqing leaned in and whispered her idea. We shall do this, and then that, and then, after sharing her thoughts, she placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of triumph. What do you think, Master? Am I not clever? To be fair, having listened to her proposal, Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but nod in approval. Quite impressive indeed. After some discussion, he resolved to act upon Bai Qingqing's suggestion. In essence, her plan could be succinctly summarized in one phrase: entrapment. As they solidified their intentions, preparing to linger in a certain location for a while, none noticed a figure clad in white behind them. A female cultivator discreetly observing their every move. Time swiftly passed into the evening, and Yi Lingfeng secured a room within the city. As night enveloped Yulong City, some bustling areas remained aglow, while others, more secluded, descended into darkness. Amidst this backdrop, in a narrow alley, two petite figures clasped hands, seemingly meandering in circles. One little girl was sobbing as she walked, while the other, though silent, wore a visage of palpable fear. Sister, is it truly this way? I am so frightened. It must be this way, trust me. The two huddled close together, but before long, they encountered a striking female cultivator with azure hair who approached them, frowning. Little sisters, what are you doing out here so late? This city can be quite perilous. Upon seeing the azure-haired cultivator, one of the little girls trembled in fear. Retreating behind the girl she called sister, the other, however, regarded her with caution. Who are you? Do not be afraid. I merely chanced upon you two and perceived the peril you were in, so I thought to offer a word of caution. The green-haired maiden spoke with a gentle demeanor. Upon hearing her words, the older sister appeared to relax slightly and explained, We have become separated from our family and are lost here. Is that so? Where do you hail from? At that moment, a little girl cautiously peeked out from behind. We come from a nearby town, visiting relatives. It is our first time here. I see. Are your family members all mortals? Yes. How unfortunate, the green-haired maiden sighed, pondering for a moment before continuing, however. It is quite dangerous for you to wander about like this. There are nefarious individuals in this city who abduct children. Perhaps you should accompany me. I can take you to a safe place in the city and help you search for your family tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the older sister's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Indeed, the green-haired maiden affirmed with a nod, her face suddenly breaking into a peculiar smile. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the two sisters felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over them, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Sister, the older sister looked at her in disbelief, but ultimately succumbed to the urge to fall unconscious, losing all awareness. Excellent. That will be all. The green-haired maiden observed the sisters lying on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. As a cultivator of the first level of the profound Dan realm, it was exceedingly simple to render two young girls unconscious. Unexpectedly, she had managed to capture two more just in the nick of time. This would surely satisfy Vice Sect Master Chi Hong tonight. Swiftly, she gathered the two girls, glanced around to ensure she was not being followed, and then vanished into the night, eager to return and report. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows behind, Yi Lingfeng's figure gradually materialized, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I did not anticipate it would be this easy to ensnare them. Now, it is time to deliver a surprise to those traffickers. He also hoped to locate his third disciple in that vicinity. Chapter 40. Fearing he might not live to claim glory outside Yulong City, the green-haired maiden sped back, carrying an ecological box in her hand. Shortly thereafter, she descended into the depths of the mountains, vanishing into thin air after passing through an invisible barrier. All of this was observed by Yi Lingfeng, who followed closely behind at a low altitude. It seems this is indeed the hideout of those scoundrels, he thought, narrowing his eyes and preparing to stealthily pursue. Upon entering the formation, the green-haired maiden was greeted by the stationed cultivators nearby. No one followed you, I hope. What a foolish question. Would I have come here if someone had? We are quite seasoned in this, she retorted, casting an irritated glance at him, clearly displeased by his lack of trust. Upon hearing this, the guard nodded and said, That's good. You should take them inside quickly. We only need two more for our quota. At that moment, The green-haired female cultivator recalled something and couldn't help but inquire, "By the way, where is Senior Chi? Shouldn't he be arriving soon?" "Yes, he will be here shortly," the guard replied. "All right, I understand." The green-haired female cultivator slightly nodded and proceeded to carry the ecological box to the vicinity of the iron cage where the children were held, discarding the latest acquisition inside. In that cage, sitting in the corner, Su Shuangyue watched the two girls who had just been thrown in and could not help but shake her head in silence. Every day, a few children were sent in. She wondered how many they had captured over time. Each thought fueled her anger towards these malevolent cultivators. Yet, amidst her rage, Su Shuangyue soon noticed something peculiar about the two newly captured girls. As they were tossed out of the ecological box, they quickly regained consciousness. Unlike the other children, who would wail and scream, these two appeared curiously observant of their surroundings, as if they had arrived at some tourist attraction. After surveying their new environment, they even approached Su Shuangyue and greeted her. "Little sister, were you also captured by these people?" Hearing a child call her little sister left Su Shuangyue with mixed feelings. However, she maintained a facade of innocence and nodded. Yes, these scoundrels had captured so many people. It was utterly despicable. The young girl displayed an expression of righteous indignation, wishing to tear apart every one of these evil cultivators at that moment. Then she patted Su Shuangyue's shoulder and, with a comforting smile akin to that of an older sister, said, "But don't be afraid. My master will come to rescue us." "Your master?" Su Shuangyue was momentarily taken aback, noticing that the girl was about to explain further, only to be interrupted by another girl pulling her aside. Ching, she shook her head, signaling her not to reveal too much, and the latter immediately understood, falling silent. Finally, with a mysterious smile, she said, "You'll know soon enough." Undoubtedly, the two sisters who had been captured were Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao, and they had been intentionally brought here. This was Bai Qingqing's initial proposal. Since those evil cultivators were capturing children, they would disguise themselves as sisters who had lost their families, confident that the captors would take the bait. It proved that their plan was a resounding success. Now, they merely awaited their master's appearance to rescue them. However, the unaware Su Shuangyue wore a puzzled expression, though she soon began to suspect something. Could it be that these two little girls were meanwhile, outside the formation, Yilingfeng, drawing closer? Since the fluctuations of the array in the air, this formation possessed concealment and a certain level of alertness, particularly effective against low-level cultivators. With the ease characteristic of someone at the 6th level of Yuanling, Yilingfeng effortlessly breached a gap and stealthily infiltrated the interior. Upon entry, a starkly different scene unfolded before his eyes. After a brief survey, his brows arched slightly in surprise. It appeared he had indeed discovered their hideout, concealing his presence. He circled the vicinity and soon noticed children locked in iron cages, treated like mere livestock. The sight darkened Yi Lingfeng's expression immediately. Among those he loathed most in life, human traffickers undoubtedly ranked high, and these individuals were even more abhorrent. In a pit within this encampment, he encountered numerous bodies of children piled together. Their causes of death varied, yet the majority were unrecognizable as human, discarded like refuse. Yi Lingfeng's fist clenched slightly, and an unusually intense killing intent flickered in his eyes. These malevolent cultivators seemed unworthy of being called human. From the attire of the local cultivators and snippets of their conversations, he easily deduced that this sinister encampment belonged to the Netherworld sect. With a sufficient understanding of their operations, he was mentally prepared to take action. However, just as he was about to strike, he noticed a crimson light descending from the horizon, causing his brows to lift in curiosity. Is someone else arriving? The newcomer possessed considerable strength, having attained the 5th level of Yuanling, significantly surpassing the previous elder from the Xinjian sect. Although this individual posed no threat in Yi Lingfeng's eyes, he was intrigued by their identity, suspecting them to resemble a high-ranking member of the Netherworld sect. Could it be Qi Hong of the Netherworld sect? Yi Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. If that were the case, it was likely that this person had mastered the dark demon displacement technique. If so, this encounter might yield unexpected gains. In truth, his speculation about the newcomer was accurate. The red figure was indeed Qi Hong, the deputy sect leader of the Netherworld sect, arriving directly from their headquarters. Upon his arrival, the multitude of cultivators within the camp respectfully advanced to greet him. "We welcome your esteemed presence." The gathered cultivators instinctively formed two lines in reception. Among them, a gray-robed cultivator, seemingly the leader, approached with cupped fists and smiled. "Your subordinate pays respects to sect leader Qi." Without hesitation, He discreetly omitted the title of deputy from Qi Hong's designation. However, Qi Hong paid little mind to the flattery, as he had come primarily to collect goods. A routine task he undertook periodically. Given the clandestine nature of the camp's activities, he personally handled this matter to ensure its secrecy. Qi Hong glanced at the gray-robed cultivator and inquired nonchalantly, "So, how is it? Is this shipment ready?" "Of course, a total of 300, not one more. Not one less." The gray-robed monk responded with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Qi Hong nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, lead me to see." "Yes, before long." The group arrived at the iron cage where the children were held. During this time, Qi Hong did not forget to inspire those present. "Esteemed colleagues, the endeavors you undertake here are crucial to the future development and prosperity of our Yuming sect. It is imperative that you fulfill your duties with utmost seriousness. When our sect achieves great success, each of you will be recognized as a significant contributor, and all your desires for cultivation resources will be met." His words invigorated those around him, and the gray-robed monk nodded vigorously. "We understand, and we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to assist the sect in achieving its goals." In truth, however, he murmured to himself, pondering how often they were fed grandiose promises while the demands only grew more ambitious. Were it not for the substantial cultivation subsidies available for working here, he would have no desire to remain. Amidst their idle chatter, Qi Hong arrived at the front of the iron cage, and the nearby guards respectfully saluted him. Qi Hong scrutinized the children imprisoned within, many of whom displayed expressions of fear upon sensing his gaze. Quite satisfactory, he mused, praising their quality. However, his admiration abruptly halted. His attention was suddenly fixated on a particular figure in the cage, and his expression shifted. How could this little girl be here? This was the very girl who had occupied his thoughts day and night not long ago. Now, she stood before him, vibrant and alive. A nearby guard, noticing Qi Hong's puzzled demeanor, nervously remarked, "My lord, this girl was just captured. Could she be someone you know?" "Someone I know? Oh, I know her all too well." Qi Hong chuckled suddenly, his gaze greedy as he regarded the girl in the cage. "It seems I have stumbled upon you without much effort. Tell me, little girl. I heard you had taken on a master at the peak of the Golden Dance stage. What happened? Have you been abandoned?" Clearly, the only person who could provoke such a reaction from him and elicit his taunts was Bai Qingqing. When Qi Hong spotted Bai Qingqing amidst the crowd, he could hardly believe his eyes. Faced with Qi Hong, Bai Qingqing's expression turned icy. He was one of the cultivators who had previously attacked her family, the source of her deep-seated vendetta. Her eyes seemed ablaze with fury. "What I do is none of your concern." "Ha!" Qi Hong sneered coldly, narrowing his eyes. "I am indeed unconcerned. I merely wish to know where you have concealed that item." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's expression shifted slightly, yet she replied in a frosty tone. "I did not know what you were talking about." Qi Hong could not help but snort derisively. "You won't speak? Then? No worries. I have my ways to extract the truth from you." At this moment, the gray-robed monk, still taken aback, inquired, "Master Qi, who is this little girl?" Qi Hong cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "She is the remnant of the Bai family that our Yuming sect has been tirelessly searching for." Upon hearing this, the nearby disciples of the Yuming sect were all astonished. Could it be that this little girl is Bai Qingqing, whom the sect has exerted so much effort to capture? Qi Hong continued, "There were originally other plans within the sect, but it seems that you have caught her, saving us a great deal of trouble. You have accomplished a significant feat this time. Upon returning to the sect, I will commend you to the sect leader." Although the gray-robed monk did not fully comprehend the situation, the mention of a great merit sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Thank you, Master Qi," he exclaimed, never expecting such an opportunity for unexpected glory to fall upon him. However, just as he was expressing his gratitude, a chilling voice resonated from nearby. "I fear he may not live long enough to claim his merit." Chapter 41. The surprise of Empress Su Xuanyue upon hearing this untimely remark. The expressions of the Yuming sect disciples shifted subtly. The most powerful among them, Qi Hong, exclaimed sharply, "Who dares to speak?" As he spoke, he and the others turned towards the source of the voice. Soon, they beheld a young male cultivator clad in a blue robe stepping forth from a concealed spot. Upon seeing him, Bai Qingqing in the iron cage broke into a smile and called out, "Master, you have finally arrived." The gloomy mood that had engulfed her vanished upon the sight of Yi Lingfeng, who smiled and waved back, saying, "You have worked hard, my disciple. I apologize for making you wait." Hearing their exchange, the surrounding disciples of the Yuming sect instantly adopted a vigilant stance, their instincts warning them that this individual was no ordinary foe. Similarly, Su Shuangyue, also confined within the iron cage, found herself intrigued by the scene and turned to Bai Qingqing, asking, "Is this the master you spoke of?" Yes, that is him," Bai Qingqing replied. "And what is the nature of your interaction?" Su Shuangyue inquired. "He, in my master's words, this is what we call fishing for evidence." Bai Qingqing replied with a charming smile, momentarily stunning Su Shuangyue, who realized her initial suspicions were indeed correct. "So it is," Su Shuangyue nodded. Her gaze towards Yiling Feng now tinged with admiration. This man must possess commendable character. However, while they were sharing laughter, Qi Hong's expression darkened considerably upon hearing that Yiling Feng was Bai Qingqing's master, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Yiling Feng and coldly inquired, "So, you are the one who killed Yin Luo and Yin Sha, framing the Xianjin sect?" "Indeed." "And what of it?" Yiling Feng replied. "And the Xianjin sect, did you eradicate them as well? Who can say? Perhaps they met their demise due to their own misdeeds." Despite Yiling Feng's lack of a direct response, it was evident to all, and Qi Hong had a fair understanding of the situation. Gazing at Yiling Feng, his eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as he coldly remarked, "I was just looking for you. I never expected you to come to me so willingly. If I hadn't come, how would I have known that your netherworld sect is so utterly despicable, unworthy of being called human?" Yiling Feng narrowed his eyes, unwavering as he met Qi Hong's gaze. In response, Qi Hong sneered. "What? Are you feeling pity for these children? And if so, what of it?" Suddenly, a cold laugh escaped Qi Hong's lips as he continued mockingly, "Unfortunately, you are a bit late. The goods taken from here number at least 80,000. If not 100,000. Those little brats you lament over? You won't get a chance to show them any pity." He spoke without reservation, or rather, he was deliberately trying to provoke Yiling Feng. However, Yiling Feng was not easily baited, though anger coursed through him. He replied calmly, "It seems you truly deserve to be torn to shreds. These children are of no use. Their existence is merely a futile cycle of life and death. It is their honor to assist our netherworld sect in accomplishing our grand design." In Qi Hong's eyes, the doctrine of survival of the fittest was perfectly justified. He simply happened to be one of the strong. A smirk crept across his face as he said to Yiling Feng, "As for being torn apart, unfortunately, you lack the strength to comprehend such matters, do you? Oh, so you consider yourself quite brave? And what of it?" Qi Hong scoffed, cracking his knuckles. "Others may fear your peak golden core strength, but to me, I could crush a dozen of you with ease." As his words hung in the air, he unleashed his profound energy, fully revealing his imposing aura. In his estimation, although the opponent had concealed his presence through some means, the intelligence gathered indicated that Yiling Feng was undoubtedly at the golden core level, which posed no cause for concern. As he showcased his power, the oppressive aura of his fifth level of Yuanling left most present gasping for breath. He did not engage in further banter with Yiling Feng, swiftly conjuring a mass of black profound energy in his palm, forming a long, slender blade that shot directly towards Yiling Feng. "Boy, prepare to meet your demise." In the air, the black blade appeared to vanish in an instant, arriving before Yiling Feng as if through teleportation. This was the might of a Yuanling cultivator. Often, those at the golden core level would find themselves unable to react in time. However, it was unfortunate for Qi Hong that Yiling Feng was not merely at the peak of the golden core. Conversely, he was already racing towards the pinnacle of Yuanling. In the face of Qi Hong's strike, Yiling Feng narrowed his eyes, swiftly conjuring a long sword in his hand, effortlessly parrying the black blade with ease. Certainly, this is far from the kamikaze sword. Its quality is simply too extraordinary for everyday use. At this moment, Qiang and Yiling Feng stood almost face to face, the former maintaining an aggressive stance while the latter defended against his black blade. What was astonishing, however, was that in response to Qi Hong's assault, Yiling Feng not only reacted swiftly but also did not even retreat an inch. How could this be? Qi Hong sensed the immense power behind his strike, akin to a splash of water in the ocean, barely stirring the surface. After just one blow, he felt something amiss, and, gazing at Yiling Feng, spoke in a low voice, "Aren't you at the golden elixir realm?" "Heh, did I ever claim to be?" Yiling Feng replied with a raised eyebrow, and suddenly, a more formidable aura than Qi Hong's erupted from him, revealing his true cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Yuanling realm. In an instant, he had dominated the atmosphere, overpowering Qiang entirely. This sight caused Qi Hong's expression to shift dramatically. The 6th stage of Yuanling? This is impossible. If Yiling Feng were at the 1st stage, I wouldn't be overly surprised. Perhaps he had just broken through recently. But at the sixth stage, it indicated that he had concealed his strength from the very beginning. Unless he had made such progress in just half a month? Weren't you just saying you could crush me at will? Yi Lingfeng grinned, his tone turning increasingly frigid. Let us see who crushes whom. With that, he seized the opportunity while Qi Hong was still in shock, taking the initiative to counterattack. His fierce sword strikes came at Qi Hong's face, prompting the latter to realize the peril he was in and swiftly dodge. All the while wielding his black blade to fend off Yi Lingfeng's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a close-quarters clash, their figures darting among the surrounding mountains. The resounding booms and tremors of the earth echoed the intensity of their battle. Yet, to anyone with discerning eyes, it was evident that the entire conflict was a one-sided suppression of Qi Hong by Yi Lingfeng, who relentlessly pursued him with a barrage of strikes. What's wrong? Is the esteemed Yuanling expert only capable of fleeing? Yi Lingfeng taunted as he continued his relentless assault. Meanwhile, Qi Hong found himself in a dire situation. His cultivation already placed him at a disadvantage, and having lost the initial opportunity, he struggled to find a chance to retaliate. More critically, he was constantly preoccupied with one thought, the fact that his opponent possessed a celestial grade sword technique. If that were unleashed upon him, his demise would be all but guaranteed. Thus, from the very start of the battle, he had no desire to fight. He merely sought a chance to escape. As for the others present, their fates were of no concern to him. Survival and returning to report were his only priorities. Ultimately, he did find an opening when Yi Lingfeng's sword strike missed, leaving a significant vulnerability exposed. Now was the moment. Qi Hong retaliated with a surge of dark energy that forced Yi Lingfeng back, and simultaneously, a mist enveloped him as he soared towards the distance. The speed of this evasion technique, although not on par with the dark demon disintegration, was nonetheless quite challenging for Yi Lingfeng to pursue. Of course, he had no intention of chasing after him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Want to flee? It's not that simple. He summoned a silver shuttle into his hand, then aimed towards the sky as a radiant silver light enveloped his palm. Instantly, a chill emanated from it, startling Su Shuangyue, who was trapped in the iron cage. This aura, could it be a celestial grade artifact? Despite feeling like a low-tier celestial grade, it was certainly not something an ordinary wandering spirit cultivator could possess. This individual had an extraordinary background. In that moment, an idea suddenly sprouted in her mind. Meanwhile, on Yi Lingfeng's side, as he activated the silver shuttle and locked onto the skybound Qi Hong, he couldn't help but grin. Come down. The moment the words left his lips, he also unleashed the shuttle in his palm, and a beam of light shot forth. Qi Hong seemed to sense something and turned his head. To his astonishment, a shuttle shot forth with lightning speed, piercing through him in an instant. Truly, the illusory light shuttle was impressively swift. Yi Lingfeng held his hand before his eyes, as if gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, the struck Qi Hong felt a wave of weakness wash over him, plummeting straight down. Subsequently, Yi Lingfeng approached him and remarked calmly, "Running away? Why have you stopped?" After a moment of contemplation, he added thoughtfully, "Wait, why does it feel like I'm the villain here?" Shaking his head, he observed Qi Hong struggling to rise before refraining from delivering the final blow. Qi Hong, gazing at the silver shuttle hovering beside Yi Lingfeng, was unable to conceal the shock on his face as he sensed its aura. The surrounding members of the Netherworld sect were utterly dumbfounded. Is it possible that Deputy Sect Master Qi, a formidable figure of the 5th level of the spirit realm, has been defeated so easily? What manner of person are you to possess a celestial grade artifact? Qi Hong's pupils constricted as he regarded Yi Lingfeng and the illusory light shuttle. Such a high-tier artifact was typically reserved for the foremost powerhouses of sacred lands or their direct descendants. What kind of formidable opponent had the Netherworld sect encountered this time? Yi Lingfeng, however, offered no response, merely smiling faintly at him. Enough, I want to take advantage of you. If you have any means of escape left, feel free to use them. I want to interrupt. His words almost explicitly urged him to hastily employ their Netherworld sect's most powerful evasion technique, the Dark Demon Disintegration. Chapter 42. He can't possibly know my identity, right? Qi Hong's expression soured. Faced with Yi Lingfeng's almost mocking remarks, he resolved in his heart. This individual possessed a speed-oriented celestial-grade artifact. Ordinary evasion techniques would be futile against him. There remained only one opportunity. Thus, he simply followed Yi Lingfeng's taunting words and scoffed. Let's see if you can. As his voice faded, a surge of black mist erupted from his body, swiftly coalescing into a spherical black hole within his palm. The entire process was not particularly swift. Had Yi Lingfeng desired, He could have easily dispatched his opponent multiple times. Yet, he chose to remain still, observing quietly, which caused Su Shuangyue, nearby, to furrow her brow. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. In her view, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone a fellow cultivator of the same realm. How could one simply watch as the other prepared an escape? It was no surprise that Qi Hong soon gathered sufficient black energy, enveloping himself like a shroud. By this point, he had completed his incantation and, upon glancing at Yi Lingfeng, a mocking expression appeared on his face. It's over. We shall meet again soon, at which time someone will surely end your life. With that, he unhesitatingly shouted, demonic disintegration, flee. Much like his previous technique, he held considerable confidence in this maneuver, even if his opponent possessed a heavenly-grade treasure. It would not hinder his escape. In an instant, Qi Hong transformed into a shadowy figure, darting upwards like a bolt of black lightning. The speed was so astonishing that even Su Shuangyue, confined within her cage, could not help but frown slightly. Such a peculiar escape technique. However, from her vantage point, it was evident that, given the means Yi Lingfeng had displayed, he could not effectively intercept Qi Hong as he ascended into the sky. In stark contrast, Yi Lingfeng stood calmly in place, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Facing the fleeing Qi Hong, he simply raised his hand. Come back to me. It was unclear what he had summoned, but it appeared as though the black mist enveloping Qi Hong was being stripped away, as if it were being peeled apart. Subsequently, it transformed into a stream of dark meteors, swiftly descending from Qi Hong and landing in Yi Lingfeng's palm. This bizarre spectacle left Su Shuangyue astonished. Her gaze fixated on the object in Yi Lingfeng's hand, and upon recognizing a certain copper piece, she felt a subtle shock. Wait, what is this? Su Shuangyue was profoundly shaken, while Qi Hong, on the verge of escape, found himself in a dire predicament. As the extreme Yi's demonic energy dissipated, he plummeted like a deflated balloon, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Struggling to rise, he looked down in disbelief at his body, realizing he no longer sensed any trace of the extreme Yi demonic energy. How could this be? He had accumulated a considerable amount of extreme Yi demonic energy beforehand, anticipating potential danger, yet now it had all been completely drained. What? Is this a crash landing? I believe you are now too feeble to resist, Yi Lingfeng remarked coldly, approaching him with sword in hand. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Confess why you sought to capture these children, and I may grant you a more merciful death. Here, an astonishing number of children have already been transferred, and coupled with their utterances, it is evident that there lies an undisclosed intention behind it all. However, the current despair of Qi Hong soon morphed into a mocking expression. Curious to know? Then why not investigate for yourself? Yet, I suspect that given your current actions, you shall soon accompany me. As his words echoed, his body suddenly trembled violently before collapsing to the ground. Yi Lingfeng approached to examine him, only to discover that he had perished. It seemed he possessed some means of self-destruction. Observing this, Yi Lingfeng raised an eyebrow and turned to the nearby dazed figure of the gray-robed cultivator, who appeared to be the one in charge here. The individual's cultivation level was at the third stage of the golden core, and with a swift movement, Yi Lingfeng was before him, catching the latter off guard. What do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Lingfeng seized his forehead, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual force. The soul-searching technique is a requisite skill for most advanced cultivators, albeit with the limitation of only being applicable to those of significantly lower cultivation. Amid the agonized screams of the gray-robed cultivator, Yi Lingfeng gleaned some information about this place. According to his understanding, the children sent from here were not destined for the underworld sect, but were instead offered to a formidable individual of unfathomable strength. However, due to his position, he was unaware of this person's exact identity, only knowing that the sect leader referred to her as the Empress. The rise of the underworld sect in recent years, along with many of its actions, also bore the shadow of this Empress. Beyond that, no other useful information was available. Yi Lingfeng's brow furrowed slightly. To be addressed as the Empress by the underworld sect leader, she must possess power that far exceeds the Yuan spirit realm. This implies that there might be a significant backing behind the underworld sect. Contemplating this possibility, Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened, as this was not favorable news for him. Fortunately, while the adversary lurked in the shadows, he too remained concealed. Unless she made her presence known, she would be unable to trouble him in the near future. With this thought, Yi Lingfeng decided not to linger, and with a mere wave of his hand, the gray-robed cultivator was consumed by a blazing fireball, reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, the surrounding underworld sect cultivators were rendered speechless by Yi Lingfeng's thunderous methods and hastily attempted to flee. After committing such heinous acts, they still wished to escape? Yi Lingfeng cast a glance at them, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he surged forward, his sword transforming into a cascade of radiant beams that flickered across the sky. The fleeing underworld sect cultivators fell like flies, one after another. Before long, the entire camp was awash in a sea of blood, with not a single one of the underworld sect cultivators surviving. Having accomplished this, Yi Lingfeng approached the iron cage, raised his hand, and shattered the seals and iron bars, liberating Bai Qingqing and the others. As Bai Qingqing emerged, she was met with a scene of carnage. Yet rather than feeling fear, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yi Lingfeng. Master, your strength has significantly increased. Despite the short time since her master's last display of power, his abilities had evidently surged to new heights. Yi Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Oh, it's merely a trifle. I have even greater prowess yet to reveal. Really? She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course, in due time, you shall witness it. The duo conversed leisurely amidst the fallen bodies, in stark contrast to the terrified children in the iron cages around them, who were paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. Even though the cages had been shattered, they dared not move, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Yi Lingfeng could lead to their demise. At that moment, Qingyao stepped out from the cage. Observing the horrific scene and glancing at the frightened children, she felt compelled to remind Yi Lingfeng, Master, did you not express a desire to take on disciples? Perhaps now is the time to seek them out? Oh, indeed. I almost forgot the matter at hand. Yi Lingfeng replied, recalling his purpose for being there, not only to uphold justice and investigate but also to locate his potential third disciple. He scanned the surrounding cages. And many children, sensing his gaze, trembled in fear. Yi Lingfeng pondered inwardly whether the reincarnated empress mentioned by the system could be among these children. Just then, a girl in a green dress stepped forward from the crowd. Upon reaching him, she bowed respectfully and inquired, Esteemed elder, might you be seeking to take on a disciple? Yi Lingfeng regarded the girl, sensing an aura that set her apart from the others, not in terms of cultivation or beauty, but in the depth of her gaze and the grace of her demeanor, which hinted at her extraordinary nature. He nodded and smiled gently. Perhaps, young lady. Do you have something to ask? The girl gazed intently at him and asked, Elder, may I become your disciple? Oh, Yi Lingfeng was taken aback, curiosity piqued. You wish to be my disciple? May I inquire your name? After a brief hesitation, the girl replied, I am Su Shuangyue. Upon hearing this name, both Yi Lingfeng and Qingyao were taken aback. Qingyao immediately exclaimed, Su Shuangyue? Your name is remarkably similar to that of the Empress of Moonlight Continent. That is merely a coincidence, Su Shuangyue explained reasonably, and Qingyao was convinced. After all, with so many people on the continent, it was not uncommon for names to overlap, even with an empress. However, Yi Lingfeng's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Could it be that the reincarnated empress the system spoke of was indeed her? After all, it is quite a coincidence that in the city of Yulong, she encountered danger, was saved by none other than herself, and happens to share the same name, Su Shuangyue. If she were not the person he sought, such coincidences would indeed be excessive. Given the circumstances, he was largely convinced, yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a facade of casual inquiry. Might I ask why you wish to become my disciple? Because you appear to be very righteous and are willing to help others. One day, I too aspire to be someone like you, esteemed senior, Su Shuangyue earnestly explained, while Yi Lingfeng listened with a serious demeanor. Ultimately, he feigned deep contemplation for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, you possess ambition. I shall accept you. What a jest. He had initially worried that she might be too proud to accept him as a mentor. Now, however, she was eager to seek him out as her teacher. How could he possibly refuse? To her surprise, he readily agreed. Was it not customary for a master to inquire in detail about a prospective disciple's background, such as where they came from and what experiences they had encountered? This seemed rather hasty, leading her to question the reliability of this master. Yet, outwardly, she maintained her joy and performed a respectful bow. Thank you, esteemed senior. Oh no. Thank you, master. At that moment, Bai Qingqing, standing nearby, expressed her astonishment at the swiftness with which her master had accepted a disciple. Master, did you mean to say that the junior sister you intended to recruit here is actually her? This revelation momentarily stunned Su Shuangyue, prompting her to inquire of Yi Lingfeng. Could it be that you were aware I wished to become your disciple from the very beginning? Judging by the reactions of him and those around him, it seemed they were privy to this occurrence beforehand. In response, Yilingfeng merely smiled mysteriously. It's nothing extraordinary. I just had a certain intuition that I would find a suitable disciple here. Intuition? Su Xuanyue felt a peculiar sensation, a thought stirring within her mind. Could it be that her master was somehow aware of her true identity? However, upon reflection, she deemed it impossible. They were strangers, after all. You should have no way of knowing her true self. Thus, she merely nodded in agreement. I see. Yet, deep within, Su Xuanyue retained a hint of vigilance towards Yilingfeng, intending to observe him closely and discern what manner of person he truly was. As for her reasons for seeking a mentor, it primarily stemmed from her current weakness. Alone and vulnerable, she could easily attract the attention of unsavory individuals. Recently, she had been searching for a suitable sect or cultivator to take her under their wing, but until now, she had not encountered anyone satisfactory until she met Yilingfeng. If he posed no threat to her, then she would train by his side for a few years, and once her strength was restored, she could repay him. However, should he harbor any ill intentions, she would simply bide her time until an opportunity to escape arose. In summary, from now on, you shall be my disciple, Yilingfeng. Should you have any needs or matters to discuss, do not hesitate to approach me, he said with a gentle smile. Yes, master, I shall remember, Su Xuanyue nodded, though she remained only half convinced by his words. Nevertheless, regardless of her thoughts, Yilingfeng was already reaping the rewards. Alert! Disciple Su Xuanyue has been bound. Current number of disciples, 33. Congratulations on receiving a reward. Random return of 3, special divine ability, the demeanor of a master. And 1 experience card for the Xian Emperor realm. Yilingfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart with this reward. He finally felt an absolute sense of security in the outside world, just as he was reveling in his happiness. Su Xuanyue glanced at the children in the nearby iron cage and inquired, Master, how do you think we should handle these children? Upon mentioning the remaining children, Yilingfeng returned to his thoughts. He took a look and felt a slight headache. Let me think for a moment. Having saved them, we clearly cannot abandon them here. Even if they were to avoid other evil cultivators, the mystical beasts in the nearby mountains would surely devour them all. However, sending each one back to their respective homes alone would be quite a task for me. As he pondered how to resolve this, a sudden voice from nearby interrupted his thoughts. Dear friend, if you do not mind, could you entrust them to me for handling? Yilingfeng furrowed his brow and turned towards the voice, spotting a woman in a white dress who had appeared nearby unbeknownst to him. The aura emanating from her was palpably powerful, clearly at the peak of the Yuan spirit stage, which immediately set off alarm bells in Yilingfeng's mind. It was evident that she had been observing him in secret, yet he had remained oblivious. This individual was not to be underestimated. Had she attempted a sneak attack, Yilingfeng might have suspected her to be a member of the Yuming sect. Even so, Yilingfeng remained vigilant, his tone icy as he asked, Who are you? The woman in white raised her hand and quickly clarified, Dear friend, please do not misunderstand. I am not your enemy. Oh, do you have any proof? Sensing his suspicion, the woman straightforwardly produced a silver jade token, allowing it to hover before Yilingfeng. Engraved on one side of the token was a snowflake, while the other side bore the name Lu Yener. She then bowed slightly and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yener, the saintess of the falling snow sacred land, here specifically to investigate the matter of the missing children. Lu Yener, the saintess of falling snow? This introduction took Yilingfeng by surprise. Her background was indeed quite significant. However, for the sake of caution, he glanced at Qin Yao and, through a mental message, asked, What do you think? Is this token genuine? Despite the vast difference in their strengths as a saintess of a sacred land, she should possess the ability to verify her identity. Upon hearing her introduction, Qin Yao displayed a look of astonishment. After scrutinizing the jade token, she gently nodded at Yilingfeng, indicating its authenticity. Only then did Yilingfeng relax his guard slightly, for if she truly was the snowfall saintess Lu Yener, there would be no cause for concern. The rationale was simple. Lu Yener was renowned in the eastern continent, having performed numerous good deeds over the years and exhibiting remarkable humility that garnered her widespread admiration. Yilingfeng clasped his fists and smiled, saying, Ah, so you are the esteemed saintess Lu. I am most honored. I did not expect that even you would be stirred by the affairs here. Indeed, I have long wished to investigate this matter. It appears that this place indeed harbors a stronghold of malevolent cultivators, which is utterly detestable. Lu Yener's face betrayed her disdain, reflecting her profound aversion to the dark practitioners. Seeing this, Yilingfeng could not help but inquire, Even so, Saintess Lu, Is it truly necessary for you to personally investigate? Could you not have sent a few individuals in your stead? As a prominent saintess, your authority in a sacred domain is considerable. One would think these matters would be trivial enough that you need not come yourself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin'er fell silent for a moment before shaking her head and responding, "Due to certain reasons, I must personally look into this matter." It was evident that there were unspoken complexities involved. Yilingfeng, sensing her reluctance to divulge more, smiled approvingly. "I see. It seems that the rumors of your benevolence are indeed true. Are you not the same?" Lu Yin'er replied with a gentle smile before inquiring, "May I ask your name?" "Fellow cultivator?" After a moment of contemplation, Yilingfeng replied, "My surname is Yi." He refrained from disclosing his full name, despite his trust in her. It was prudent to exercise caution when meeting someone for the first time. Lu Yin'er, recognizing the subtlety, did not press further and nodded with a smile. "Ah, so you are fellow cultivator Yi. I shall remember that." She then turned her attention to the children around them. "I intend to arrange for someone to escort each of these children back home. What do you think, fellow cultivator Yi?" Yilingfeng, who had been troubled by this very issue, brightened at her suggestion and replied without hesitation, "That is no problem at all. Since the saintess is willing to undertake this noble task, I shall certainly assist. Were it someone else, he might have harbored concerns regarding their intentions, but with her, he felt assured. Moreover, given her stature, she would undoubtedly be more adept in handling this situation. After all, locating each child's home and ensuring their safe return, while also caring for the others, was no small feat yet. With her command, she could summon a host of high-ranking cultivators, whereas he could muster only 3 rather Navi disciples. Then, recalling something, he posed a question. "By the way, how do you plan to deal with the underlying force behind this, the Netherworld sect?" At the mention of the Netherworld sect, Lu Yin'er's countenance darkened noticeably as she replied sternly, "Upon my return, I shall report this matter to my master, and they will surely be punished severely in due course." Reflecting upon her master, Yilingfeng held some recollections. Naturally, Lu Yin'er's master was the sovereign of the Snowfall Sacred Land, who had recently ascended to the position. It was said that she was the daughter of the former sovereign, who perished under mysterious circumstances. Undeterred by the covetous gazes and discontent of others, she resolutely claimed the title of sovereign. Remarkably, she employed formidable measures to consolidate her position, progressively suppressing all dissenters, ensuring that to this day, no one could challenge her authority. Hence, in the Eastern continent, the current sovereign of the Snowfall Sacred Land is undoubtedly a legendary figure, as well as a formidable individual. Coincidentally, Yulong City falls within the sphere of influence of the Snowfall Sacred Land. The reckless actions of the Netherworld sect are undoubtedly a provocation against the dignity of the Snowfall Sacred Land. Should the sovereign take action, it would surely deal the Netherworld sect a significant blow. "Ah, this is indeed promising. I shall eagerly await the unfolding drama." Yilingfeng chuckled calmly, and thereafter, he and Lu Yin'er continued their discussion regarding the Netherworld sect and the circumstances at hand. Additionally, he thoughtfully provided her with evidence that could substantiate the Netherworld sect as the puppet masters behind the scenes. The two found an immediate rapport, enjoying each other as company, and soon became fast friends, lamenting the late nature of their acquaintance. As they parted ways, Lu Yin'er even extended an invitation to Yilingfeng, suggesting he visit the Snowfall Sacred Land when the opportunity arose, assuring him of a warm welcome. Naturally, Yilingfeng's response was succinct. "Next time, for sure. Lady Lu, I have some matters to attend to in Yulong City, so I must take my leave." Upon hearing Yilingfeng's farewell, Lu Yin'er did not insist on his stay, instead smilingly nodding her head. "No problem. May we meet again by fate." "Indeed, may we meet again." Yilingfeng clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, then departed with Bai Qingqing, Qing Yao, and his newly accepted disciple, Su Shuangyue, remaining behind. Lu Yin'er watched them leave before turning her gaze to the children in the iron cage nearby. Subsequently, a gentle smile graced her face. "Do not be afraid, my dear ones. I will soon find someone to take you home." Her smile seemed to possess a kind of magic, soothing the children's fears, gradually easing their apprehension. Lu Yin'er then retrieved a communication talisman, sending a message to the nearest outpost of the Snowfall Sacred Land, intending to dispatch someone to escort the children away. She needed to conclude this matter swiftly and return to report to her master. Glancing at the sky, Lu Yin'er realized she had many tasks ahead, including thoroughly organizing the upcoming 100 Clans Grand Competition following this affair. Traditionally, the competition is organized in rotation by the 3 great sacred lands, and this time, It was their turn at the Snowfall Sacred Land. As the Snowfall Saintess, she was entrusted with full responsibility for this event. As night deepened within the Netherworld sect, the sect master, Gu Wangxing, was listening to an urgent report from a trusted confidant, growing increasingly distressed with each detail he heard. The content is not extensive, to summarize. The stronghold has been destroyed, the captured children are gone, and Qi Hong along with all the cultivators of the stronghold have vanished. Gone, all completely gone. In a fit of rage, Gu Wangxing suddenly emanated a terrifying aura, slamming his palm onto the table, shattering it into fragments. Damn it. Do not let our sect know who is responsible, otherwise they shall wish for neither life nor death. His trusted confidant dared not breathe a word, yet cautiously reminded him. Master, the immediate priority is to urgently procure some goods, lest we fail to deliver as expected. You are aware that tonight is the scheduled delivery date. Gu Wangxing's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he replied, What do you think? Hurry up. Just as his words fell, a black talisman flew in. Upon seeing the talisman, Gu Wangxing's heart raced, and he quickly seized it. As he read its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. But he soon regained his composure and gestured for his departing confidant to pause. Enough, there is no need to rush the goods. Ah, but didn't the Empress say that we must deliver weekly? This time, it is unnecessary. Someone has already delivered it for us. What does that mean? Do not question it, Gu Wangxing replied with a sidelong glance, then regarded the black talisman with indifference. Furthermore, investigate if anyone in Yulong City has seen a male cultivator accompanied by 3 young girls. Chapter 44. A Supreme Holy Rank Technique? In Yulong City. Within the Municipal Chamber of Commerce. After leaving the lair of the evil cultivators, Yilingfeng first brought the 3 girls here. Intending to procure materials for the Swordstar Pill, one must say, Yulong City lives up to its reputation as a major metropolis. The chamber is replete with medicinal herbs, including a substantial array for 7th grade pills. The senior red-clad receptionist, upon glancing at the list of medicinal materials presented by Yilingfeng, was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed senior, are you certain you wish to acquire such a large quantity of high-grade materials at once? The cost may well exceed 1 million xianjing, even for our chamber. This would be considered a significant transaction. Yilingfeng, without further ado, inquired coolly, just tell me if you have it or not. Well, the red-clad receptionist pondered for a moment, pointing to the items on the list. Excluding the top item, the golden patterned Lingxiao flower, we have everything else in stock. Yilingfeng furrowed his brow and asked, Is there no way to procure it? Xianjing is not an issue. The receptionist sighed with a wry smile, esteemed senior. The golden patterned Lingxiao flower is the primary ingredient of a 7th grade supreme pill and is exceedingly rare and precious, given the deteriorating growth conditions for spiritual herbs. Such invaluable materials cannot simply be bought with Xianjing. Just as Yilingfeng frowned, troubled by this predicament, he suddenly recalled that name. It sounded remarkably familiar. The receptionist in red seemed to have recalled something, suddenly pondering aloud. Ah, yes, it appears that in this year's grand competition of the 100 sects in the Eastern continent, the first prize is indeed the golden-veined Lingxiao flower. I have heard it is provided by the celestial demon's sacred land. If you have connections, perhaps you could procure it in advance. Listening to his narrative, Qingyao's expression shifted subtly. Meanwhile, Yilingfeng's lips twitched slightly. He did possess connections, as his disciple was once the saintess of the celestial demon's sacred land. If he were to seek her out, she would likely be exceedingly enthusiastic, perhaps even offering to assist them profusely. In contrast, securing the first place in the grand competition appeared to be a more reliable route for obtaining the reward. Yilingfeng sighed inwardly. Am I being compelled to secure the top position? At that moment, Qingyao, intrigued, asked, Master, what prompted you to consider purchasing medicinal herbs? Are you planning to refine a specific elixir? Yilingfeng revealed no secrets, nodding as he turned to Bai Qingqing with a smile. Indeed. Qingqing is at a crucial stage in her cultivation, and I intend to prepare a special elixir for her. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's eyes brightened with delight. So that's it. Master, you are truly kind. I imagine that being labeled as special by you means it must be a potent elixir. However, she soon raised a question. But master, do you still know how to refine elixirs? Naturally, I do not, he replied. Thus, we will need to find a suitable 7th tier alchemist. 7th tier. Both she and Qingyao were taken aback by this classification. Master, are you aiming to refine a 7th grade elixir? Indeed, you will understand in due time. Yilingfeng replied with a faint smile, deliberately withholding mention of the Sword Star elixir in such a public setting. After all, based on his investigations. The formula for this elixir had been lost for many years. As a high-tier elixir that greatly benefits sword cultivators, if word got out that he possessed the formula, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, when the time came to seek an alchemist, careful consideration would be necessary. Bai Qingqing scratched her head, expressing, "A seventh-tier alchemist seems like a challenging find. As alchemists who refine profound crystals and herbs, they are regarded as the elite among the elite in this era, especially at the seventh tier and above. For those of unorthodox backgrounds or lesser sects, reaching such a level is nearly impossible. It can be said that 99% of seventh tier and higher alchemists are nurtured within various sacred lands." Yi Lingfeng was naturally aware of this and sighed once more. "Indeed. We shall take our time in searching. Such matters cannot be rushed, as finding a top-notch seventh-tier alchemist is not an easy task." Meanwhile, Su Shuangyue, who had been listening to their conversation, fell into deep contemplation. Seventh-tier alchemists were quite prevalent in her moonlight sacred land. Not only were there several seventh-tier alchemists, but even 2 or 3 eighth-tier alchemists were present. Thus, an idea inadvertently surfaced in Su Shuangyue's mind. Ultimately, Yi Lingfeng purchased all the medicinal herbs available from the Merchant Association before returning to the sect with his 3 disciples. As they approached their destination, Bai Qingqing enthusiastically introduced, "Junior sister, ahead lies our ancient path sect. The scenery is quite delightful. I believe you will surely appreciate it." "Indeed, I am filled with anticipation." Su Shuangyue responded with a light laugh, though inwardly she pondered, "The ancient path sect? It appears to be entirely unfamiliar to me. Given the means and celestial-grade treasures displayed by my companion, it stands to reason that they must belong to a renowned power, or perhaps they hail from a secluded sect." Lost in thought, they arrived at the ancient path sect, and Su Shuangyue was momentarily taken aback. Gazing down at the sect, her expression reflected a hint of peculiarity. Is this truly our sect? Although many areas had been tidied up recently, the underlying essence of neglect could not be concealed. Ahem, this matter is rather intricate. Yi Lingfeng offered a rational explanation, already contemplating whether he should train a disciple to narrate the sect's history to newcomers in the future. After hearing his words, Su Shuangyue's curiosity did not diminish significantly. It was evident that with her master's demonstrated capabilities, he could not possibly be coerced into such a state by the Xinjiang sect. There must be secrets unknown to her. However, she was not one to indulge in gossip or pry into other secrets. Instead, she simply inquired, "So, Master, will our ancient path sect be recruiting again in the future?" "Well," Yi Lingfeng mused, smiling as he replied, "in due time, we shall consider this matter. After all, I have spoken of making the ancient path sect more illustrious. Moreover, having a larger number of individuals in the sect would make undertaking various endeavors more convenient, alleviating the need for me to do everything personally. However, this is likely to occur only after I advance to the Dao-building realm. Only by transcending the Yuanling realm can one truly wield a degree of influence in the eastern continent." Su Shuangyue listened thoughtfully, nodding as if contemplating something profound. During the subsequent time, Yi Lingfeng entrusted Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao to help the newly arrived junior sister acclimate to the sect. In the end, he arranged her accommodations and even hosted a welcoming banquet. At the banquet, Yi Lingfeng raised his cup and smiled at Su Shuangyue, saying, "As your master, I welcome you. Shuangyue, to our fold. I hope you will get along well with your senior sisters, diligently cultivate, and strive to ascend to the realm of the Xian Emperor soon." In response, Su Shuangyue promptly stood and raised her cup, affirming, "Yes, I will certainly endeavor." After all, having already acknowledged him as her master, she adhered well to the fundamental courtesies. Nevertheless, if truth be told, she had not yet genuinely regarded Yi Lingfeng as her master in her heart. After all, she has lived for so long, and as the former Moonlight Empress, it is evidently no simple task to earn her genuine recognition as a master. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng was struck by an idea and smiled at her. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that if you ever encounter any troubles, you should promptly confide in your master and not keep everything bottled up inside. Have faith in your master, although I may not possess omnipotence. I can certainly offer you some assistance." Upon hearing this, Su Shuangyue nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, master." However, deep down, she sighed softly. The troubles she might face are likely to be closely tied to the other sacred land. Moreover, her master is merely at the Yuanling realm, and she does not wish to involve him or his sect in her troubles. Some burdens are best borne alone. Once the banquet concluded, seemingly to foster sisterly bonds, Bai Qingqing directly invited Qing Yao and Su Shuangyue to her room for a cozy evening chat. When Yilingfeng inquired, the young girl merely mentioned they were discussing typical topics among girls, leaving him no further questions to ask. Shortly after, he returned to his own quarters. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Su Shuangyue, it appeared that the Moonlight Empress had yet to fully embrace her new surroundings. Yilingfeng was no fool. He could sense the subtle distance she maintained, indicating her reluctance to fully acknowledge him as her master. As for her reasons for seeking apprenticeship, it likely stemmed from some ulterior motive, yet this held little significance for him. Fundamentally, his acceptance of her as a disciple was rooted in similar pragmatism. Thus, Yilingfeng remained unfazed, understanding that there was no need to force a closeness. Perhaps, in time, affection would blossom naturally. As for the enmity between her and the Nine Nether Sacred Land, he was presently unaware. However, it was reasonable to assume that she would refrain from seeking trouble until she possessed sufficient strength. Never mind, he thought, let us first examine the spoils of war. Yilingfeng shook his head, and under the flickering candlelight, he opened each space ring, ushering in an exhilarating moment akin to unboxing treasures. After a thorough inventory, he discovered that within the space ring from Qi Hong, aside from some miscellaneous items, there were 2 to 3 million Xian crystals, various mysterious techniques, artifacts, and even a medicinal pill, a low-grade, earth-level movement technique, the shadow flicker, a 6th-grade low-quality medicinal pill, the comprehension pill, a low-grade, earth-level artifact, the captive wilderness tower, 290,000 Xian crystals. These were the most precious items he had acquired in his space ring. Remarkably, the resources of a Yuanling cultivator from the Netherworld sect were indeed more abundant than those of the Wooden Sword. This disparity illustrates how the strength of one's affiliated faction can significantly influence access to cultivation resources. Contemplating the 3 items before him, Yilingfeng quickly assigned them to their respective owners, planning to bestow them upon them the following day. Only after cataloging the spoils did he remember something. He almost forgot about the copper plate. He wondered what had become of it. At that moment, due to various matters, Yilingfeng had forgotten about the copper piece after putting it away. Now, finally having the time to examine it, he discovered that after absorbing the extreme demonic energy, new characters had emerged. Moreover, perhaps due to his heightened cultivation, the refined extreme demonic energy had increased, resulting in the manifestation of more than 10 characters. The current content read, Divine Transformation Decision, Saint-Level Supreme Mystical Technique, accompanied by 3 special divine powers, among which, clearly, the displayed content remained within the introductory section of the Divine Transformation Decision. However, just these words left Yilingfeng utterly astounded. His gaze fixated on the 4 characters Saint-Level Supreme. To think that this was a Saint-Level Supreme Mystical Technique. Chapter 45. I feel I can wholesale heavenly treasures. Yilingfeng was overwhelmed with shock. In today's Tianxun continent, heavenly-level mystical techniques were already beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Even among the various holy lands, these were considered the most elite strategic resources. As for saint-level mystical techniques, they were merely a legend to many cultivators. This saint-level supreme mystical technique was likely in existence that even the holy lands dared not imagine. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil across the continent. Yilingfeng took a deep breath. Without a doubt, if news of this saint-level supreme mystical technique were to leak, it would likely incite chaos throughout the entire continent. At that time, not just the 3 holy lands of the eastern continent, but all the holy lands across the continent would come rushing in. Contemplating this, Yilingfeng resolved firmly that, until he reached a certain level of cultivation, he must not reveal the existence of this divine transformation decision under any circumstances. Even Yilingfeng himself felt a twinge of greed. He wondered what kind of existence the saint-level supreme mystical technique truly was. It seemed that he would need to eliminate more cultivators from the Netherworld sect in the future. Yilingfeng narrowed his eyes. At this moment, certain cultivators from the Netherworld sect had already become human-shaped catalysts in his mind. He wondered if, after exterminating all the evil cultivators of the Netherworld sect, their extreme demonic energy would be sufficient to fully reveal the divine transformation decision. But that was a matter for later. At present, there lay an urgent choice before him. Looking at the task panel, he noted the lucrative rewards of the system task. And Yilingfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Should he participate or not? The rewards were undoubtedly generous, yet the risks were equally high. Just then, a saying involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. After much contemplation, Yilingfeng gazed at the experience card for the Xian Emperor realm in his item inventory, taking another deep breath. Since there was a safety net, he might as well gamble a little. If he could obtain this reward, his subsequent growth would undoubtedly reach new heights. According to past 100 sects competitions, there would typically be only some elders from the Holy Lands overseeing the event, and there would not be any Xian Emperor-level powerhouses present. This meant that if things truly escalated beyond control, he possessed the means to overturn the table, and that was sufficient. Certainly, this is merely his preliminary thought. The ultimate outcome should still consider the perspectives of the individuals involved. On the following morning, within the temporary conference hall of the Ancient Path sect, essentially a modest sitting room, a conversation unfolded. What, Master? Do you wish for us to participate in the grand competition of the 100 sects? Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao exchanged incredulous glances. Master, you cannot be jesting, can you? Rest assured, this is no jest. After careful deliberation, I seek to understand your sentiments on the matter. Bai Qingqing contemplated for a moment. Her voice tinged with hesitation. If we partake in the grand competition of the 100 sects, the underworld sect will surely take notice of me, won't they? Might this not bring trouble upon you, Master? In terms of personal desire, she undoubtedly wished to participate, if only to demonstrate to the underworld sect that she, Bai Qingqing, was no longer the same. The future awaited her vengeance. Beside her, Qin Yao furrowed her brow as well. I share similar concerns. Should I enter the grand competition, it is certain that the heavenly demon sacred land would fixate upon me, potentially causing significant trouble for you, Master. Moreover, my cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of gathering qi. I doubt I would achieve any noteworthy results. For them, their own lives had long ceased to hold significance. Having been saved by their master, their apprehension stemmed from the potential chaos their involvement might unleash upon their master and the Ancient Path sect. You need not worry. Since I have confidence in allowing you to participate, I shall ensure your protection, Yi Lingfeng remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he turned to Qin Yao. As for your current level, you need not fret. Once you complete your training tasks in due time, I shall bestow upon you my teachings. What you must do is simple. Devote yourself to cultivation and strive to enhance your prowess. Surprised by her master's encouragement, Qin Yao inquired, Master, do you truly wish for me to participate in the grand competition even if you were to impart your teachings? Is there a particular reason behind this? Though they were still young, both were exceptionally astute. Yi Lingfeng pondered briefly before nodding. Indeed, there are reasons, though I cannot disclose them just yet. He spoke candidly, without fabricating tales. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing and Qin Yao exchanged glances, subsequently nodding almost in unison. Qin Yao then stated earnestly, if my participation in the grand competition can aid you, Master, then I am willing to join. Seeing her sister's bold declaration, Bai Qingqing took a moment before echoing, yes, I feel the same. This was an opportunity to repay their master's kindness, a dream come true for them. Yi Lingfeng could not help but feel a swell of emotion. It was evident he had indeed taken on 2 commendable disciples. At that moment, Su Shuangyue suddenly interjected. The grand competition of the 100 sects? Master, may I also participate? Ah, you wish to join as well? Yi Lingfeng was taken aback and asked in astonishment. He then observed Su Shuangyue nodding earnestly as she spoke. Yes, Master, I too wish to seek an opportunity to hone my own strength. This response caused the corners of Yi Lingfeng's mouth to twitch. Is it truly necessary for you, a reincarnated empress, to refine your own abilities? Despite Su Shuangyue being the youngest among the 3 women, her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of qi gathering. Having merely been restrained previously at the stronghold of the sinister cultivators, if all went according to plan, she would undoubtedly break through to the innate realm before the grand competition of the 100 sections. Coupled with her empress-level combat skills, it would be akin to a massacre of the younglings. However, since she had expressed her desire, Yi Lingfeng found it difficult to decline, especially since he initially intended to bring her along. Thus, he nodded in consent. Very well, since you wish to participate, you may join your 2 senior sisters. Thank you. Master. Su Shuangyue beamed with a smile, leaving one to wonder what thoughts danced within her mind. With that, the arrangement for participating in the grand competition was settled. The next step was to prepare for the event. With only 2 months remaining until the 100 sects competition, you must all train diligently to secure commendable results. Yes, Master. Rest assured, I will double my efforts. Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but face balm at Bai Qingqing's exuberance. Oh dear, perhaps you should refrain from doubling your efforts, lest you overexert yourself. In response, Bai Qingqing stuck out her tongue. I won't tire out, Master. Yi Lingfeng sighed in resignation. This little girl was already diligent enough. and doubling her efforts might propel her to the heavens. Nevertheless, he proceeded to address the matter at hand. Now let us discuss something important. I have gifts to bestow upon you. With that, Yilingfeng presented the items he had prepared. Qingqing, you shall practice this earth-level instant shadow technique. Then he turned to Qingyao, and this enlightenment pill along with the prison tower, you shall receive. At this moment, Bai Qingqing had acquired a sword technique and explosive skills. Yet she still lacked a profound movement technique. As for Qingyao, her challenges primarily lay in her mental state, and the enlightenment pill would maximize her potential. The prison tower, a tool designed for confining foes, would further compensate for Qingyao's shortcomings as a spell cultivator, providing her with a means to defend herself when engaged closely. Upon receiving the gifts from her master, Bai Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, master. I will train diligently. For her, an earth-level low-grade technique was an unprecedented treasure, and receiving it filled her with joy. Qingyao, however, remained composed, whether it was the 6th-grade enlightenment pill or the earth-level low-grade prison tower. They were merely practical tools to her. Nonetheless, she expressed her gratitude to Yilingfeng. Thank you, master, for the pill and the treasure. I shall make the utmost use of them. Yilingfeng nodded slightly, his heart brimming with joy. Undoubtedly, this was a reward from the system. Notification. You have granted your disciple the low-grade earth-level technique, Shadow Flicker. Congratulations on activating a 2,233-fold reward, acquiring the mid-grade celestial level technique, Shadowless Spirit. Notification. You have bestowed upon your disciple the low-grade earth-level enlightenment pill. Congratulations on activating a 3,469-fold reward, obtaining the low-grade 9th-level heavenly pill. Notification. You have granted your disciple the low-grade earth-level artifact, Prison Tower. Congratulations on activating a 4,444-fold reward, receiving the mid-grade celestial level artifact, Heaven Suppression Tower. Listening to the continuous notifications of rewards, Yilingfeng felt invigorated. One after another, the celestial level artifacts dazzled his senses. He sensed that before long, he would be able to wholesale celestial level artifacts. However, he did not immediately examine these rewards, as there was someone waiting for him at that moment. Yilingfeng turned his gaze towards Su Shuangyue, who appeared to be an onlooker, and smiled. Disciple, since you have taken me as your master, we must follow the proper procedures. Is there anything you lack? Upon hearing this, Su Shuangyue immediately shook her head. Master's kindness is appreciated, but I truly lack nothing. Whether it be earth-level techniques or artifacts, they held little significance for her. After all, she possessed numerous mid-grade celestial techniques as trump cards, and even had high-grade celestial techniques. As for artifacts, once she grew a little stronger, she could reclaim the many she had previously hidden away, so she was not in want. Nevertheless, Yilingfeng's stance remained resolute. That won't do. As your master, I must treat you equally. He then extended his hand and gently placed it on Su Shuangyue's forehead. Smiling as he said, I shall impart a technique to you, which I believe will be beneficial. Very well, thank you, master. Su Shuangyue sighed lightly and reluctantly agreed. She then felt words materializing in her mind, initially paying little heed to them. After all, based on what her master had previously imparted to her senior sisters, she assumed this was yet another earth-level technique. Thus, she merely glanced at it. Transformation of the 3 demons, a supreme-grade celestial technique? Wait, what? Chapter 46. What kind of master is this? Su Shuangyue was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Yilingfeng. Master. This technique. Yilingfeng was not particularly surprised by her astonishment. If anyone were to be suddenly confronted with a supreme-grade celestial technique, they would likely wear a similar expression. However, as her master, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of composure. With a calm demeanor, he smiled and said, This technique is a gift from me to you, a token of our first meeting. Practice diligently, and there will be more to come. Su Shuangyue remained dazed for quite some time, thinking, isn't this a bit too extravagant? She even began to suspect that the grade of this technique might be inflated. Yet, upon casting a glance at the subsequent events, she essentially grasped the answer. Who exactly is this master? Su Shuangyue found it hard to believe. The celestial tier profound techniques were something she had never encountered before, even in the sacred grounds, where such techniques were likely revered as treasures of the sect. She never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming master possessed such a skill and would so casually impart it to her. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall devote myself to diligent practice. Observing this, Yilingfeng smiled gently. This is a perfect opportunity for me to outline the training tasks that lie ahead for you. Very well, please bestow your wisdom, master, Su Shuangyue nodded, eager to hear how he intended for her to cultivate. To her, no matter how arduous the training might be, she felt prepared to embrace it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Lingfeng slowly conveyed to her, "You are to focus on 2 tasks. No, it can be considered 1 task, every day. Behold the sunrise and sunset, and remember to rise a bit earlier each day." Is it the sunrise and sunset? Su Shuangyue was once again taken aback. Her expression peculiar as she inquired, "Isn't this supposed to be a training task? Does this truly count as training?" As the Moonlight Empress, she had instructed others in cultivation before, yet she had never encountered such an abstract approach. "Master, I feel this training task lacks significance." Ever since ascending to the position of the sovereign, she had been so busy with affairs that she had lost track of the rising and setting of the sun for quite some time. The sudden requirement to observe them daily felt quite foreign to her. Yi Lingfeng did not elaborate, maintaining his signature enigmatic smile. "Disciple, you need not ponder too much. Do not question the reasoning behind this. Simply engage earnestly and experience it." Very well. In the end, Su Shuangyue nodded in agreement. Compared to her previous rigorous training, what her master proposed felt remarkably effortless. Perhaps for some, it might even be considered a reward. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing and Qing Yao were accustomed to his words and were not particularly surprised. Shortly thereafter, Yi Lingfeng concluded his instructions and departed. Presumably to research the rewards to be returned, Bai Qingqing cheerfully remarked, "All right, I should also return to my practice." Having suddenly stepped out, she had hardly engaged in any training. Qing Yao also nodded in agreement, saying, "Likewise, I must attend to my cultivation." As she spoke, she retrieved a fishing rod and a bucket from her spatial ring, intending to continue her previous training. However, upon witnessing her actions, Su Shuangyue paused momentarily, puzzled, and asked, "Senior sister, what are you about to do? Is that a fishing rod?" "Indeed, it is a fishing rod. Thus, I shall naturally go fishing." "But didn't you say you were going to cultivate?" "Indeed, my cultivation involves fishing." Qing Yu smiled lightly, then suddenly recalled something and added, "Ah, indeed. There is also the daily task of kindling the fire for cooking, which is part of my training regimen." Su Shuangyue found this rather peculiar and questioned, "Is this really part of what master requires of you?" "Indeed, it is so," came the reply. "Can this truly be of any benefit?" If it were not for the earlier display, where the other party directly revealed a supreme technique of the heavenly tier, she would have begun to suspect that they were merely a charlatan from the martial world. Noticing her skepticism, Qing Yao, as a seasoned practitioner, nodded affirmatively and stated, "This training is indeed beneficial." As she spoke, she extended her hand, and a dark flame suddenly erupted forth. Upon sensing the chilling aura emanating from it, Su Shuangyue exclaimed in astonishment, "What a formidable flame!" In truth, her inner shock was far more profound. Primarily because she had already recognized this black flame as the unique heavenly demon flame of the Eastern continent's sacred ground of the heavenly demon, the Qing Yu before her. Regardless of her identity, appeared to be no older than Su Shuangyue herself, yet she had already mastered the heavenly demon flame, which was indeed impressive. "This is the fruit of my training," Qing Yu remarked, glancing at the flame in her palm with a smile. "Of course, compared to me, sister is the truly remarkable one." This was not mere flattery. In her eyes, the heavenly demon flame was an innate ability born of their bloodline, and mastering it was only to be expected. However, sister was different. She regarded the other as the genuine prodigy. Nevertheless, Bai Qingqing, who was being praised, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Not at all, sister. It is you who is truly exceptional." The two engaged in this mutual admiration while Su Shuangyue watched with a puzzled expression. May I ask what is particularly special about sister?" At that moment, Qing Yu explained, "Sister is a sword cultivator and has recently comprehended the sword intent." Su Shuangyue was taken aback, her face filled with disbelief. "Sword intent? How old is sister?" To comprehend sword intent at such an age seems like a dream. To lend credence to her words, Qing Yao glanced at Bai Qingqing and said, "Sister." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing immediately understood her intent, and she promptly drew her sword, unleashing a sharp aura that surged forth from her. With Su Shuangyue's keen perception, she could instantly discern that this was indeed sword intent, and a proficient one at that. If Qing Yao had merely left her astonished, the impact Bai Qingqing had on her was even more profound than witnessing a supreme technique of the heavenly tier. Undoubtedly, had she encountered such a maiden at her former moonlight sacred ground, she would have gone to great lengths to take her as a disciple. At that moment, Bai Qingqing smiled and said, "Sister, do not be too envious. As long as you diligently heed Master Esh training, you too shall become formidable in the future. Now, she harbored a mysterious trust in Yilingfeng, feeling as if he were capable of anything. Su Shuangyuan nodded in a daze and replied, "Yes, I will." Upon this, Bai Qingqing and Qing Yao exchanged a knowing smile. "We shall converse later. For now, we must proceed to our training." Once they departed, Su Shuangyue remained lost in thought, gazing at their retreating figures. Initially, she had perceived them as mere ordinary senior sisters, yet she had not anticipated their extraordinary prowess. Could it truly be attributed to their master's peculiar training regimen? Nevertheless, she pondered, what could possibly be gained from witnessing the sunrise and sunset? Despite her uncertainty, having pledged to approach her tasks earnestly, she would certainly not go back on her word. Meanwhile, back in his chamber, Yilingfeng found himself somewhat perplexed, silently observing the information panel before him. Name: Su Shuangyue, cultivation level, peak gathering chi physique, moon spirit sacred body, development stage, initial training 1, observe the sunrise 30 times. Initial training 2, observe the sunset 30 times. Initial training 3, impart a top-tier heavenly technique. Completed. In contrast to Bai Qingqing and Qing Yao, whose training tasks could at least be tenuously connected to cultivation, Su Shuangyue's assignments appeared utterly abstract, leaving Yilingfeng utterly baffled. The only aspect he could surmise regarding the impartation of the heavenly technique was perhaps to instill a sense of awe in her. Yet, he recognized her as an astute individual and thus felt little cause for concern. When it came to cultivation, she undoubtedly possessed greater insight than he did, leading him to dismiss his worries. In comparison, he was far more invested in the progress of Bai Qingqing and Qing Yao, curious to see the heights of their abilities over the next 2 months. Regardless of their potential, participating in the grand competition of the 100 sects would surely bring forth numerous challenges. Therefore, he resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training during the coming months. The gains from the recent endeavors had been considerable: Shadowless Step, Heavenly Dao Pill, and the Heaven-Subduing Tower. Yilingfeng meticulously assessed their effects. The Shadowless Step, as its name suggests, was an exceptionally powerful heavenly movement technique that would undoubtedly become part of his essential training. Next, the Heavenly Dao Pill was a miraculous concoction that aided cultivators in forging their own path. For instance, it provided immense assistance to those at the pinnacle of Yuan spirit striving to break into the Dao foundation stage, facilitating the formation of their unique path. Furthermore, the Heaven-Subduing Tower was a formidable heavenly treasure designed to ensnare adversaries, its potency unquestionable. However, the description indicated that the stronger the opponent, the exponentially greater the amount of energy required for its deployment. Armed with these tools, along with his previous advantages, Yilingfeng could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of strength. He was likely unmatched within the Yuan spirit realm. In the time ahead, he resolved to master the application of all his treasures with urgency. Before he knew it, more than 10 days had slipped by. After such an extended period of companionship, Su Shuangyue has gradually assimilated into her sect, frequently engaging in heartfelt discussions and sparring sessions with her 2 senior sisters. Qing Yao, on her part, has finally completed all her preliminary training tasks and has now become relatively adept at mastering the heavenly demon's fiery arts. However, the most significant progress lies in her cultivation of the Ice Heart technique, where she has made considerable strides, effortlessly suppressing the impacts of her inherent constitution. As for Yilingfeng, he has also received rewards, including 3 more chances for returns, leaving him with a total of 6. Simultaneously, Qing Yao's advanced training has been unlocked, with the 3rd skill glaringly designated for her. Yet, upon seeing the first 2 skills, his expression underwent a subtle shift. What on earth is this training? Chapter 47. What is your relationship with the Empress? That afternoon, in the circular pavilion by the lake within the sect, Yilingfeng summoned Qing Yao. Having learned from the previous experience, he chose not to conduct the session in his room or at night, to avoid any peculiar misunderstandings. As for the purpose, it was undoubtedly to bestow his teachings upon Qing Yao. As with the last occasion, several hours elapsed. Upon the conclusion of the transmission, Qing Yao's cultivation witnessed a remarkable surge. She had originally reached the 4th level of qi gathering, and now ascended directly to the pinnacle of qi gathering. Yilingfeng, benefiting from a 10-fold increase in cultivation, experienced equally astonishing results, with his levels soaring. 7th level of Yuan Spirit, 8th level, 9th level, pinnacle of Yuan Spirit. For any other cultivator, it would take years to achieve such a breakthrough, yet he accomplished it in a single afternoon. Now, Yilingfeng, at the peak of Yuan Spirit cultivation, coupled with various techniques, could truly be regarded as the foremost among those beneath the Yuan spirit realm. He even sensed that the so-called experts of the path of sovereignty were not entirely beyond reach. Of course, it is preferable to avoid confrontation with them. The path establishment realm and the Yuan spirit realm are distinctly different tiers, with a chasm-like disparity between them. A crucial aspect is that cultivators of the path establishment realm have comprehended their own great path, thereby qualifying as genuine practitioners, completely transcending the mundane. Each of their attacks carries the weight of their profound insights, effortlessly elevating the power of their techniques to terrifying levels. For those in the Yuan spirit realm, this represents a dimensional strike, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Fortunately, there has yet to arise a necessity for him to engage with the formidable beings of the upper three realms. At this moment, after completing the transmission, Qing Yao, feeling the transformation in her cultivation, was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately bowed her head to Yiling Feng. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Such kindness is something I shall never forget." Although her master had previously mentioned imparting skills, she never anticipated such a decisive execution. For any disciple, to receive teachings from their master is undoubtedly a monumental blessing. Yiling Feng remained unfazed, waving his hand with a smile. There is no need for such formalities. If you truly feel grateful, simply excel in the upcoming 100 Schools tournament. Upon hearing this, Qing Yao immediately replied with seriousness, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations." After all, her master had already imparted his teachings to her. How could she let him down? Thus, regardless of the challenges ahead, she was determined to secure a commendable position in the tournament. "Well then, I shall await your performance," Yiling Feng responded with a faint smile. Pausing for a moment before continuing, that said, "Your training regimen needs some adjustments. Master, what should I focus on in my future cultivation?" Qing Yao gazed earnestly at him, fully resolved to adhere to any peculiar training methods he proposed. Then, Yiling Feng cleared his throat and slowly articulated, "First, dedicate 2 hours each day to strip bare and immerse yourself in the flames. Additionally, allocate another 2 hours to remain unclothed in the icy waters of this cold pond. This regimen should be sustained for 3 months. After delivering these instructions, Yiling Feng observed Qing Yao, contemplating how to navigate any potential skepticism she might express. To his surprise, Qing Yao's initial astonishment quickly transformed into admiration as she exclaimed, "Truly, Master, your innovative training techniques are remarkable." Her eyes sparkled with comprehension, suggesting she grasped the profound implications behind his words. Yiling Feng was taken aback, asking, "Oh, do you perhaps understand why I am instructing you to do this?" "Of course." Qing Yu nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with excitement. "The former exercise is undoubtedly intended to allow me to intimately experience the essence of fire, thereby deepening my understanding of the heavenly demon flame. As for the latter, Master aims for me to perceive the stillness and chill of this cold pond, enabling me to better cultivate the ice heart technique." With curiosity, she turned to Yiling Feng and inquired, "Master, do you think I am correct?" Given the context, Yiling Feng found it difficult to contradict her, especially since her reasoning appeared quite sound. He nodded gently, revealing a look of satisfaction. "Indeed, you are teachable. That is precisely the intent. Truly, Master, your pedagogical skills are profoundly admirable," Qing Yao proclaimed. "Ahem, well, they are satisfactory, I suppose." Yiling Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, fearing her compliments might continue unabated. Ultimately, he patted her shoulder and, feigning profundity, declared, "In any case, focus on your training. I believe you will surely reap benefits after 3 months." "Yes, thank you, Master," she replied, preparing to commence her training immediately. However, just as she was about to depart, a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she asked, "By the way, Master, regarding the initial training, do you truly mean to say I cannot wear anything at all?" What do you mean?" she continued. "Is it permissible for me to wear undergarments? After all, she is a teenage girl, and naturally, she harbors some concerns regarding such matters. Even when alone, practicing in the nude feels rather peculiar to her." Regrettably, after much contemplation, Yiling Feng shook his head and said, "This should, perhaps, be unfeasible." Well, realizing the impracticality, Qing Yu reluctantly acquiesced and glanced at Yiling Feng, stating, "Master, you must not sneak a peek while I am training." This statement left Yiling Feng both amused and exasperated, as he shook his head in resignation. "Do I strike you as someone who would spy on his disciples?" Ultimately, Yilingfeng and Qin Yu settled upon a schedule for her training. During this period, even if someone sought her out, they would have to go through Qingxing or Shuangyue to reach her. Thus, starting today, Qin Yao embarked on her advanced training. Meanwhile, Su Shuangyue had been observing the sun rise and set for over 10 days without any significant discoveries. Given that the sun's appearance and disappearance lasted but a moment, she had ample time to arrange her own activities, theoretically making her training the least burdensome. However, she devoted nearly all her waking hours to cultivating her mysterious energy. Her diligence astonished even by Qingxing and Qin Yao, who repeatedly urged her to ease her efforts. Unexpectedly, on this particular day, Su Shuangyue informed Yilingfeng of her desire to stroll through the nearby forest, ostensibly to clear her mind. Yilingfeng did not refuse but merely reminded her to exercise caution, allowing her to descend the mountain. On one hand, the forest near the ancient path sect posed little danger. It was devoid of people and inhabited only by low-level mystical beasts, which she could easily manage. Furthermore, considering her status as an empress, it was presumed she was well aware of her actions, alleviating any concerns about her safety. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Su Shuangyue made her way directly to a cliff. From this vantage point, she could overlook much of the forest, a breathtaking sight. Standing at the edge, she gazed into the thicket before casting her eyes upon a silver talisman in her hand, murmuring softly, "It should be arriving soon." This silver talisman represented a unique communication technique she had devised, specifically tailored for a select few. Notably, this method could not convey information. Its sole purpose was to inform the recipient of the cinder's location. As she whispered, 6 streaks of light suddenly soared through the distant sea of clouds, each moving with astonishing speed. Those highly skilled practitioners on the ground, sensing the aura emanating from the luminous trails above, could not help but reveal their astonishment. Could so many formidable individuals from the upper 3 realms be making a move for some sacred ground? They pondered. However, they dared not approach, fully aware that certain matters were beyond their jurisdiction. Before long, 6 beams of radiant light descended from the heavens, akin to thunder striking the mountainside where Su Shuangyue stood. Among them were 4 men and 2 women, all of whom were formidable practitioners at the level of the imperial path. Unquestionably, with their mere presence, they could send tremors throughout the entire eastern continent. As they landed, their gazes fixated upon Su Shuangyue, who, in turn, greeted them with a gentle smile. "At last, you have arrived." These 6 individuals were her subordinates, each governing a distinct department within the Moonlight's sacred land. Prior to her fall, she had instructed them to escape, harboring the hope that one day, the Moonlight's sacred land might rise again. One of the young men clad in green, upon seeing Su Shuangyue, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you, little girl? How do you possess the secret technique of the Empress?" Clearly, they did not recognize Su Shuangyue, rather. They were astonished that someone in this world still wielded the unique communication technique of the Empress. For a moment, all 6 of them fixated on Su Shuangyue, eager to discern her connection to the fallen Empress. In response, Su Shuangyue glanced at the 6 and stated nonchalantly, "Who am I? It is evident that I can employ this communication technique. I am the Empress herself." At her words, the expressions of the 6 transformed instantaneously. One of the male cultivators, who exuded an ethereal presence, darkened his countenance and retorted coldly, "Little girl, this jest is far from amusing. The Empress has completely perished." Despite being a powerful Xian emperor with remarkable vitality, they had all witnessed the demise of the Empress firsthand, leaving no possibility of her return. Thus, to him, Su Shuangyue's words were an affront to the Empress. Noticing his grim demeanor, Su Shuangyue remained unperturbed and spoke softly, "Yuan Wu, abandoned by your parents in your youth and later brought back to the sacred land during my travels. You have ascended in rank ever since. Yet you have harbored a secret crush on the Peak Master, Shaoli, for a millennium without daring to confess. In your childhood, you even wished to peek at her while she bathed." Indeed, as she recounted these details, Yuan Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Subsequently, he rushed forward, waving his hands frantically. "Stop. Stop. Don't say any more." Gone was his ethereal demeanor. He felt that if she continued, he would likely meet his end. The reason was simple. Both Xiao Li and her sister were present, observing the unfolding scene.